Kajiado, Entasuba. Ni habari njema kwa wakazi wa Kajiado. Burdan tunayo. Nosim FM sasa inavuma kupitia masafa yetu mapya ya 105.7.
Kitabautwa County Olkejuado.
Pata uhondo na burdan kemkem kwa lugha unayoienzi ya Kimaa. Ukiwa na Manga, Rongai, Mashuru, Kitengela, Ilbisil, Kiserian, Ngong au hata Isinya, stesheni ya Nosim FM inakupakulia mambo yote kupitia 105.7. Ni mwamko mpya na Nosim FM 105.7 Kajiado County.
Nosim FM Osimlino.
Naam, hujambo mpenzi mtazamaji popote ulipo, karibu katika kipindi hiki cha Good Morning Kenya. Mie naitwa Victor Olo. Leo ni tarehe 7 mwezi wa 7 mwaka wa 2026. It's Tuesday. How did I perform? Guys.
Well done.
Whoa.
Makofi.
Whoa, how was that?
Yani unataka makofi kwa kusema tu habari zenu.
I'm better than Marie. Oh yes, because today is World Kiswahili Day,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Na Kiswahili kitukuzwe.
Kabisa.
Alright?
Yeah.
Sijui kwa nini, naomba tu kuna siku moja tu tafadhali tuweze kuendesha kipindi hiki kuanzia mwanzo hadi tamati kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Haswa wakati wa leo. Vivian, unaonaje?
Itapendeza sana, manake Kiswahili ni lugha ambayo ni tamu sana na ni lugha ambayo twastahili kukitukuza. Kwa hiyo mimi niko sawa. Tukiamua twende.
Angalau jana unajua Mike pia alikuwa na wageni wengine hapa kutoka Kenya High School. Walitueleza jinsi ambavyo sisi kama Wakenya tunafaa kuendesha kipindi hiki na kile chochote tu kama Wakenya kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Mike, jana ni kama ulikuwa na kazi ngumu.
Kazi haikuwa ngumu vile, juu si eti mara ya kwanza yangu kuongea Kiswahili. Lakini sasa hawa wageni nilikuwa nao, kuna kitu moja walisisitiza. Watu wanafaa wasome vitabu vya Kiswahili. Haswa wanafunzi ndio waweze kuikuza na kubobea katika hii lugha.
Kiswahili ngumu hiyo. You've tried. Lakini haya, tafadhali chukua na urudishie Marie pale. Mweleze jinsi ambavyo sisi tunaweza kuendesha kipindi hiki. Marie, leo utatusomea habari kwa lugha ya Kiswahili ama lugha ya Kiingereza?
Leo umenishangaza au umenifanya vipi, lakini ni sawa. Sote ni sisi wote ni Waswahili, Kwa hivyo lazima tukumbatie lugha, lazima tuishabikie, tuifurahie. Yaani kuongea tu you know, it's not supposed to be like unafaa kuwa ni si maringo wala si chochote, lakini ni lugha kama vile unaweza kuongea lugha yako ya nyumbani, kama ni Kijaluo. Sasa lugha kama Kiingereza, kama anaitwa nani, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, the late, alisema wakati mmoja kwamba mzungu akizungumza Kizungu anazungumza tu ili kwamba muwasiliane. Lakini Mwafrika akiongea Kizungu anataka kidogo ajigambe. Lakini unafaa uongee lugha ili uwasiliane, si kujigamba. Lakini ukiongea lugha, ongea lugha sanifu. Mimi nashukuru sana wazazi wangu kwanza. Kwa sababu Kiswahili ni subject moja kwa 844. Sisi ambao tulikuwa tunafanya 844. Sasa ilisisitizwa sana Kiingereza, manake zile subjects zingine zilikuwa za Kiingereza. Lakini wazazi wangu, kwa nini nasema nawashukuru? Kwa sababu lugha ya mama nilikuwa nasisitizwa lazima nizungumze sanifu. Na akikuzungumzia lugha ya mama lazima ujibu vile. Huwezi kuchanganyisha. Na kama unazungumza Kiingereza lazima iwe Kiingereza tena ni sanifu. Ukiongea Kiswahili pia ni vile. Nakumbuka mamangu aliniambia useme mtu ni mnono, ni mnene. So for that I thank them very much.
Lakini sijui kuhusu nyinyi, lakini naweza sema kuwa shule zingine ambazo tulisoma ndizo zimefanya kukakuwa na ule mchanganyiko, watu wengi wakizungumza wanaingiza kizungu ndani, yani hatuzungumzi Kiswahili sanifu. Manake shule za upili, shule za sekondari, ukizungumza Kiswahili punishment.
Yes. Ile unakumbuka
ghadhabu. Lakini kwa hivi sasa leo ni tarehe 7 mwezi wa 7, World Kiswahili Day. Tunakusihi kama mpenzi mtazamaji popote ulipo, tafadhali tuweze kututumia ujumbe ama rafa fupi katika mtandao zetu za social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Tueleze unajivunia lugha Kiswahili ukiwa wapi, na sisi kama watangazaji wa Good Morning Kenya hapa idhaa ya KBC tunafanya namna gani? All right, we've tried.
Yeah, that was great.
That was good.
Yeah, we can't speak Swahili.
We can. The likes of Nancy Okwari be afraid.
Yes, we can come to that Swahili desk that tuvuruge.
We can do this.
We can take over, yeah?
Yeah, we can take over. Nyaz, wanasema simba kikosa nyama? Nakula nyasi. All right. Okay, so welcome back to the program. Today being the 7th day, of course, a lot is happening across the roads. Everything is just a little bit easy today because of the alleged maandamano, which of course is not there right now, but it's a little bit calm around the city center and Nairobi and its environs. So welcome to the program. My name is Victor Lo. You can find us on our social media handles at Victor Lo at KBC Channel 1. Please talk to us and tell us where you are, how are things so far. Today, let's talk about politics reloaded. So far, a lot is happening. I want us to talk about that. And the Olkalau by-election is taking shape and getting a lot of heat. That is slated for next week on Thursday. I'll take a look at that and why it is a do or die for both sides. Yesterday, we heard what former DP Rigathi Gachagua said, that Mount Kenya is locked. And the president said that no, he is not locked. That it's not locked, rather. So I'll be taking a look at that and why we should be ready for the next election. But before we get there, Octopus Victor Lo said yesterday that Spain was going to upset Argentina, and that's exactly
Portugal, what
happened.
Yeah, it was
Spain and Portugal, not Argentina.
Spain, yes, and Portugal. So CR7, that's a wrap for him.
Yeah, and I think it's a wrap for him altogether in World Cup, because I don't think we're going to see him in the next World Cup.
Most likely not.
Yeah.
So today is Argentina is going to be going head-to-head with the Pharaohs, that is Egypt. Yes. I'm predicting 1-0 or 2-0 in favor of Argentina. There is a Messi factor. They are on fire right now. Messi have 7 goals so far in the game. And I'm so sure he'd really want to extend because there's a tie between him, Haaland and Mbappe, 7-7-7. So he would want to break that jinx. I know all of them, Argentina and Egypt, they have got a very tired legs right now because they have had games back-to-back. But Argentina would want to pass a message. Now that Messi is still there and Cristiano Ronaldo is out, there is that motivation to keep Argentina going. 2-0 for Argentina or 1-0, narrow win for Argentina.
Yeah, I'd say 2-1 for Argentina.
2-1.
Yeah, I think Egypt have to score as well.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So, Mari, tunaambiwa utupatie
mfunge
habari
virago
kamili.
at least for now.
Yes.
Yes, tuendelee na news. But you said Arsenal won, so I do not want...
Arsenal won. Merino scored for Spain. So that's Arsenal scored.
Okay.
Yes, at the World Cup.
Asante sana. Thank you so much, guys, for the banter and everything. So let's get to the news this morning. Thank you so much once again for making the time for us. This is Good Morning Kenya, and definitely we are here to inform you of what is happening, locally and also across the borders. But let's begin with some political news here, where a section of leaders allied to United Democratic Alliance, UDA, have dismissed opposition claims that the development development projects and initiatives currently being implemented in Olkalau, Nyandarua County are intended to woo voters ahead of the upcoming by-election. The leaders say that the presence of the government in the constituency is meant to oversee the completion of projects initiated by the late MP David Njuguna Kiaraho while advancing the constituency's socio-economic development.
Campaigns are in top gear in Olkalau as the by-election slated for the 16th of July is closer.
We politic because of development. If it is this time that these developments will come, let it be. If the hospital, JM Hospital, will be elevated to level 5 because of politics, that's why we're in politics.
Leaders allied to President William Ruto have defended the development projects being implemented in Olkalau constituency, saying the initiatives target to transform the lives of residents and accelerate economic growth.
We really feel sad that the Nyandarua people, especially the Olkalau people, have a chance for them to get what the honorable member had promised them. But there are people who want to trivialize and politicize every situation.
Hatufanyi kwa sababu ni wakati wa siasa. Tunazifanya kwa sababu tulianza kitambo, tunaendelea vizuri sana. Tulianza na ule mheshimiwa ambaye amelala. Kwa hivyo na sisi viongozi wa Nyandarua tunataka kuona hizi projects zimeendelea na hakuna hata moja itakwama.
The campaigns on Monday were spearheaded by Nyandarua woman representative Faith Gitau, Laikipia East Member of Parliament Mwangi Kionjuri, nominated Member of Parliament Sabina Chege, Ndaragwa Member of Parliament George Gashagwa, and Ruiru Member of Parliament Simon Kingara, who rallied Olkalau residents to back the UDA candidate Moshe Nanyaga, whom they say will ensure the perpetuity of government programs in the constituency.
PSs are coming because we, as Mount Kenya readers, we have told the government that whatever was left by Mr. Kiaraho, Honorable Kiaraho, must not be left there as the year ends. So most of those project members around here, you can see, those are the projects which were initiated by the late Kiaraho.
Nao watu ya Olkalau tunataka waamue kwamba kwa sababu rais ndiye president wa Kenya na chama ni UDA, waendelee kufuatilia mali yao, ahadi zao kupitia mjumbe ambaye atafikia rais. Huyu mbunge akishauriwa ako na jukumu ya kuhakikisha kwamba ahadi zao zimetimizwa.
The leaders are leveraging on the government's development agenda to woo the electorate ahead of the highly anticipated by-election.
First time we are witnessing a mass development of roads, electricity, and not only because of politics. This development has come at the right time.
Regina Manyara reporting for KBC Channel 1.
The National Police Service has declared any Sabasaba protests planned for Tuesday, July the 7th, 2026 in Nairobi County unauthorized, citing a lack of formal notification. Nairobi Regional Police Commander Issa Mahmood says security has been heightened across the capital city and neighboring counties. Now, acknowledging the right to peaceful assembly and protest, Mahmood stated that the law requires prior notification to facilitate security logistics. The business community and residents of Nairobi have been assured of their safety, with police confirming that normal day-to-day activities will continue. However, commuters should expect controlled access, with strict security screenings deployed around critical zones, including Parliament and Government Square.
Social media that people want to demonstrate tomorrow. We have never been notified. This is the correct position. I'm the Regional Police Commander Nairobi, and I'm telling you the correct position. We have not been notified. Consequently, violence, destruction of property, looting, attack on police stations are criminal acts. So all criminal elements will be dealt with firmly, decisively, and within the law. So we're here to ensure our business community in Nairobi and the residents of Nairobi and the surroundings, because I have the commanders with me here of all the neighboring counties, we assure that adequate security measures have been put in place there will be that control access, you know. We will do accessibility will not be just like that, because there will be restricted areas, like Parliament, definitely will be restricted.
Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale risks a jail time for contempt of court for failing to gazette the council members of the Kenya Nutritionist and Dietitians Institute. The Health Cabinet Secretary was directed by Justice Rosalind Aburili to gazette members of the institute in a ruling issued on March the 2026, that is. In the mention of a case filed by Oscar Kambona via virtual court proceedings at the Milimani High Court, Justice William Musyoka gave the Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale 7 days to file his responses, failure to which he risks sentencing on July 22nd, that is 2026. This comes barely a fortnight after the High Court issued a stern warning to the Cabinet Secretary for Health for non-compliance with court orders. Duale was facing a civil jail term over the disputed Ebola quarantine facility located at the Laikipia Air Base. He appeared before Justice Patricia Nyaundi, seeking to have the contempt expunged and exonerate himself, stating that he had issued orders to contractors to stop the construction of the facility, pending the hearing and determination of the case. In the said case, Katiba Institute and the Law Society of Kenya, who are petitioners, urged the court to impose a higher sanction on the CS to avert future reoccurrence.
Milimani High Court, Justice William Musyoka gave the Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale 7 days to file his responses, failure to which he risks sentencing on July 22nd, the year 2026. This comes barely a fortnight after the High Court issued a stern warning to the Cabinet Secretary for Health for non-compliance with court orders. Duale was facing a civil jail term over the disputed Ebola quarantine facility located at the Laikipia Air Base. He appeared before Justice Patricia Nyaundi, seeking to have the contempt expunged and exonerate himself, stating that he had issued orders to the contractors to stop the construction of the facility, pending the hearing and determination of the case. In the said case, Katiba Institute and the Law Society of Kenya, who are petitioners, urged the court to impose a higher sanction on the CS to avert future reoccurrence. Michael Mondiga for Good Morning Kenya.
Now back to Olkalau, where more than 20,000 households in Olkalau, Nyandarua County, are among the first beneficiaries of the government-backed Clean Energy Initiative. The initiative seeks to boost clean energy and forest conservation in the country. Petroleum Principal Secretary Kelo Harsama says prolonged reliance on firewood and other traditional cooking fuels continues to expose many households to respiratory illnesses.
Under the program, 20,000 liquefied petroleum gas cylinders will be distributed to households across 5 wards in Olkalau constituency in an initiative aimed at promoting clean energy, conserving forests and improving public health.
Forest yetu imekwisha, si ndio? Watu wanaenda kuni. Hata wengine wanaanza kuvunja fence ile ya kuni. Wanafanya kuni ile fence yako. Lakini sasa fence yetu sasa itabaki kwa sababu mtaendelea kutumia hizi.
To expand electricity connection in the expansive Nyandarua County, Energy Principal Secretary Alex Washira has announced that government has allocated 1.6 billion shillings for electricity connectivity in the region, with Olkalau constituency receiving 260 million shillings.
Ongoing, kuna zingine 5 tunaongeza to make it 36 projects za stima kufanya hapa.
The funding will also facilitate the implementation of 36 electricity projects, with approximately 2,600 households expected to be connected to the national grid by December 2026. Regina Manyara reporting for KBC Channel 1.
Well, and that story by Regina Manyara brings us to the end of the news this morning. That is how brief we were. But thank you so much for starting your day with us here on Good Morning Kenya. Of course, Good Morning Kenya still continues. My colleague, that is Victor Law, is on standby to take you through the rest of Good Morning Kenya together with Vivian Degwa and Mike Migwi. From me, it's a good morning for now.
Kiswahili? Mwalimu, mwanafunzi, msanii au shabiki wa lugha yetu? Tarehe 7 Julai mwaka 2026, usikubali kubaki nyuma. Jiunge nasi katika siku kuu ya Kiswahili duniani, kusherekea uzuri, utajiri na urithi wa lugha yetu. Hafla hii inadhaminiwa na maktaba Mat Educational Publishers, Kenya High School wakishirikiana na KBC, wakiwemo washirika mbalimbali katika elimu na utamaduni. Tutakuwa na burudani, mijadala, mashindano na maonyesho, yote yakiakisi utajiri wa Kiswahili. Mnakaribishwa. Kiswahili ni fahari yetu. Tujumuike, tusherekee na tukiendeleze. Karibuni.
My name is Julius Diego, sixth African champion in the men's javelin, also the African record holder. My experience at the World Cup is, I think the African teams have really tried, even though we have 2 teams still remaining in the tournament. But I think that the other 8 teams really showed, high standard, high level. Like a team like Kefat, which plays so well, DRC. They played well, but I say maybe Morocco will be a team to watch again, like the last World Cup, and I think it will be the team that will take Africa maybe to the finals this year. Let's wait and see. We wish them all the very best, and I still believe that Morocco can, cause a surprise again in this tournament. Remember also to watch World Cup on KBC TV.
Fear of missing out? Want to keep up with all the latest entertainment news and latest celebrity gossip? From the latest rumors to popping events to the newest fashion trends, here is where you get all the tea or juice when it comes to entertainment, and you get it served on time. All that and so much more on Grapevine every single Monday from 10 p.m. and a rerun every Tuesday from 2 p.m. only on KBC Channel 1. Remember, if you did not see it on Grapevine, then it most probably never happened.
Julius Lekekeni Sonkuli was born in 1961 in Poroko, Kilgoris West, in present-day Narok County. He began his education at Toroko Primary School before proceeding to Kilgoris Secondary School and later Cardinal Lutunge High School, completing his A-level studies in 1981. He then joined the University of Nairobi, graduating with a Bachelor of Law degree in 1985. In 1987, Sonkuli joined the judiciary as a district magistrate in Kericho, hoping to rise to the highest judicial office. But encouraged by Maasai elders to represent them politically, he resigned from the judiciary and entered elective politics. In 1992, at just 31 years old, he successfully contested the Kilgoris parliamentary seat. His rise in government was swift. In 1993, he was appointed Assistant Minister in the Office of the President in charge of Internal Security and Provincial Administration. By 1991, he had been elevated to cabinet, becoming one of the most influential figures in Moi's administration. Fluent in Kalenjin and known for his efficiency, Sonkuli built a close relationship with President Moi, earning a place in his inner circle. But his tenure was not without controversy. He was accused by critics of using state machinery to outmaneuver political rivals, particularly in his rivalry with William Olentimama. His supporters, however, credited him with championing development and strengthening government presence in Kilgoris. After serving 2 terms, he lost his parliamentary seat in 2002. In 2009, President Mwai Kibaki appointed him Kenya's ambassador to China, a role he held until 2013. That same year, he resigned to contest the Narok senatorial seat, facing off against his own younger brother Andrew Sonkuli, a contest that would divide their family and ultimately cost both of them victory. Sonkuli then retreated from active elective politics to his legal roots, earning a Master of Law degree in 2018. He returned to private legal practice at Sonkuli and Company Advocates, maintaining a low political profile until 2021, when he showed signs of a political comeback. In the August 2022 general election, Sonkuli contested and won the Kilgoris parliamentary seat under KANU party, marking his return to parliament after 2 decades. Upon resuming active legislative duties in the National Assembly, Sonkuli participates in parliamentary committees, contributes to legislative debates, and re-engages with constituency development in Kilgoris and the wider Narok region. Jackie Wambiru, The Cabinet. Jackson Itirithia Kalwea was born in 1937 in Igembe, in present-day Meru County. He attended Maua Primary School between 1951 and 1956 before proceeding to Katheene Intermediate School in 1957. He later joined Meru Teacher Training College, where he qualified as a P3 teacher and taught at several primary schools across Meru district. As a music and dance teacher, he was a distinguished choir master. At Antobochu Primary School, the last institution where he taught, his choir's experience attracted the attention of President Jomo Kenyatta, who routinely invited the children and their teacher to perform at State House and his Gatende home. Kalwea
Kaloyo thus became a frequent visitor to State House, interacting with senior political leaders. Encouraged by Kenyatta and emboldened by his growing public profile, he entered elective politics in 1969, contesting the Igembe parliamentary seat. He lost that election to Joseph Mutoria. In 1974, however, Kaloyo defeated Mutoria and became Member of Parliament for Nyambani North. Following the 1979 general election, President Daniel Arap Assistant Minister for Culture and Social Services. He was serving his second term in Parliament, but his political fortunes were dimmed in 1984 when his name appeared in the controversial...
All right, welcome back. So let's get into discussion. Being the 7th day of July 2026, People and Politics on this Tuesday, the Sabasaba Day, which is bringing a lot of confusion in the country. But yes, 36 years ago, that is on 7th of July 1990, the Kenyans way back then went to the streets looking and fighting for the repeal of Section 2A. There, they got it, and we are enjoying that point today. So that's on the front page of the local dailies. But before then, let me invite my guest in studio officially. I have got next to me, Omwami Wafula Mutacho, who is the Ford Kenya chairperson, Trans Nzoia County. He's also a man of many titles. Omwami, good morning.
Good morning, my friend.
Karibu sana.
Thank you very much.
Next to him is Frank Nyamari Nchari.
Hi.
An advocate of the High Court. Karibu.
Asante.
He's also a political analyst, and Daktari Anthony Gitonga, who is also a political analyst. He's also salivating for Othaya seat. I have to say that.
Absolutely, and it's sure bet.
And you didn't say that I'm also in support seat.
Thank you.
Is it type of...
Wait.
Now we are in the same table and there is some discrimination or what?
Go ahead.
You've said Othaya and you've forgotten support seat. And I'm going for support seat.
We are also thinking of Nyaribari.
Victor, what is wrong?
Oh, he's also thinking of Nyaribari.
I think you need to start the introductions again.
Okay. Let's gentlemen. Rewind again. Selector. That's what...
Yeah, otherwise we'll go to the street and start protesting about this.
Pull up and rewind again, selector. Wafula Mutacho, Ford Kenya chairperson, Trans Nzoia County. He is the chairperson. I call him Omwami. And he's also going for the...
support seat.
Okay.
Parliamentary seat.
Very good. Good morning.
Good morning.
And next to him is Frank Nyamari. He's an advocate of the High Court, political analyst, and you're also going for?
I'm not going for anything. Just thinking about it.
Okay. And of course, Dr. Anthony Gitonga is an analyst. Othaya is waiting for him. Karibu Daktari.
Asante sana.
Asante sana. And next to him is...
I wish him well.
Thank you so much. Yes. I wish you well as well.
Asante.
Thank you.
Shadrack Komboi is an advocate of the High Court, and he's also saying that Kajiado North...
Thank you, Victor. You know, it's always good to reserve the best for last.
Oh.
Yes. Good morning to you and to my comrades here.
Karibu sana.
Yes, of course, I have this call, the call of duty by the people of Kajiado North constituency. Yes, in fact, as we speak, I am the current member of parliament of Kajiado North. It's only that we have someone who is enjoying the privileges of a member of parliament.
No.
But you see, I'm a very philanthropic person. I have no problem with that whatsoever.
There's only one seat.
Yes, it's me who is having it.
No.
It's only that someone else is enjoying the privileges. And of course, if you are charitable and if you're philanthropic...
Who elected you?
The people.
When?
The people.
When?
In the hearts of the people, they know that I am their member of parliament.
No, those are just assumptions, Victor. We should not take a lot of time on that.
Okay.
So maybe those are good prayers.
No, it's okay. I understand. He's a good man.
Even Raila was at one time, sworn in to be the people's president. Yes, of course.
But that is true, Victor. I mean, if you look at across our country, we have many likes of our killing that are acting, all right? Acting members of parliament or just people who are doing the job as opposed to those who are elected into those positions, all right? So that is not just his case because many parliamentarians who were elected into parliament either have forgotten their job or have lost favor with the people, and the people are now, resonating and going to other leaders. It's the same case in Kajiado North. It's the same case in Othaya. So it's
Equally to Saboti too. Yeah.
We have converted you now.
It's a feeling across our country.
A very quick one, gentlemen. Let me take you through the front page. Wakili, you'll take the Standard for me.
Yes.
And Dr. you'll take for me the Star.
Okay.
All right. Kindly. Let me start with the front page of the Daily Nation. Sabasaba test. On July 7th, 1990, the day opposition leaders and their supporters confronted the dictatorial KANU regime. Today marks the 36th anniversary of the historic Sabasaba protest that launched the unrelenting push for multi-party democracy, culminating in the toppling of the one-party state and restoration of popularism, pluralism. I got it right. Human rights activists have planned demonstrations to pressure authorities to address human rights violations, including abductions, extrajudicial killings, and growing political intolerance, which they say stifle civic freedom. But police have now outlawed the planned protest, claiming that they have not received any notification as per the law. How the parties conducted themselves will be crucial to averting violence witnessed during the last year's demos. That is on the front page of the Daily Nation. Still, Sifuna's turning point, what does it say? That a meeting hosted by Trans Nzoia Governor George Natembeya endorsed Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna to vie for the presidency, following which leaders allied to Linda Mwananchi faction have vowed to fight for the registration of the movement or as a political party, or explore another outfit should the legal hurdle becoming unsurmountable, signaling parting ways with ODM. That is on the front page of the Daily Nation. And finally, there is a campaign cash cups where the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission are now pushing to stop politicians buying seats. For the ward, 5.6 billion shillings cumulatively. Constituency, 5.2 billion shillings. County, 2.3 billion shillings. Presidential, 4.4 billion shillings. And that brings a total of 17.7 billion shillings to be spent during the next general election. Wamboy, what do you have on the front?
Thank you. The Standard, as at the 7th day of July 2026, the headline is the prison haste, an inside job, a rogue payroll clerk used stolen credentials to authorize Kenya shillings 41 million in bogus transfer allowances for nearly 1,000 prison officers, triggering one of the most brazen payroll breaches in recent years. Warders of every rank, including senior commanders, woke up to unexpected deposits before investigators traced the scheme to an insider in the payroll department. 6 months later, the Directorate of Criminal Investigations has finally opened a formal probe into a scandal that exposes deep rot in the State Department for Correctional Services. You can read more at page 5. Thank you.
Doctor, the Star?
Thank you, Victor. The Star is here with us this morning, and it's talking about food security. And it has a beautiful headline that is reading, Rice creates 280,000 jobs in route of food security campaign. Victor, I must say that I'm very conflicted reading this particular headline because we have a government that is known to hype its own figures, figures that have been challenged even by the Kenya Bureau of Statistics. For example, we see here that 770,000 acres are under irrigation, and it says that 70,000 to 100,000 direct and indirect beneficiaries of Bura irrigation scheme. And something that is also quite interesting, it says that we have 59% rise in Mwea's rice production in 3 years. I'm saying that I'm conflicted because we have seen the same government import rice into our country, and we have seen our poor farmers from Mwea complaining, that we have a lot of infiltration of rice from outside the country that is coming to compete with our own rice. If surely we have this 59% rice in Mwea's production in the last 3 years, then why do we still have to import? And why do we still have to, why are we still farmers, rice farmers in Mwea complain? So that is the headline, but I think these are facts and figures that need to be scrutinized more so that we can get the accurate picture.
Okay. So let me come back to Frank. Good morning once again.
Good morning.
So let's talk about Politics Reloaded. Whatever is happening in the country can be seen. With the current temperature is now actually focusing on Olkalau. Daktari, you are an interested party in Olkalau,
yes,
right? An interested party, amicus.
Yes, yes, you're right.
The attention is in Olkalau right now. I'll come back to that one. But what do you make of the current political system? Because it seems that after the passing of the financial year, the finance bill of 2026-2027, it's all systems go right now.
Yeah, it's all systems go. Victor, first of all, when we ask the right questions, we will be able to get the right answers. But if we ask the wrong questions, it's more likely that even if we give the right answers, those right answers will be considered wrong. Because anything that you multiply by 0 will be 0. I will start by saying that, you see, for example, what is in the Star, it's talking about an increase in rice, but we are not being told how much the country requires. So whether the increase in rice in Mwea is noted, it does nothing to do with the president or the political temperatures around the area, because we do not know how much the country reserves. Going forward, to answer your question about the political temperatures, people are singing 1-term and 2-term. And I'm happy to hear that some of these panelists are going to vie. The question is, what is there on the table for the people? For example, my good friend Shadrach, what is there for the people of Kajiado North? What is there for the people of Odai? You know, what is there for the people of Saboti? That's the question. Those are the real questions that we need to ask, so that we don't hype ourselves behind someone's coat and start singing 1-term, 2-term, yet we do not have an agenda. I'll be happy as a person to see what, for example, we are going to offer the people. We have seen, for example, what is happening in Yaribari Church. Our current member of parliament is dishing money left, right, and center and forgetting development. So those are the kind of issues that we need to look at as a people and come up with solutions, so that when we enter into the electioneering period or year or time, we are able to make correct decisions as far as politics and leadership is concerned.
Yes.
So we must, at this point, separate two things. One, we must separate politics, and two, we must be able to understand what is leadership. And leadership, in my own view, goes hand in hand with delivering services to the people. It has nothing to do with lip politics. It has nothing to do with hyping yourself and criticizing everything that comes on your way. It has everything to do with your vision. It has everything to do with your plan. It has everything to do with what you can deliver to the people. So as at now, I can see a lot of people singing 1-term, Ruto must go, and even during this Sabasaba protests, we are going to have a lot of that, because there are so many things, but we are forgetting one thing. What is this that we can positively criticize and say, this has happened, and we can appreciate the government for doing the same for the people?
Okay. Omami, the politics of ideology and promises, what does that really mean? Because this is the time that a lot of promises is going to be sold to Wanjiku. And it's going to come with, in turns, promises. But when it comes to implementation, so that's where the problem begins.
You know, Victor, when you join politics, people want to hear hope. People expect a lot of hope.
Correct.
In politics.
Correct.
If you don't give them hope, they will not vote for you. And this is what goes around. Most of the politicians who are elected gave a lot of hope to the people. But finally, few have implemented the promises. So it's a normal culture. It's a normal culture, Victor.
It's a normal culture to do what?
Yes, to give hope. And
then fail not to
most of them fail to deliver. We've seen it. Right from member of parliament, MCS, governors. The governors have played most of it worse. Yes. So we see that. They give hope. People elect them. Finally, they don't deliver. Now, you know, a president was in, I think it was in Mwea, is it Mwea? Embu, last weekend. And he just said clearly that before next general election, we'll go back and see with my promises what I've delivered and what I've not delivered. That is what we want to see. It is good. And also let us resonate back to even to governors. Governors promised most of our voters a lot of changes in the county, but finally most of them have not delivered. Instead, they have just squandered money.
And you're saying it is
because
that's what we need to run away from.
I don't know what we need to do. And last time, Victor, I was in this table, and I said that sometimes when we put the situation of political temperature in the country all throughout, the government failed to concentrate on the promises.
Yes.
Most of it. And even governors also. And I remember one time President Uhuru said we should stop politics every time because we concentrate less on development. But I can see the president has tried enough to absorb politics and do some little promises that to fulfill the promises he gave. So it is also a challenge for Kenya is a worst country when we come to political cycle temperature. It runs throughout the circle.
Yes.
You see, like now, let's take an example of America. America, after the last general election, people went to work. No lot of politics around.
And then we have Kenya.
Now we have Kenya. Okay. Immediately after election, politics starts.
Okay.
A lot of push and pull.
It's quite saddening because you're saying it's quite normal for politicians, and I have the three of you here. So which means you're copying, you've just taken the text.
No, we need to change this scenario. We need to change. We need to change and tell our people it is not time for politics now. Okay. It is time for development. We need to change.
That's a good question, Victor. But maybe before I come to that question, there's a challenge given by my very good friend here. That what is the agenda? What plan do you have for the people over there? What I want to say is that leaders should not come up with agenda. A responsible leader should be able to engage his or her own people and set the agenda together. All right, Victor, you know that I'm running for the parliamentary seat. 2027, and there's a lot of consultation happening. There's a lot of engagement happening because what you need to do is to go and listen to the people, all right? And that is why I'm in DCP party, because our slogan is to listen to the people, so that when you get into that position, you're able to work together and you're able to fulfill the desires, the aspirations that they so dearly need. And I can give you an example that just yesterday I had led a delegation of more than 300 grassroots leaders to Amunyoro, all right? And why are we doing this? Because it's an important conversation to have, all right? We are having 45 days of consultations happening, and His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, my party leader, is engaging many leaders so that when we form government in 2027, what we will be able to do is not to make those promises, but is to have a conversation with the people and see the priorities. Okay, you cannot be able to do everything at once, but it's the people who tell you this is the priority. It's about roads, and then it's about education.
Then you promise to deliver.
Yes.
Of course, but now when you do it inclusively, it becomes a matter of prioritizing. You promise what people need to hear, and that is what you
How is the 45-day conclave?
So far, so good. I was there yesterday. Yesterday was Odhaya's day. We were more than 300 of us.
You'll tell us
talking about Odhaya, talking about our politics, and that's the way to go. Leaders should not sit somewhere in a boardroom and present the agenda to the people. It's an engagement with the people. The people should tell you that our priority is healthcare. What we want are roads. Okay, I come from an area where tea, coffee, and milk is big. So they want to say, for example, we have...
we take a quick break.
We pay some bills?
Yes.
Okay.
That would be okay.
Okay.
Stay with us. The delegation will be right back.
All right.
Trying to get in the middle towards you-know-who again. Could still find them. Dug out towards Oscar Bob on the near side. Chance to shuffle his way through. Here's Ødegaard. He's gone down. It's a free kick for Norway. 2 minutes to go. Yellow card. First of the game. It's Neymar.
Yeah, it's naughty by Neymar, and he's just left something on him. He's not just once or twice, and he doesn't do his coach any favours. He's come on and had no impact in the game whatsoever. Norway, Ødegaard, he's been...
In a world where news is ever-changing, staying informed is more important than ever.
Join us every week on News Check, your go-to show for the latest in current affairs, breaking news and in-depth analysis.
A warm welcome to KBC News Check.
From politics to global events, we bring you content that matter to you.
We're not just speaking about the governance and how we want to see it, but want to actually participate.
Get your facts, hear from the experts, and really understand what is happening around you.
We need to change our system first.
You have to do the impossible to make sure the message is home.
Stay ahead, stay informed, stay engaged.
Will these people, everybody agree?
Just listen to me.
Let's give him a chance to clear the air.
Catch News Check every Tuesday and Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Only on KBC Channel 1.
All right. Okay. Welcome back. So let's get back to the discussion. So I asked a question. You said you're in...
yes.
You led a delegation.
Yes.
You can just bottle that a little bit. You'll give us more info.
That's fine.
The 45-day conclave.
Yeah.
But Shadi, look at it this way. You are in a position right now to spur the relationship between you and Wanjiko, actually to grow it, by giving them the development that they need. You know, the cliche, the roads, the hospitals, the schools, etc., etc., etc. But where do we draw the line? Because now we are going to see politics reloaded. That's my topic of discussion today, politics reloaded. Tons and tons of promises are going to come. At what point are you going to sieve what you need to deliver and rhetoric?
Well, I think today being a Sabasaba, it's important that we also concentrate so much on why we are even commemorating on this day. In the year 1990, on the 7th day of July, people went to the streets, people died, people suffered quite a lot so that they will create or expand the political or democratic space that we currently enjoy. And the expansion of this democratic space was to ensure not only that we have these competitive elections, but more to it, that we have accountable leadership, that we have leaders that are responsible for what they tell the people, that we have a leadership that puts Wanjiko at the center of everything that they do. It is not for nothing that our national values and principles of governance require that one of the requirements when we are passing policies, we are passing laws, is the involvement of the people, the public participation of the people. So that, and this is why I agree with Daktari, that you see, it's not a matter of you being well-read, being well outspoken, being well-dressed, that you will go to the people and talk down at them. No, it is about engaging the people. It's about, establishing the need of a people. In Kajiado North constituency particularly, we have like 5 wards. In these 5 wards, each ward has its different need. The needs of the people of Ololua are so much about roads. Not that the people of Olkeri are not focused on roads, but if you were to look at development in terms of the road infrastructure that has been done in Ololua ward as opposed to now Olkeri ward, you will see that the people of Ololuwa have been neglected. There are people who have been taken for a ride and for granted for quite a long time. Now, if you are to establish the needs of the people in Ongatarongai and those in Kware, you will establish that these are, very urban areas, the population living in these areas is quite urban, so their needs are almost instantaneous. So that if you're to promise things, one, people want the traffic jam that is in Ongatarongai to be eased up. The people want schools. We have students from my constituency that school in Langata.
Yes.
So that these students or these parents or parents of these students rely so much on the goodwill from the public transport to have their students ferried to their school. Because we do not have like school buses, we do not have good infrastructure in terms of education. Currently, as we speak, we have so many students who are being chased away from school. We have Form 4s. We have Form 4s who have not reported to school the whole of this semester. And we have a representative in that area.
Yes.
So if you are to strictly speak, we are looking at a leadership that is so focused on the needs of the people so that you do not have to promise so much. What you need to do is just to have deliverables. Like what I have mentioned, I have studied the people and I have studied their needs and I have told them that, well, I know for far too long this sort of dishing of bursaries to people who are politically aligned, people who are well connected politically speaking. So that is a culture that should come to a stop.
Yeah.
We should just ensure that we make just education free and accessible to all. So that if you have qualified to be in school, there will not be that barrier that you need to pay school fees for you to be in a classroom. People need to be guaranteed that if I am a resident in Kajiado North constituency, I have a right to education as decreed under the constitution. If I just walk into a secondary school, I will not be frustrated by teachers there telling me to pay, I don't know, 5,000 shillings or 10,000 shillings for me to access education. And the converse will be that for me now to enjoy that access to education, I must go to the member of parliament's office, delude him with the 2 terms chance or those chance of 2 term so that he can give me that, that bursary.
Yeah.
So we just need to, we need to delink politics from education and the systems as they are.
Okay, I want to ask this question because now we are headed there.
Yes.
The landscape, the Kenyan political landscape is always so predictable. We are going to have, Frank, let's talk about ethnicity, how it has played a key role and how important is it, all right? And of course, there's that aspect of elite bargaining. You have got a political party here. Because you have got a political party, Wanjiku is going to buy to our ideologies. If you have got a strong political party with how many members of parliament supporting this and that, Wanjiku is going to believe. So let's talk about ethnicity, the importance of ethnicity in our politics, how it shapes our politics, or probably how it doesn't shape our politics.
Victor, Kenyans are one people. And this narrative of ethnicity that we are going to form, first of all, the candidate is going to look like he has votes from his community.
Yes.
You see, that is, I think, outdated at this time because people are more focused on the character of a person, irrespective of where he comes from. Number 2, I like what this Linda Mwananchi group is doing, that they do not care who is a Luo, they don't care who is a Luya, they don't care who is who. They just care, are you able to deliver to the people?
Yes.
I think that is the direction that every other person will move. Now, they normally say that charity begins at home, and that's where the ethnicity card is played. That for you to be able to come out, first of all, you must be able to put your house in order so that you come on the table with something for you to be able to be considered as a negotiating, factor. That is where it all begins. And that's a good thing to do. Because you must lead in your house for you to come out here and tell us that you want to lead us.
Yes.
That is true. But then, if we look at it from the angle of uniting the entire nation, then we have to shun away from the ethnic card, so that we unite all Kenyans in terms of ideology.
But the ethnic card will be played because of numbers.
Numbers.
Mama will tell you that.
It will be played because of numbers, I agree. But then, going forward, that should not be the issue. Because I think Kenyans are more learned. I don't think Shadrack Wambui is looking for people of his ethnic group in Kajiado North for him to become the member of parliament. I think he should, in one way or another, he should tell the people what he needs, what he will do. And that is what he has said, that he needs to give the people of Kajiado North guarantee that any person who is there can be able to access free education. That has nothing to do with ethnicity.
The arithmetic of having the ethnic numbers is always a very big issue when it comes to that.
I would agree with you.
Have you noticed that there's a lot of focus in Western where Umami come from? Umami, true or false?
True.
Why?
It's a fact.
Why?
No, because of numbers.
Because of numbers.
Yeah.
And who are the people who have the numbers?
You know, Luyas
the Mulembe Nation.
Yeah, the Mulembe Nation
Very
have
good.
the numbers right now. Actually, we are at par with the mountain. We are at par.
All you need to do is to work together.
We are at par with the mountain.
If you bring everything into one basket.
Which statistics are they using?
That's the question. That is the last
census is yet to be.
Last census. You didn't go through the last census?
No,
the last census showed very clearly we are at par with the mountain.
No, part of it was actually nullified by the High Court. My Lord Justice Lawrence Mugambi nullified.
Why was it nullified? Because it was not factual. No, it was interfered that now the new generation is coming up from Mulembe Nation, topping the list of numbers. That is why. Okay. That is why it was interfered and stopped by the.
You see, that's the perception now you're talking about.
Not quite. You see, the census, as it were, is very central, you know, in the coming up of the delimitation of boundaries and constituencies. Yes. So it's important. So some people living at the northern parts of this country, for some reason, they went to court, they challenged it, knowing too well that it will lead, if we relied on the results of that census, it will lead to the withdrawal or the denial of a constituency in their counties and an additional probably in another.
So as it speaks, that was a step court. I think you could go deeper in a political way. You know, you are talking in the way of.
So the problem with the politics, it has no reference. And people just speak from the top of their heads. The beauty about the
now you are coming to politics, and you must understand this game.
Yes, but now I don't want to be like you people. The beauty about the law is that you speak with facts. If there is an issue about what you are speaking about, then you can always make reference to a certain document and say there was a judgment that was done. There is this document and that document.
And the fact
so it gives you even the power of arguments.
And the fact of the matter, Victor, is that the actual statistics do not rate Western at par with the mountain.
It is not true.
It is not true.
Yeah.
It's
but
not
what they need to do is
they're just being ambitious.
Together. I think they would be able to bargain on their numbers. But also what I want to say,
they work together as
to be able to bargain.
There's so many sub-clans.
Okay, right? There's so many
sub-clans. No, it is a Mulembe Nation. When you go like the mountain right now, the way you are talking of the mountain. No, the mountain is not one.
I come from the mountain.
No, I am telling you, right now there is Kirinyaga people, there is Embo people in groups now, Meru people.
Yes.
They are not associating with the Muranga people, Kiambu people. Right now things are getting different. And after next general election, my friend, will meet in the parliament. I'll show you how the voting is done. I'll tell you and I'll show you. And by that time, I hope Victor will be around. We'll come to the table.
Allow me to clarify the facts.
And you saw yesterday.
Don't you that focus? No, you will meet in parliament.
We will meet in parliament. And that is my good prayer to you, my friend. Yes. And just I found it right.
Away from Western and the mountain, Abba Gusia are united apart from Osoro.
But you see, that is still part of the Western. And that is what I'm saying. If Western were able to work together, they would have a better political bargaining.
In the case, I don't know about it, but let me talk about the people with the power of voting. That is the mountain and the Mulembe Nation. These are the people that we can sit down and negotiate how we can do. But so far, where we are comfortable. And what we are doing, we think right now we were in the government quarterly. We want to be after next general election, we want to be fully in the government. So
that's what I'm talking about, the ethnic card.
Yes,
because of the numbers.
Yes, because of the numbers. And I remember, Victor, there is a time when Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere said that in Tanzania, we don't go with the tribes. In Kenya, they go with the tribes and they stand with the tribal lines for them to
and that is what makes us stupid. That is what Kambarage Nyerere actually said.
He said
to
that,
contextualize, he said that we are stupid because we align ourselves because of our ethnic extractions.
And it is and we cannot do away with it right now so easily. It's very difficult, my friend. Just get it. It is very and I'll give an example. And I'll give an example. The way my friend has said that they are meeting in Wamunyoro's home. It is not from across the country. It is from the mountain only.
Correct.
It's tribal.
Allow me.
It is tribal still.
Allow me to say that first, these two good learned friends should not intimidate this panel. It is not true that politics do not have a reference. I'm a political scientist. And I can tell you that politics is a game of numbers. And the reference for politics is numbers. And I will also tell you that politics are very local. All right? Before we can come to the national table, we start at the very local. All right? People want to know at the very, very, very basic level, what are you going to do for us as a political leader? All right? The person in Wamunyoro is not so much concerned with what is going to happen Ukoju and everything. Is about the road, is about the money in the pocket, is about the value of education in the school that their kids are going, all right? And that is why politics being very local, the discussions need to start very local. And that is why we are having the Wamunyoro consultations. For us, the mountain, before we can come to the national table, we want to know, all right, what is the value of our tea? What is the value of our coffee? What is the value of our milk? What is the value of our trade?
That's what I'm talking about, the ethnic and the elite bargaining. That's what I'm talking about.
Correct. But remember,
because you have the numbers, you want to bargain based on the strengths.
Based on the strength, because
the numerical strength, that is.
Correct. And unless we have the numbers, we'll not be able to win what we want to win. So there are many ways to bring numbers together. But Kenya traditionally is through regions and tribes, fortunately or unfortunately. And I'll tell you, from a political side of things, there's nothing wrong with that, because there's politics and there's governance. Politics is the process of helping you form government, all right? And that way you need to do everything that is possible. If we are talking about the cousin movement right now, it's not tribalism. It's saying that if we combine these numbers, and these numbers will be able to form government. But when we form government, it becomes a governance process now. All right, we look at everyone, we look at every other place, and be able to work with the leaders that have also been elected from those regions to be able to serve those people. All right, so politics being a game of numbers, then it is incumbent upon any other politician to come up with a formula on how to achieve those.
So how then do you include the likes of, the Bajunis of this world who do not have numbers?
Correct. You now bring them on board.
No, the law is very clear. The law is very clear.
At the very local, they have their numbers at the very local. And I've said politics are very local. So at the local level, they'll be able to give us leaders. All right? If they're not fortunate enough, because of their numbers, to be part of that government formation process, then they're also included now in the governance process. The issues will be addressed.
Okay. So, Wakili, how important is this now? Because I'm asking the question about the Pokomos, the Bajunis of this world. We have got this, they're small tribes.
Victor, it has been said before, and I'm not the first one to say it, that democracy is stupid. And you see, the realization of why democracy is stupid is from some of the sentiments that we are getting here. That you see, in the matrix of things, we will never have a Pokomo becoming a president of the Republic of Kenya. I mean, that is what you're being told, but in other words. You're being told that for the Pokomos, they will have to wait until the Mulembes and the Mount Kenya have eaten everything, and then they will just send someone to come and probably just get something, the crabs from the feast that we'll have had between the Mulembes and the Mount Kenya.
Yes.
But the truth be told, that you see, we just need a leadership that is all inclusive. this matrix of tribes and this ethnic extraction and that, it's what is actually bedeviling Kenya.
Has it ever helped?
No, it has not been helping the Republic of Kenya. In fact, what is supposed to actually to be our strength, because our diversity should actually form what is our strength. Because from what the Mulembes will bring on the table, from what the Kisis will bring on the table, we should become stronger by bringing all of us together.
Yeah.
But now we use what should be our strength to be our weakness. We divide people on these lines. I am from this sect, I am from this sect. Some of us who have studied in national schools, I went to Maseno School. Maseno School is in Luo, Nyanza. I had the opportunity of studying with everybody within the Republic of Kenya. So from that socialization at my early age, I can tell you for a fact, I have friends drawn from every corner of this country. I do not look at my tribesmen or tribeswoman being a Kikuyu as my only source of strength. I have networks even in Northeastern, I have networks in Mombasa. I can as well even decide.
Networks here.
Yes, I mean there is nothing that prevents me. There is nothing that prevents me from contesting for the position of member of parliament in Kisumu West or Kisumu
Nothing
East.
stops you.
There is nothing that stops me.
Yes.
I have also deep roots in Nyamira. I can even go there to West Mugirango once Stephen Mogaka is done with his term in office after he serves 10 years because he's going to be re-elected. And then now he can give me the opportunity of going, because that is my family also.
Yeah.
So yes, so it's important. It's important that we don't look at this country from the strength of where we are coming from. Let us look at this country from a point where this is our country. We can be a candidate in any place, any region. We can offer ourselves as leaders from any, in Kajiado North. Kajiado North is a Maasai land. Is a Maasai land. All of us have just but come there because either we were economic refugees, we were education refugees, we are there because of the intermarriages between Kikuyus and the Maasais. So nobody has the courage to stand up and say that you are a local, this one is not a local. But all of us, because of the developments that we've brought, the investment that we have brought around that area, we can now claim a share of that region. I can proudly say that I am also a part of that Maasai community as a Kikuyu. And I take a lot of pride in that, knowing too well that even in the year 2027, I'm going to vote in a governor called Katole Metito. And Katole Metito is not a Kikuyu.
Okay.
He's a Maasai.
Did you know that in Tanzania we have got more than 120 tribes and sub-ethnic clans? 120.
Yeah, of
Kenya
course.
we are around 47, 48 thereabout.
Yes.
But you'll never hear them talk about this and that. It's all about Sisi Wana Tanzania. Ujamaa, which was brought about by Mzee Nyerere himself.
Kabarage.
But it has worked for them.
Yes.
There was a foundation for them to work on that. And when Tanzanians go to an election, they vote as Tanzanians. They don't vote as the Maasais of this clan, the Sukumas of the Tanzania and all that. But in Kenya, you said it is not easy to get. It's not easy to do away with.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
So which means it's something that is in our DNA politically.
I've contested before, and I got it practically. It's not that I'm going for the first time, no. I contested at the previous election, and I spent a lot of money to my other tribes, knowing very well that my tribe will vote for me. But after election, the people I assisted, I built, I actually did a lot for them. They didn't vote for me. They voted to their own, who did not help them anything. I even went ahead and blowing their people, but they did not vote for me. That is when I realized, my friend, the way my friend from Amnyoro said, politics is local. It's local, it's true. Now, it is very difficult for us to run away from this fact. It will stay with us for a longer time, my friend. And that one you must know. Politics is local. Now, when I'm going back to election...
I have a feeling, Mwami, is that politicians have engineered it to remain the same, to remain so.
Yeah.
So and that when it comes to electoral cycle, there is one card that you pull. That works for you.
For your survival.
For your survival.
You know, we can speak well, you can address people well, you can make people laugh, but during election, and that's why it is secret election voting. people whom you assisted might not vote for you.
Yeah.
Victor, might not vote for you.
But I think it's a wrong way of practicing things when you want to assist people so that they vote for you. Personally, I assist people not so that they can vote for me. I really don't even care who they will choose, but I will be a candidate so that, you know, as they are doing their mathematics, they will have me in mind. But I don't help them. I don't contribute in funerals, in churches, so that people can vote for me. No, that is the choice they will have to make secretly.
So let me allow me 1 minute. Okay. 1 minute, because I think we need to get it clear. First, I think we engage the people and we help them so that they can be able to know our capacity and to be able to also vote us in. Because I don't think Shadi here attends harambes and funerals across the country. All right? Why just Kajiado North?
No, I do. Right? I do. In Madare,
I haven't seen you in Odaya.
You have not invited me. Yeah, I cannot come there uninvited. You invite me, tell me, come and assist us.
But I wanted to say, I think the 2010 Constitution might have been a missed opportunity. All right?
Yeah, correct.
Because the Constitution says that, for example, the presidential vote, that it's 50% plus one.
Yes.
Whoever gets 50% plus one becomes the president of the Republic of Kenya. But the Constitution does not give us a formula perhaps of how do you achieve this 50% plus one and where do you need to draw the votes. I think maybe in the future, and this would be the team to do it, would be to see how do we bring in a more inclusive formula so that even the Pokot and the Pokomos of this world have an opportunity to be president. And maybe there's something to borrow from the American way of voting, you know, the college system of voting. Perhaps in the future we'd want to see that maybe every tribe carries just one vote, you know, and that one vote, whether you are 100,000 or 2 or 3 million, that then would be able to say that everybody has an opportunity to be president. But remember, as it is right now, it is not the most handsome that is elected. It is not the most educated that is elected. It is the person with the numbers.
It's the person with the numbers.
Yeah. But you know, when you go the same way, Victor, when he goes the same way, we fear that when we go that college way of voting, we fear that people with the muscles of money will buy the votes in a similar manner.
But even now it's happening. I
mean, right now it's a bit difficult. Right now it's very difficult. You go direct to Mwananchi.
Correct.
How many million voters?
Correct.
It's very difficult for you to reach all of them. Correct. Now it is very difficult. But when we go to college voting, the way you have proposed, like America, then it will be very simple that with college voting, I'll need just 30 people.
Yeah.
Okay. Representative.
Yeah.
30 representative.
But
and you
then
work out
your
arithmetic with the cash, and then you get the votes.
Right.
It will be so easy. And that one will not be representing the common Mwananchi down there.
Okay. Omwami, it's 8 on the dot. We take a quick break. When we come back, we still have enough time to discuss this.
Good.
All right. Samsa, stay with us.
Wewe ni mpenzi wa Kiswahili, mwalimu, mwanafunzi, msanii au shabiki wa lugha yetu? Tarehe 7 Julai mwaka 2026, usikubali kubaki nyuma. Jiunge nasi katika siku kuu ya Kiswahili duniani, kusherekea uzuri, utajiri na urithi wa lugha yetu. Hafla hii inadhaminiwa na maktaba Mat Educational Publishers, Kenya High School, wakishirikiana na KBC, wakiwemo washirika mbalimbali katika elimu na utamaduni. Tutakuwa na burudani, mijadala, mashindano na maonyesho, yote yakiakisi utajiri wa Kiswahili. Mnakaribishwa. Kiswahili ni fahari yetu. Tujumuike, tusherekee na tukiendeleze. Karibuni.
Are you ready for the next big thing in tech? Well, we'll spotlight Kenya's brightest young minds, game-changing startups, and breakthrough technology that are shaping our future. From AI and robotics to sustainable futures, we bring you the stories behind the scenes. KBC Channel 1. Remember, tech starts here.
All right, welcome back. After that break, it's now 2 minutes past 8 a.m. Karibu sana. Now let's continue. I have got Shadrack Wamboi, who is an advocate of the High Court, also eyeing Kajiado North constituency. Dr. Anthony Gitonga, also eyeing Othaya constituency, political analyst. And of course, Frank said that he's not eyeing for anything. He's a political analyst and a governance expert.
Time will tell.
Time will tell. Ama bada anaangalia ground. But from the way he's smiling.
From akisema Nyaribari chache, I'm suspecting something. No, we are lawyers. We are also trained to read signs.
Mommy here from Western Region, Trans Nzoia, is saying that Saboti mtungoje kidogo hapo kwa kona. Okay, so I was with who?
Yes, with me.
Okay, sawa. So let's come back. I ask a question. So where does Wanjiku come in? Because if the political elite have got a way of pulling their tribal cards, they have numbers to fill the ballot box. So what role does Wanjiku have to play?
No, you know, Victor, our
2010
constitution is good. Our 2010 constitution is good. What my friend said that maybe the smaller tribe are not realized, maybe the top percent, because right now we go with a game of numbers. Maybe that is a section that was not included in the 2010 constitution. If it were there, maybe people could have proposed that let's go in rotational. In rotation, that could work in that 2010 election. But unfortunately, it's not there. So it's actually Mwananchi who votes for the presidency. Mwananchi. The way my friend proposed that maybe we go for college voting so that we can also include the lower communities also. Now that one, unfortunately, it's not in our constitution. So it is difficult again. Yeah, we got that chance of amending our constitution, but we left those small items out, and now it is very difficult, and nobody right now can call for a constitution amendment. It's very difficult. Very, very difficult.
Frank, is there a point where Wanjiku can say that we want to stand for ourselves and make a decision that, you know, you are the Ogiek, you are the Pokomos, you are the, you know, the Bajunis, the Luos of this planet. We are going to speak one language. I say, no, it's not going to be according to the tribal lines.
Yes, one thing I've always told Kenyans whenever I get a platform to speak to them is to read Article 1 of the Constitution for them, which says that power belongs to the people. And this power can be exercised directly or indirectly. It's unfortunate that in our case, it's exercised indirectly through elected representatives. But then Wanjiku has got a very powerful weapon in her hands to be able to select the very best that they want. So it does not bar anyone from contesting, but Wanjiku has the ultimate weapon to select and sieve.
And there is somebody who doesn't want Wanjiku to know that.
This one.
No,
the
Constitution gives Wanjiku an opportunity to elect.
So Victor, the Constitution is clear. It gives Wanjiku the ultimate opportunity to elect their representatives. But then ours, or rather these panelists or those who are going to vie, theirs is simple. Pump a lot of knowledge to Wanjiku, empower them so that you are liked not because of what you give, but because of what you are, your character. That is the ultimate thing that role that Wanjiku can play as far as elections is concerned. Other than that, we will end up with Sabasaba, we will end up with Gen Z protests, we will end up with all that. That's the only other way that Wanjiku can speak to the government, and the government listens. But as it is, let Wanjiku know that he or she has a powerful weapon in Article 1 of the Constitution of Kenya, which empowers them to select the very best. I'll be glad, I'll be happy, I'll be enthusiastic to see these panelists go into the people and they are selected. The goal, or rather the end game, is that they should be able to deliver so that Wanjiku doesn't regret. In most cases, since 2022, Wanjiku has been regretting. That is why we have had a series of protests over anything and everything. So let us empower Wanjiku so that this constitution can speak life to us and bring us all together, irrespective of where you come from.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. But Victor, most of the...
I think you're being unfair. You're being unfair. I think he's taking so much time.
I'm just responding to one thing.
You balance the skills.
Yeah. Wanjiku, the protest of Wanjiku, mostly it is not directly from Wanjiku. It is ignited by people with certain interest. Even like today protest maybe of Sabasaba. How many Sabasabas gone down the line without any protest? So many. But now this one is being engineered by some people who want to see maybe the government of the day is not performing. You can see. This is the reason.
That's an allegation. That's political.
That's
a political allegation.
Not political allegation.
It's a speculation, actually.
You know, I'm an investigator by profession.
Give us evidence. So I think, Victor, just to add on what my learned colleague has, the remarks that he's just made, it's important that we have an informed people, an informed population, because they keep repeating their mistakes, largely because they live in the dark. They do not really understand the roles and the responsibilities of a member of parliament. They do not understand the roles and responsibilities of their MCAs, their governors, and their president. I mean, it is little wonder that you will see someone who has offended the people by way of passing legislations or laws that are retrogressive. They are meant to take away from the people. Going back to the same people, deluding them with the one-term and the two-term chance, so that they forget.
Yeah.
They don't even realize that over and above, the talk, this talk about the construction of roads, the constructions of classrooms, this person who is a legislator has passed a law that makes it very impossible for you to drive on that road. Yes. Makes it very impossible for you to even send your child to school because of the consequences of creating a law that has led to the increase in the cost of living and all those things. So it is important, and this is what I have been doing personally, because I want a people that long after I have been elected, served, and I have gone home, people who will come and if my colleague here presents himself as a candidate in my constituency in future when I'm not there, when I have retired, then my people in Kajiado North, in Kware, in Gaimurunya will be asking him, we had Shadrach Wamboi, and Shadrach Wamboi will sit us down as I always do. I take a whiteboard and a pen. I educate them on the laws that are being passed and the consequences of those laws. So that when your member of parliament and when your MCA comes around, with the unga, with those 50 shillings, mine is very poor, it just gives people 50 shillings. So when he gives these people these 50 shillings, then what you do is you ask these stubborn questions. Well, it's good, bring us the money, because you've stolen from our NGCDF, there is no problem. But again, there is this law that you passed that has led to the imposition of land rates on freehold land. There is this law that you passed that has led to the increment of the rates or the charges that we were paying on allotted land. So from that discussion, then the people will now want to hear what this member of parliament will be saying. And you see, the beauty about the record in parliament is that it is there. We have the Hansards. So if you said yes, you said yes. And I've been telling them that sometimes we can be very angry about our members of parliament. But the truth be told, most of them are just in the choir of saying aye and nay. They don't even know the contents of the bill that they pass into law.
So how informed is Wanjiku as we head to the election? How is informed is Wanjiku? This to all of you.
But learning is a continuous process, Victor. Even now we are learning. We are learning from each other.
Yes.
The public is also learning from what we are saying. So we cannot say that we have schooled enough not to absorb further material. No. What I'm going to tell the people is to encourage them to always be on the lookout. The politician is a very unique animal. He is in the habit of mutating, like a chameleon. You are in this regime, but that is the truth. I have taken time to study these people so that I understand them. And sometimes I don't fault them for anything. They must survive because they have nothing else to do for a living.
Okay. Dr. How informed is Wanjiku?
I think
this is not the Wanjiku in 2010,
correct.
In 2015.
Yeah. Correct.
We are in 2026.
Yes. This is a more informed Wanjiku. Yes. All right. You cannot compare, just like you've said, you cannot compare Wanjiku and the 2027 electorate in particular to 2022, 2017. Remember, Wanjiku now has access to technology. Wanjiku now is able to read.
Very good.
Wanjiku now...
they can ask those hard questions to the representatives.
Correct. And they know the roles of each political leader that they're going to elect, all right? So I think that empowerment is, and with the Gen Zs coming on board, is actually going to help. Because Gen Zs are aware now that if I'm going to elect you as a member of parliament, I want you to support me in legislating laws that are going to support and favor my trade or agriculture or help me get an opportunity, all right? If you're going to be there to oversight government, please do not allow government to do things that are going to harm what we do. And that is why you see today Gen Zs, when it comes to the finance bill every other year, they're up in arms because they feel that the taxation has become so punitive that it's affecting even their future. All right? The deductions has become too much that even when they get into employment, they don't seem like they're going to get enough or meaningful take home, all right, in terms of income. So we have a more empowered and a more informed Wanjiku or electorate this time, and that is going to change even how our politics are going to happen in 2027. For the first time, it's not about the PR, it's not about the small things that politicians come and do to lie to the people in terms of maybe, and we have seen, for example, it's quite notorious in central Kenya, where I bring cakes to you and you call me Wamakeki and you send me to parliament. I come and give you iron sheets, you call me Wamabati. You send me to parliament and you do not know my capacity. So what we see now is that for the first time in our elections, the Gen Zs and even the electorate are going to be very critical on what is your competency, what is your passion, what is your skill, what is your attitude, what is your knowledge to be able to serve, so that you can't be compromised, because it's about competency, all right? If you do not know how to debate, if you do not know how to legislate, if you can't be able to read, if you can't be able to speak right to the public, then you cannot represent me effectively, all right? Then they're going to be very critical on that. So it's not just a matter of what you have seen in the past. I come and give you tanks, and I'm not competent enough to be a member of parliament. You send me to parliament. All of us then get stuck. It's about, for the first time, this time, and we believe that that is what is going to happen. It's going to be about competency.
It's about competency.
Yeah.
Frank, when you walk around the streets, something notable actually happened during 2024 Gen Z Maandamano. A majority of people who are on the streets had the copy of the Constitution.
Yes.
And when you ask them, some of them were law students.
Yes.
All right? Some of them were law students, either in 4th year, 5th year, or KSL.
Actually, my students. I was with my students in the streets.
You see?
Yes.
So you are dealing with an informed
generation. I teach at Catholic University. I was with my students. We rallied ourselves. We went, the 300 of us. We were here in Parliament.
So you are the people who ate the tea without, the rice without salt.
We actually met that the tea and the salt were finished.
Are you telling us that they are cooking rice without salt in parliament?
No, it's not the question.
Victor, I was in Kisi Locals yesterday.
Okay.
I was in Kisi Locals yesterday. And Kisii town is part of Nyaribarichache constituency. And I also got an opportunity to go home where I come from. And I like the conversations that people are having there. Because all of a sudden they actually know or understand that a certain road is supposed to be constructed by the national government. So they are
another one supposed to be constructed by
the MCA or the governor.
Yes.
So they are aware that this road is supposed to be constructed by this person, and
so
they're
when
holding
it comes to asking questions, they don't ask MCA about national government issues.
They
so
know.
that's the generation we're dealing with today.
That's now the kind of people that we are going to, these guys are going to face to sell their ideas to. So I can tell you for a fact that people are more informed than before, and they are seeking this knowledge from everywhere, so that they understand the role of the MP, the role of the MCA, the role of the governor, the kind of duties, the kind of things that the governor is supposed to be doing within, how he or she is going to get funds from the national government, how he or she is going to return money to the national government. I like those conversations. But those conversations only tell me one thing, that we are not what we were yesterday. We are a people that have got a vision. We are a people that now understand our roles as a people. We are a people that now, we will not just wake up and elect anyone because he looks beautiful or he has brought us tanks or mabati and all that. We are now, those guys are now looking for a person who can actually deliver service to them. They are not looking for a person with money, a black car. They're not looking for that kind of a person with a big stomach. They're looking for a person.
Let's go to the document and read. This is it.
Yeah.
Yes. Are you able to do what this document is telling you to do?
Are you fit for purpose? Are you fit for the job?
That's the question. And this is the kind of a conversation that I'm inviting any person who is going to vie, any person who is going to go for an elective position to look at.
Question: do you think Shadi, Omwami, and Daktari are comfortable with that truth?
Well, I have not. That's why I began by asking.
Do you think they are comfortable with that truth, that they're dealing with an informed lot?
No, we know that. And,
no. I asked him. Do you think the three are comfortable with that?
I think what I can say about these three is that they just need to accept the reality the way it is and realign themselves.
So the three is a representation of all the aspirants across the country.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about.
Even in the sitting.
There is one who is active.
The active one. Yes, they are informed.
Omwami, you know very well that there is, the truth of the matter is, if you're going to run for Saboti Member of Parliament seat, the age gap between you and that person who is going to vote for the first time, there's a very big gap.
Yes.
And you know who you are going to deal with, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Do you feel challenged?
You know, the way you've said, and my friend has put it very clearly, that the voters of nowadays are well informed about what the Member of Parliament should do, what the MCAs must do, what the governor should do, and what the national government should do. They are well informed.
Yeah.
And last week, my mom called me and said, for the first time since independence, this road of ours, the contractor is on site and we are going to have tarmac. Now I'm not going to use a motorbike again. I think now I can use my broken vehicle to go around, because he was fearing about that road. You know, every time he uses that road, it's a Maram road, the vehicle, its car broke down. So for the first time, he has realized that the national government has done this for her. Now they are well informed. And in most of occasions, they'll just call you and say that I want to video call you. And this is my mom with more than 70 years.
How old are you? How old are you?
My age, I stopped celebrating at 40. So I don't know my age right now. Are you still celebrating your birthday?
Me, I'm still a youth, mister.
He's not yet 40.
I'm still children.
So I'm still celebrating my birthday, so I don't know when I am, how old I am, but of course I'm still within that bracket.
Okay.
So nowadays, Victor, mothers of today voters of today, they know they are right. And I took a clip in Tanzania where they said that Kenyans, even a small kid, know the law. The Tanzania, they don't know completely. They don't know the law. They don't know they are right. But in Kenya, and I want to thank up the Kenyans on how we managed to bring up this law to the lowest people. People know they are right. People know what they should talk about. Yeah. Kenyans, we are more advanced. We cannot talk, in Kenya, people, any stupid fellow in the street can stand up and start accusing the president, and he walks free. Try that in Uganda. My friend, even talking of president's name in Uganda.
Museveni.
Yes, just like that. You'll be up for it. Whoa. Even in Tanzania right now. So you cannot compare this, even in Rwanda. You can't. Kenya, we much far away from that colonial leadership.
Shadi, yes. Omami has spoken very well, and he's the eldest amongst us here.
Yes.
When you listen to him speak, and when you listen, it has just reminded me of something that probably way back before we also became of age, he already saw it. And he's speaking from a point of the kind of milestones that we have made as a nation up to where we are today. The kind of progress and the democracy we are enjoying today is something that somebody fought for. As we wind up, the Sabasaba Day, what does it really mind you? Because in 1990, 36 years ago, you are somewhere and you saw this happen.
Yeah.
What does it remind you this day that as a young Kenyan who is aspiring to take the leadership position, what does this really fight for you? Does it really give you, the likes of James Orengo fought for it, the likes of Chingo Neko are there, the Kubais of this world, call them. They did their part. So what are you going to do? What role are you going to do? What are you called to do? What are you calling yourself to do? To serve me as Wejiko?
Well, Victor, perhaps just for the benefit of the viewers and the listeners, I was not there 36 years ago. I was not there. I have, of course, as a student of history, I've had the advantage of reading, going back and reflecting on what really transpired over the years, as it is even now. I've tried to understand and to come to terms with what really agitated the very people of Kenya to go to the streets. Of course, is an appreciation that we had our democratic space quite squeezed. We did not enjoy the wide democratic space that we currently enjoy, the multi-party. Now we have DCP, we have UDA, we have a lot of political parties. Some of them are even briefcase political parties. We have the Inject party that the owner has decided to shelve so that he can use the Jubilee party as his vehicle towards realizing his vision. No, it's important that we mention these things.
It's true.
But well, after all is said and done, I think what is important is the appreciation that a lot of sacrifice has been made to ensure that we enjoy what we currently enjoy. Some of us might not even be taking seriously this multipartism that we currently enjoy. We might not think very deeply about it. And the more reason, I have been going around telling people that after we fought for this multipartism, we did not just fight for competitive elections. We fought to ensure that we have political accountability, that the voice of every common man is heard. And for us to ensure political accountability, we must ensure that we teach and inform the people. Because of the multipartism that we enjoy, what our leaders have been doing is hopping from one party to the next. We have a lot of people currently laying their allegiance to the DCP party, while at the very same time they are elected under the UDA party. What has been called as political prostitution before by my former director at the Kenya School of Law, Professor P.L.O. Lumumba. So if we are to, of course, strictly speaking, identify and inform the people about the dangers of this political prostitution, then we will encourage political accountability. Because you cannot be saying that you are not for UDA and you are currently drawing a salary because you are elected under the UDA party. So it is important that even as we speak about multipartism, we encourage political accountability. That accountability is what now some of our leaders are, you know, because we also have a public that is not properly informed. We've been having some leaders coming to political platforms or, you know, social gatherings and of course pointing fingers at others without necessarily telling us what their contribution to our problems are. So as I close, permit me to say that it is important that this day is not just any other day. It is a day when we get to commemorate. Let us understand that over and above the fight for this political space, what else? Because that is the question. Because if fighting for political multipartyism was the end goal, then we have nothing to commemorate because we already have it. But if we are to think beyond the multipartyism, then it means that we have a chance, recognizing that democracy is not instant coffee.
Thank you.
We have a chance to grow our democracy. We have a chance to, you know, to elevate our lives even further. To also to compare ourselves in future with the likes of, you know, the USA. Of course, we cannot compare ourselves now to South Africa because of what they are doing to our people.
Yeah, of course. Terry, in 1 minute, is there hope? You said that we... Hope is
there's
key.
A lot of hope.
Exactly.
There's a lot of hope. I want to agree with Wakili here that Sabasaba that we're commemorating today is important and we should not forget its gains because it's an affirmation of, again, Article 1 of our Constitution that power belongs to the people. And therefore, I remember that the first time that Sabasaba happened, 7th July 1990, it took less than 2 years, you know, to push the government to really continue, you know, agitating for multi-party democracy. And within less than 2 years, Section 2 had been repealed. Therefore, I think there is hope that can be sold to the Kenyan people that do not get tired, do not give up. If you believe there is change that can come from, you know, just pushing the government and really talking about our rights, Sabasaba is a good example that if we continue pushing for better governance, if we continue pushing, you know, for reasonable taxation, if we continue protesting against a system that is not very keen on its children, then these things at the end they will happen the way we desire.
Thank you. Very good. Sabasaba, Wakili?
Yes, Victor, former President of the United States of America and the son of the soil, Barack Obama, once said that history is there to remind us where we have come from and also lay the foundations of our future. Sabasaba has already reminded us where we have come from, and I think in my own opinion that it is the conversation of the new constitution of Kenya started long those days when Sabasaba was happening. Going forward, we are asking ourselves then what should we be doing with this freedom that we so have and enjoy today. It's not about forming so many parties. The constitution allows us to form those parties, but it's just not profitable anymore to form those parties without coming up with leaders who are accountable. Remember those days, as history will put it, the masses were calling for the government to be accountable and responsible. So it was not only calling for the government to open the door for more people to form their parties, it was opening the door for the government to be accountable to its objectives, very, very responsible to its duties, and that is the way I think going forward this conversation of Sabasaba should end. That we push for proper taxes, we push for good representation, we push for proper governance, we push for anything that can see an elevation of mwananchi from the lowest to a middle class and all of a sudden to a life that is meaningful to them.
Thank you. Umami, kama mzee tumalizie in 20 seconds. Wisdom is there.
Sabasaba reminds us a lot because and that's why we have this freedom that we are enjoying today. It is just because of those people who stood up and forced the government of the day. During that time, it was Moi's government to repeal Section 2A, which gave us a lot of freedom, a lot of expression, and so many things. And that's why equality is part of it. So Sabasaba, to me, we should not misuse it. We should be celebrating Sabasaba in a style, by the way, but not to people to fuel it so that to express their anger against the government of the day. No, we should be celebrating. Like now, people were prepared to destroy the Sabasaba celebration. People are armed to the tail to ensure that
nobody's armed. Nobody's armed.
People need to celebrate Sabasaba.
Yes. Okay.
And because it has brought us somewhere.
Okay.
It's very important, and it has given us opportunity to judge leaders.
Thank you.
To judge leaders positively.
Maybe we are armed with our constitution.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
In our minds.
And that is where the Sabasaba began.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm reminded that we need to wind up there. The director has been so courteous to us, giving us more time, 30 minutes, because she said the discussion was good.
Thank you.
You ought to be out by 8. It's 8:30.
Thank you so much.
Gentlemen.
And thank you for tea.
Thank you. We have a discussion over a cup of tea. Thank you so much for
very kind.
My name is Victor Lowe Wafula Mutacho for the Kenya chairperson. Trans Nzoia County said that it's going for Saboti constituency. All right.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Thank you so much. And
we are going to change most of the people, right from the governor. And so many people. And be aware. Next time you call me, you'll see that we have a new governor in Trans Nzoia. And we might surprise you to have a lady governor in Trans Nzoia.
Shada Kombo is an advocate of the High Court. Kajiado North, looking for you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
I'm the acting member of parliament. Huko tumewambia watembe. Oh, you have said
you're so naughty. Daktari Gitonga,
away from the leadership.
Odhaya, MP in waiting. He's here. Hajapotea, he's around here. All right. And asante sana Franco Nshari. He said he doesn't want any political seat. Blakini. Time will tell.
When you talk of Naribari charge.
Okay. Thank you so much for watching. Good morning. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Giselle Fernandez, Ambassador of Mexico to Kenya. Thank you, KBC, for bringing the game of the FIFA World Cup closer to us. Mexico has been thrilled of welcoming, of showing our culture, of receiving everyone with open arms in this tournament. We are also grateful for our Kenyan fans that have followed this match and that have been able to experience from their own seats the joy of this tournament. Finally, for Mexico, this is a historical moment. It has been the third time that my country has hosted a World Cup. So we wish all the teams that have played this tournament a really exciting one. So this will be a really nice experience for all of you to remember. Thank you for watching.
Tunapowasha vifaa vyetu, tunapata fursa ya kutangamana na wasikilizaji wetu.
Karibu sana thĩinĩ wa tabarĩra ya Rwĩga.
Tunapeperusha utangazaji uliobobea katika habari,
nĩ ũndũ wa macio na mangĩ maingĩ,
burudani,
nĩ harĩa tũkoragwo tũkĩigua nyĩmbo mwaki nyĩmbo hota
na hamasisho la kiroho. Usiachwe nyuma. Jiunge nasi kwa safari ya kufana katika 99.5 FM. Soro FM.
Welcome back to Good Morning Kenya. My name is Mike Migunao. Today is World Kiswahili Day, a day that is celebrated every 7th of July and was designated by UNESCO. So we just want to take a look at how people are celebrating Kiswahili and how its growing influence is faring on across the world, not only on the African continent, because Kiswahili enjoys over 200 million speakers across the continent. It's spoken in 14 countries within African continent, and it's being taught in other places like the United States in highest institutions of higher learning. So we want to take a look at how Kiswahili creators are creating awareness and also leveraging the social media, digital platforms to ensure that they educate the people regarding Kiswahili. And for that conversation, I am joined via Zoom by Mercy Kihugi. Mercy is an educator, a mentor, and a literacy advocate. Mercy, welcome to Good Morning Kenya.
Thank you so much for having me, Mike. I'm glad to be here.
Karibu sana, karibu sana. I know we are talking about matters of Kiswahili, but allow me to steer this conversation in English. You know, today is the World Kiswahili Day, the 7th of July. From where you stand, why do you think this day is important?
Awesome. So the 7th of July, the World Kiswahili Day, is basically a reminder of our culture and reminding us not to forget our roots. It's a very important day to try and take people back to where we came from, enjoy just the language itself, the sweetness of the language. Also a powerful reminder of our evolving culture in different ways, not just maybe in schools where sometimes we use Swahili, but also encourage parents, teachers, people in the market who use Swahili from day to day to embrace the beautiful language, to also amplify this global language. That's what I think the World Kiswahili Day is all about, or is meant to do. And it's also supposed to help us, try and access Swahili globally, even preach it to the people who are outside our country, to also show just pride of our language and of our heritage.
When you look at when you look at the theme of today's celebration, it's Kiswahili. Put in Swahili is Kiswahili kwa amani, mshikamano na diplomasia ya kiuchumi wa kimataifa. In English is Kiswahili for peace, solidarity, and global economic diplomacy. How does the language, Kiswahili language, fit within that aspect?
Sure. So the Kiswahili language is basically used, especially in East Africa. You will find that for trade, for business, most of the times the language they speak is Swahili. If we have foreigners who are coming to our country, I think the quickest hack or the quickest thing they are told to do is learn a word in Swahili or two, so that when you go to the market, when you say that word, people already resonate with you and they can relate to you. So I think that is one of the ideas about using Swahili as a global language for trade. In terms of peace, it's just I think most of the people use the Hakuna Matata. I think that is the very common phrase that every other person who is visiting Kenya is taught to basically mean, I mean peace. I do not mean any problems or chaos. And that is what I see the World Kiswahili Day trying to amplify even to the outside world.
Yeah, that is very important. You know, when you look at the way people are contributing to Kiswahili, and from your perspective, what do you think so far Kiswahili is growing in terms of influence? Now that we have over 200 million speakers of Swahili, and also it's being taught in other parts of the world, what do you think is contributing to this growing influence of this language?
I believe people are growing, people are becoming, travelers, people are exploring different parts of the
seem to have lost a little bit of connection there. Mercy, if you can hear me. Okay, we seem to have lost a little bit of a connection there, but we'll fixing that. But just more importantly, just to point something out about Kiswahili, Ethnologue, which is an online platform that provides information on world languages, has categorized Kiswahili as a very important institutional language, meaning that it is contributing to nation building, and also being that it has brought about a concept of language vitality, something that is not always seen, especially when it comes to indigenous languages, and Kiswahili being one of the languages, official languages at
Yes.
Yes. Mercy, if you can hear me.
Yes, sure, I can hear you.
Yeah, I was saying, Ethnologue, which is an online platform, has that talks about, gives information on world languages, has classified Kiswahili as an institutional language. What does this reveal about the concept of language vitality, especially when you look at Kiswahili as an indigenous African language?
Sure. So Kiswahili has evolved over time, and it has truly been borrowed from our culture and our heritage. So as they continue to empower people, I believe that it's more of trying to relate our roots and seeing where this language has come from. Also trying to embrace this different, origin of the Swahili language. And I believe, even as you're saying, as we evolve, there is also a number of people who are also trying to almost like forget or not look like Kiswahili would be the way moving forward. So all these initiatives have been put in place to make sure that we are not forgetting our roots, that we are embracing our culture.
Very important. And the advent of social media, because unajua, we are living in the world of social media today. Everything is happening online, and we've seen people take, almost even learning is happening online. We've seen online happen there. The advent of social media has given rise to Kiswahili creators, and you being one of them, you're teaching the language online. The fact that we have online Kiswahili creators, what do you make of that in the first place?
I think it's a very positive thing, because it means people are embracing the language day by day. People want to amplify the Kiswahili language. And I love that people have embraced the digital space, which was probably supposed to be an enemy or even used for different things. But people have found better ways to use the digital space. So the fact that people feel like they can amplify the Kiswahili language via these different digital platforms, I believe it's a positive direction that we are headed in. And I also believe that our culture is protected, our heritage is in good hands, and that we are moving in the right direction. So I'm really proud seeing creators coming up and also embracing the Kiswahili language.
Does the Kiswahili language, from where you stand, present opportunities, especially for young creators? Is it something that they can pursue and see it as a career?
Oh, yes, for sure. And some of these ways that Kiswahili can present opportunities for people, one is, of course, by teaching it. So if you can speak it, you can teach it. So one, you can become a Swahili teacher. Another thing you can do is also becoming a tutor. So like we said, there's a rise of people who want to learn the Swahili language globally. So they are all over, people who are traveling, they want to know the language. So that's also another avenue where you can just teach Swahili. You can teach it online. So you do not necessarily have to be a teacher for you to teach Swahili. Most of this Swahili that people want to learn is also very conversational. So it's not really, you have to have gone to school and studied to become a teacher. As long as you know the language, you can teach it. Like I said, you can all become an author. So you can also write books for kids. You can what is this called? When you create songs through different platforms, it could be social media. You could also be going to sing to kids in school as form of an entertainment. I have seen people do that. So these are the different things or opportunities that Swahili as a language has created for people and continues to create.
Na kuna huu mchipuko wa lugha ya mtaa almaarufu Sheng. What do you think? Has it contributed to the detriment of Kiswahili language or it's enriching it? Where do we stand on that?
Yeah. So I think it has its pros and cons. I believe maybe now the cons would be people now trying to spoil, for lack of a better word, the Swahili language the way it's supposed to be. Unajua ile lugha ya Kiswahili, lugha mufti ama Kiswahili sanifu. But also the pro of it would be it has lightened the Swahili so that people now feel warmer. They are warming up towards Swahili, and the easiest way to initiate someone towards the Swahili language without using the complex Swahili sanifu is the Sheng. So it's also a way of welcoming people into the Swahili language. So yes, that's where I stand.
Do you think it's affecting, do you think using Kiswahili sanifu versus Sheng in a way deters the creativity, especially for those people who are working online within the digital space, trying to create content in Swahili? Is it in a way hindering creativity?
Well, I wouldn't say it hinders creativity, especially maybe for people who are in the digital space or the people who are trying to create content using Swahili. I would say it makes it more fun to try and explore, because even when you look at the Swahili Sheng, most of the words zimetoholewa from the Kiswahili. So they have tried to make Swahili sound cooler. The only challenge would be for the users, especially within the classroom setup. And that is because there are a lot of regulations in the classroom, right? So there are things that a child might use maybe in the classroom setup that might cost them or that might have consequences, either in their performance or even how they speak to their peers. So those are some of the challenges I would say the Sheng language has posed to the Swahili users. So mostly maybe classroom-based for teachers or educators, and also now the language. So for the Sheng, we know the language is a bit not coded, or so it's not really something that you can regulate, as opposed to Swahili sanifu pale ambapo tuna lugha ambayo inatumika kuficha mambo mengine, so you can't truly say the word, yeah. But for Sheng, unapata that the language is very just open and also not protecting the users. So that's the gap I would identify. But when we look at the pros, you could also see it as a fun way of speaking Swahili, because I believe sometimes when we are learning as well, for instance, sometimes I teach foreigners, and when I teach Swahili. The greeting for Swahili is habari yako. That's how you should say hi, or hujambo. That's the Swahili sanifu of greeting someone. But you find that mostly in the streets or just outside around people, most people will say mambo, sasa. So you see, they're unable to now relate to that. When I teach them habari yako, they will still come back and say, I mean, I went and said habari yako, and people looked at me like, why are you greeting me habari yako at this point instead of sasa or niaje, you know? So I think it's also, it has its pros and it has its cons.
Yeah.
So there's also a positive way to look at it.
Yeah, I think one of the most common greetings, the ones used is niaje. That's the most common one. Then nataka kuuliza swali niliuliza wageni nilikuwa na jana hapa, tulikuwa tunaongea kwa Kiswahili, mada ya Kiswahili kuhusiana na hii siku, umuhimu wa kuongea lugha sanifu ya Kiswahili. Kuna umuhimu gani wa kuongea hiyo lugha sanifu?
Umuhimu kuzungumza lugha sanifu ya Kiswahili sana sana ni kuonyesha kuwa umeshajua lugha yako na kukua tu na hiyo yani hiyo unajivunia lugha yako pale ambapo unapozungumza lugha ya Kiswahili, alafu pia unaonyesha mtiririko wa mawazo. Ukizungumza lugha yako ya Kiswahili inaonyesha kuwa unaweza kuwa na huo mtiririko wa mawazo. Naam, lakini sasa vile ambavyo tunavyoendelea sijui kama kuna mahali ambapo itakuwa lazima kila mtu azungumze lugha sanifu ama itakuwa tutaanza kuchanganya ndimi hapa kule ili pia kuonyeshana kuwa tunakumbatia ama tunakaribisha lugha zote.
Na pia kuna swali lingine hapa. Unajua kwa kawaida ikifika ni masomo, jukumu la kufundisha limeachiwa walimu. Lakini kuna jukumu ambalo wazazi wako nalo katika kuendeleza Kiswahili, ikifikia kwamba ni lazima wahamasishe watoto wasome vitabu vya Kiswahili ili kuwawezesha kukua wanaongea Kiswahili sanifu.
Naam kabisa, kwa sababu Kiswahili lazima lugha yote pale nyumbani, pale ambapo wanazungumza na wazazi wao. Wazazi hakika kwanza ndio wanapaswa kukua kwenye mstari wa mbele kuhamasisha lugha ya Kiswahili, kwa sababu wazazi wasipozungumza lugha ya Kiswahili, watoto wao hawazungumzi lugha ya Kiswahili. Na jinsi ya kujua ama kujifunza lugha ya Kiswahili ni kwa kukiongea Kiswahili. Sasa pale nyumbani unaweza pata wakati mwingine wazazi wanapaswa watumie lugha ya Kiswahili kwanza, wanafunzi ama watoto wao waweze kujua vitu mbalimbali. Vitu mbalimbali ambavyo viko pale nyumbani. Mtoto ajue kikombe kinaitwa kikombe katika lugha ya Kiswahili. Sahani inaitwaje? Wanapopika wazazi wanaweza jaribu kutumia lugha ya Kiswahili, wanatamka maneno kutumia lugha ya Kiswahili. Pale ambapo wanapozungumza, hapo ndio huyo mtoto anajua hatusemi hivi katika Kiswahili, hili neno halitamkwi hivi katika lugha ya Kiswahili. Kwa hivyo pale wanaposoma na kujua lugha ya Kiswahili, wazazi wasiongea lugha ya Kiswahili, pia sisi walimu tutakuwa na tatizo kuwafunza au kufunza ile lugha, sababu ni jambo jipya kwao, hawaelewi kwa nini sisi tunawafunza na hawakizungumzi pale nyumbani. Kwa hivyo pia kusoma ni nzuri sana ya kuwafunza watoto mapya. Kwa hivyo pia tunawahamasisha wazazi waendelee pia kusoma vitabu vya Kiswahili na kukizungumza Kiswahili pale nyumbani.
Umekuwa ukifunza Kiswahili katika mitandao, ukitumia jina Jifunza Kiswahili na Bimasi. Nini kilipelekea wewe kuanzisha hilo jukumu la kufunza Kiswahili katika mtandao?
Naam, nilianza pale darasani. Nakumbuka tulikuwa tunasoma Kiswahili na wanafunzi siku hizi hawapendi sana kuzungumza Kiswahili sanifu kama tulivyozungumza hapo awali. Kwa hivyo nilijipata tunaanza kuimba nyimbo sana pale darasani ili wanafunzi waweze kukumbuka. Sasa siku moja nikaanza kuchukua video pale darasani, na nilipoichukua nikaiweka kwenye mtandao na nikawaonyesha. Wanafunzi walifurahi sana. Nikaona sasa kila siku wanasema tunaweza tengeneza video nyingine, tunaweza fanya nini. Alafu sasa tulipoanza kutengeneza tukaanza kuona pia kuna video zingine za Kiswahili. Sasa tatizo lilikuwa kuwa hazikuwa au hizo video hazikuwa zinatusaidia vile hasa katika mambo ambayo tulikuwa tunasoma. Kwa hivyo unapata zilikuwa video za kitambo au si za darasa letu ama daraja letu pale ambapo tumefika. Hivyo sasa hivyo ndio nilianza sasa kutengeneza video. Kama ninafunza nomino leo natengeneza video kuhusu nomino. Naona wanafunzi wanaiona ikiwa njia nzuri ya kusoma, ni njia ambayo inawafurahisha, si vitabu tu kila wakati. Nikaanza kuona pia wakienda nyumbani wanaonyesha wanafunzi wenzao ama marafiki wengine hizo video. Nikaona ni njia nzuri sana ya wanafunzi kusoma, kwa sababu wanafunzi sasa wameanza kupenda hizi njia za kidijitali. Sasa hivyo ndivyo nilianza njia yangu ya kutengeneza tovuti yangu ya Jifunze Kiswahili na Bimasi.
Na mapokezi yake yamekuwa vipi? Watu wanaichukulia aje huo venye unafanya kufunza Kiswahili katika mtandao?
Naam. Nilipoanza mapokezi yake hayakuwa mazuri sana, lakini tuliendelea tu, na sababu yangu ya kuendelea ilikuwa kwa sababu ilikuwa inasaidia wanafunzi wale ambao nilikuwa na wao kwenye huo wakati. Sasa tulipozidi kuendelea ndio nikaona pia watu ambao kutoka shule zingine ama tukipatana na walimu wengine wanasema na ile video ulitengeneza ya nini ilitusaidia sana tulipokuwa tukisoma. Unaweza tengeneza nyingine ya hivi. Sasa nikaanza kuona kuwa hizi video sasa zimeanza kusaidia zaidi ama zimepita sasa zaidi ya darasa langu ama zaidi ya watoto wangu. Kuna watu wengine ambao wanasaidika huko nje. Pia hadithi nilianza kuhadithiana hapo kwenye tovuti yangu pia, na nikaanza kuona wanafunzi wanafurahia sana kila wakati. Sasa polepole tukiendelea, naona pia watu wameendelea tu kukaribisha huu mwamko mpya wa kutumia nafsi hii ya dijitali kufunza.
Umeandika vitabu 4 kwa lugha ya Kiswahili na hivyo vitabu ni vya watoto. Swali la kwanza, mbona Kiswahili, na swali la pili, mbona watoto?
Naam, mbona, wacha nianze na mbona watoto kwanza, kwa sababu watoto ndio njia rahisi ya kuanza kufunza kitu. Ukitaka kuanza kufunza kitu lazima uanze pale na watoto, kwa sababu hao ndio msingi. Tukifunza hapo kwenye msingi, wanapokuwa ni kama vile tu tunasema ukifunza mtoto njia ambayo inayofaa na pia akikua hata iacha, ni kweli. Sasa unapofunza kutoka kwenye msingi, hao watoto wanakuwa kama wamepata huo msingi na wanaendelea nao. Kwa hivyo ni rahisi kwao kueneza kile ambacho umekitia ndani yao. Hiyo ndio sababu ya watoto. Na pia kwa sababu watoto bado hawajaanza kupata ama kuharibika kwa njia atisa hawapendi Kiswahili ama tu kupata hiyo negative attitude towards the Kiswahili language. Kwa hivyo bado sasa hao ndio watu wazuri kabisa sasa kuanza kufunza Kiswahili na kuonyesha utamu wa lugha ya Kiswahili. Kwa nini Kiswahili? Kiswahili ni lugha tamu sana. Kiswahili ni lugha yetu ambayo tulikuwa nayo. Kiswahili is our heritage. Kwa hivyo tunapokitumia ama tunapoifunza lugha hii, tunajivunia tu kukua wa Kenya. Hii ni lugha yetu ya taifa pia. Kwa hivyo ndio maana nilichagua Kiswahili. Pia mimi nakipenda sana Kiswahili kwa sababu kinatusaidia sana, ina bridge the gap between the local, the global, kinasaidia mambo mengi sana.
Na kwa maoni yako ni mchango upi mchango wa Kiswahili katika masuala ya biashara na uhusiano wa kimataifa? Imechangia vipi? Lugha ya Kiswahili imechangia vipi katika mambo hayo mawili?
Lugha ya Kiswahili inatumika katika biashara. Watu wanapoenda kutafuta ama to close deals, pia katika nchi zetu za Afrika Mashariki, Kiswahili ndio lugha ambayo inatumika sana sana. Kwenye soko sana sana tu Kiswahili ndicho kinachotumika. Hata juzi tulikuwa na a lecturer ambaye alikuwa anatufunza na alikuwa ametoka ughaibuni, na alipofunza zungumza maneno ya Kiswahili na jinsi ambavyo hicho chumba kilibadilika tu, kaanza kuona sasa kila mtu anaona ni kama amekuwa mmoja wetu kwa sababu tu alitumia sentensi ya Kiswahili. Kwa hivyo mimi naweza sema Kiswahili kinasaidia sana kuonyeshana tu huo pale ambapo tumetoka, na pia kwenye biashara, kwenye soko kama nilivyosema hapo awali, hiyo ndio lugha sana sana ambayo inatumika, ndio lugha rahisi pia kwa watu ambao hawajaweza kupata masomo sana sana, lugha ambayo ati sasa wameenda kwenye nchi zingine za nje. Hapo at the local level, Kiswahili ndio lugha ambayo imekuwa rahisi sana kuzungumza na watu. Naam.
Allow me to ask you this final question in English. From where you stand, and I'll take this as your closing remarks. How can we make language learning, especially when it comes to indigenous language, more accessible, especially now that we are talking about Kiswahili?
Yes. Awesome. So by speaking it, of course, so just embracing the language. First of all, let's just try to ensure that in all the spaces we are in, at least we are trying to amplify the Kiswahili language. How to make it accessible? We now have digital tools where we can use different ways to make Swahili accessible. We have songs, we have stories, we have authors who can write stories in Kiswahili to just try and amplify. And truly, there is a gap in the stories that have been written. So we can also try to go back to our roots. And one way that Kiswahili, we might close that Kiswahili gap is because most of the stories that kids are reading nowadays are stories that have been written by probably somebody who is not in the country, somebody who's not able to relate to our struggles or our challenges or even our roots. So the best way to do that is to write our stories based on our own experiences, so that even the kids who are reading these stories are able to relate to what is there. They are able to at least borrow something and learn something. Those are the different ways I would say we can try and make Kiswahili accessible. And I love that we are already trying to also speak it oftenly and even show the people who are coming to our country that there's a way to belong here. If you try and speak Swahili, if you try and throw in one or two Swahili words, then that will show that you belong. I also see a future where Kiswahili is not just, a language, but also a backbone of our digital economy to just help us also connect to our heritage.
Thank you so much, Mercy, for joining us on Good Morning Kenya and talking about celebrating the growing influence of Kiswahili language. This is where we end.
Thank you for having me.
This is where we end this conversation. That has been Mercy Kihugi, who is an educator, mentor, and a literacy advocate. This conversation ends now. Thank you for tuning in. My name is Mike Migwi. Vivian Ndego is up next with Health Tuesday. Stay with us.
Wewe ni mpenzi wa Kiswahili, mwalimu, mwanafunzi, msanii au shabiki wa lugha yetu? Tarehe 7 Julai mwaka 2026, usikubali kubaki nyuma. Jiunge nasi katika siku kuu ya Kiswahili duniani, kusherekea uzuri, utajiri na urithi wa lugha yetu. Hafla hii inadhaminiwa na maktaba Mat Educational Publishers, Kenya High School, wakishirikiana na KBC, wakiwemo washirika mbalimbali katika elimu na utamaduni. Tutakuwa na burudani, mijadala, mashindano na maonyesho, yote yakiakisi utajiri wa Kiswahili. Mnakaribishwa. Kiswahili ni fahari yetu. Tujumuike, tusherekee na tukiendeleze. Karibuni.
Professor Githu Muigai's legal training was boosted when, upon graduating from the University of Nairobi in 1983, he joined the Columbia Law School, where he earned masters in law. Upon returning to Kenya, he taught at the University of Nairobi, rapidly establishing himself as an authoritative scholar, consultant, and practitioner. He was a legend at the Parkland's Law Faculty, where students regarded him as an erudite, articulate, opinionated, and charismatic. Professor Muigai is a founding partner at Mohammed Muigai LLP, where his prowess was undisputed. As his professional stature rose to commanding heights, he found himself drawn to public affairs locally and globally. In 2000, he was selected to the Constitution of Kenya Review Commission, a panel tasked with delivering Kenya's first attempt at a fundamental constitutional overhaul. After his appointment to CKRC, he went on to earn a PhD in law in November 2002. In 2008, he was appointed a United Nations Special Rapporteur on contemporary forms of racism, xenophobia, racial discrimination, and related forms of intolerance. He also served a term as a judge of the East Africa Court of Justice between 2008 and 2010. He was appointed Attorney General by President Mwai Kibaki in August 2011, following the retirement of Amos Worker, who had served for 2 decades. Professor Muigai continued to serve as the Attorney General under President Uhuru Kenyatta's administration after the 2013 general election. He resigned in February 2018, citing a desire to return to private practice and academia. He is listed in major international arbitration institutions as a member of the Permanent Court Arbitration, a member of the London Court of International Arbitration Africa Users Council, among others. His focus in recent years has been strongly on international arbitration and dispute resolution rather than direct public office. Jackie Wimbiru, The Cabinet.
Thank you for staying with Good Morning Kenya. We now talk matters health, and our conversation today is mainly on Ebola, and we're looking at the front line defense. We know that this is an outbreak that is within our region, to be specific, in Uganda and the DRC Congo. Just how prepared is Kenya as a country to deal with it in case the outbreak gets to us, and how much are we ready, or what are we doing rather, to ensure that we are keeping it at bay? Those are some of the questions that will be answered right here, as I am joined by the Kenya National Public Institute Acting Director of Public Health. I'm joined by Dr. Victoria Kanana Kimonye, who is the public health leader, and she's here to just speak on this and get to inform us, give us the proper information on matters, our preparedness when it comes to Ebola. So welcome to the program.
Thank you, Vivian.
It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you.
Let's talk about this. First of all, when we talk about our preparedness all together as a country when it comes to matters Ebola, just how prepared is Kenya?
Okay, I'd like to say that we think we are fairly prepared, but you can never be too prepared. We say in our setting that you're tested by the outbreak itself. Yeah, that is when we know whether the systems we've put in place are truly working. But I can assure Kenyans that we have been working every day since the declaration of this outbreak to ensure that our preparation is as best as it can be should we get a case within the country.
Why is Kenya considered at risk?
Kenya is considered at risk because of our position regionally, especially in East Africa. And we have a very big transportation hub, both land crossings and air transport. That is the main reason we are considered at risk. Everybody in the region comes into Kenya, and we also travel within the region. So really, that's why.
So are we in a position, as it is right now, to be able to detect, any possible case of Ebola?
Yes, I would say so. And there are a number of things we've done to ensure that we can detect a case in case it comes in. One, we have done a lot of health worker training, which we are still continuing. So far, we've trained over 3,000 health workers. We are using even modern technology like Zoom to just sensitize them on the issue. So there are more than 2,700 who've been trained in that manner, and about 400 who've been trained in person. And basically it is to inform them on how to detect a case, the symptoms, and what to do should it come in. I think there's also a lot of community sensitization going on, because a case could come anywhere. It might not come to the health facility. It could be someone who's living within our estates, our villages, our homes. So we're trying to get that information out on how to recognize it. We have also are trying to make our facilities come up to standard, where these patients would be treated. ensuring that our health workers also can protect themselves when they attend to anyone who may be suspected to have Ebola.
Yeah.
Our surveillance systems are improving day by day, and so I'm confident we can pick a case should it come in. Yeah.
You've talked about our health workers, and of course they're usually at the front line in case of such emergencies just arising. So proper measures have been put in place to ensure that they are able to also protect themselves. That's what you're saying?
Yes, yeah, we've done a lot of intensive training on what is called infection prevention and control.
Yeah.
So we've learned over time as people in this space that health workers are the ones who are most at risk when it comes to Ebola. In some of the countries where the outbreak is going on, they are the ones who are getting infected because they are interacting with the patient. So our motivation is to keep our health workers alive. Yeah, because if we do get sick, they are the ones that we are relying on. So we've done a lot of intensive training to the teams that would attend to an Ebola patient in Kenya first. Yeah, they're doing a lot of training on how to put on the PPEs and even how to put them off. Yeah, because science has told us that it is in that time of putting on a PPE and putting off a PPE that someone has the highest chance of getting the virus. Yeah, so there's a lot of intensive training going on around that.
Yeah. So who are on board on this preparedness efforts? You know, of course, the Ministry of Health is on board. You've talked about the health workers that you have been sensitizing.
Yes.
Or, you know, just who else is on board on the efforts?
Yeah, we're working with a lot of people. We cannot do this alone. So yes, the Ministry of Health and other ministries as well, what even call our One Health sectors. We have the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. We have the Ministry of Environment. We have officers from the Ministry of Defense as well who are trained with us, the Ministry of Interior. Then we have our partners, our development partners, both the technical ones and those who even assist us in other ways, and our county governments, of course. In fact, most of the training is done to county government health workers. Yeah, so Okay, yeah, so we began our training with some of the very high-risk counties, and that is Bungoma, Busia, Turkana, and we are continuing. We will be going to Mombasa, Trans Nzoia, and basically a lot of the counties along the corridor. Even as we continue with training, we will also move to other counties. We've done a lot of training in Nairobi, and participants from Kiambu County, Machakos County, Kajiado County. So we are continuing with that training, and we are sure, or we are planning, that every county will be reached as far as this training is concerned. But we focused with some of the border counties because we imagine that is where we are likely to get a case because of the interaction with Uganda at our borders.
So our border points are obviously the most at risk. So the border points, the airports, just how equipped are these stations that we've mentioned, from the airports, the border points, to ensure, how equipped are they to ensure that they have proper screenings going on, and maybe what measures are particularly practically being put in place for that?
Okay, so we have enhanced screening. If you go to JKI today, travelers from certain countries that are a bit more at risk are getting some enhanced screening. What we're asking travelers to do is give us some of the information, and if they have symptoms, we take them aside, do an assessment, and do a testing if possible. Yeah, of course it makes that transition into the country a bit more different. You'll just spend a little time, maybe 5 minutes doing that, but it's very important for us to know who's in country so that we can give them the care they need should they develop symptoms. Yeah, so people put their details, this is where they'll be staying and all that, and we check up on them often. Yeah. And if they do get sick, we attend to them and release them. But so far, let me say that we have had suspected cases, which is good because it means the people we are training are able to pick out. So that is good, but none of those suspected cases has turned positive. So as of today, we still do not have a case in Kenya. So what we are doing at the borders is enhancing that kind of screening.
So we've so far had a suspected or scares, if I may call them. We've had the scares, yes. And when this happens, where do we begin from there? So maybe there's this traveler who's just come in and they are a suspected maybe Ebola case. So what happens from there?
Okay.
If you could just take me through that.
Yes, sure. Yeah. So once we get that information, and we get it in many ways. Sometimes it's the traveler themselves who take themselves to a hospital and say, I have these symptoms and I have been to Congo or I've been to Uganda and I'm feeling this way. So they are attended at the facility, and what we have is that those facilities call us, and we send our rapid response teams. So we have county rapid response teams, and we have the national rapid response teams. So these teams are usually the most, I would say, sort of the experts, a little more than others. And so they will know how to attend to that patient. They go, they take a history, where the patient has been, what it is they are feeling. They take samples, and then those samples are sent to the labs that are doing the testing. We have 4 labs in Kenya now doing testing for Ebola. That is the National Public Health Laboratory. 2 laboratories, KEMRI CDC here in Nairobi, and KEMRI in Kisumu, and we have a mobile lab that is stationed in Busia. We'll soon have another one in another border point. And so when that testing is done, and so far they have been negative, we get that report, and now we also investigate then what else made this patient sick. They get treatment for that, and then they are sent home, of course with precaution, and told to just look for, to just make sure that they keep themselves well, and even look for more symptoms just in case. So that is how it has been working. When such emergency outbreaks come, there's usually a lot of misinformation going around. So maybe just what categorically are you doing to ensure that there's proper risk communication being communicated? So we're putting a lot of effort to ensure that people get the right information. This being one of the ways, by coming here to tell Kenyans what Ebola is and how we are addressing it. We've sent out advisories to our counties, and we're encouraging our county governments to continue with that risk communication, even at community level. And this is something that we'll be doing every day. Ebola or no Ebola, our responsibility is to communicate to Kenyans on diseases that have outbreak potential. So really that is what we are doing. Maybe in line with that, maybe if you could just point out some Ebola symptoms that we should all look out for. So Ebola initially will present like many other illnesses, like malaria or even a flu. So someone is likely to feel a lot of fatigue, serious fatigue. They're very tired. They feel very tired. You're likely to get a headache, and you feel like you're just not yourself, what we call general malaise. You can get a fever, a high-grade fever. That's a fever above 38.5 degrees Celsius. You might have some abdominal pains, and with this particular strain, Bundibugyo, those are the symptoms that people are getting, abdominal pain, some diarrhea, and vomiting. What people know is the bleeding that comes with Ebola, but that might not even happen, or it might happen much, much later. So once you have those initial symptoms, fatigue, headache, fever, abdominal pain, it is very important that someone visits a health facility yeah, and says, this is what I'm feeling. And if they feel that they were at risk, beyond that, being at risk means they either traveled to DRC or Uganda, or have come into contact with an Ebola patient, or have handled bushmeat, like butchering and handling bushmeat, or spent time in areas where we have bats, fruit bats, then they need to give that information, because then the health worker will know how to handle them. So those are the symptoms that you initially have when you have Ebola. So you see, it's like malaria.
Actually, from the symptoms you just mentioned, it may come out as malaria, may come out as typhoid, because those are almost the same kind of symptoms that are experienced.
A flu. So we call them non-specific symptoms. And that is why it's very important to go to a health facility, or you can call 719, which is a number which we've activated in partnership with Safaricom, which I should have mentioned, also partnering with private companies that can help our cause, so Safaricom, and you get the information where to go.
So that's a toll-free line?
Yes, it is.
719.
719. And you can also get information from it by typing in star 719 hash. Star 719 hash, and you'll get information. So that is why we are saying go to a health facility or call 719, and we can get you help. I'd also like to tell Kenyans that many counties have their hotlines as well, and you can get that information from your counties, but you'll find a way also to inform Kenyans that these are the numbers the counties have said you can call when you need assistance.
And when it comes to detection, I believe our laboratories also play a big part or a big role on this. So just how equipped are our laboratories for this, and do we only have specialized specific facilities that are able to handle this case in terms of just testing for Ebola, or most of our laboratories are equipped for that?
For this particular strain, not all. It is the 4 I mentioned, and soon to be 5. So I think I can mention them again.
Yes, please.
The National Public Health Laboratory, KEMRI Laboratory here in Nairobi, another KEMRI Laboratory in Kisumu. We have a mobile laboratory in Busia, and we'll be deploying another mobile laboratory soon, most likely at Luahaha border point. So these are the ones that are testing for the Bundibugyo virus in Kenya today. And as we continue to build our laboratory capacity to ensure that our dream would be that most labs can treat all sorts of diseases, and we are working towards that. But those are the 5 that can do that, and do that very well, because they are accredited. Because what we don't want is false results. That can be very disastrous. What we have also is a very good sample referral system. So once we pick a sample, we can have the first result in 6 hours. But we need to confirm that result. So we do 2 tests, actually. So all in all, that process would take at most 12 hours. And we are trying to shorten that time as much as possible as time goes on.
I hear you on that. So unfortunately, this is not the first time we are having this outbreak in the region. Fortunately, Kenya hasn't contacted any of this. So just, are there lessons that we've been able to draw, as a country from the previous public health emergencies that have occurred? Are there specific lessons that you can say we've drawn from that, just to inform the current preparedness? Mostly because of other outbreaks. Once you hear there's an outbreak in Uganda, or the ones that were in Tanzania or Rwanda or the Congo, because they've had them a lot, we try and do some preparedness as much as possible. And we've learned from them, because we have forums where we sit as countries within the region, and they give us their experiences, and really we rely on that quite a bit to inform the actions that we are taking. So
they tell us most of the time it is the health workers who suffer the most. So we focus on training our health workers and making sure our health workers are ready to respond to a case. They tell us your labs should be up to standard. Yeah, because once you get false results, then you have the disease moving around the community and no one knows that it is Ebola. So yes, we rely on what they have gone through to inform the kind of preparedness efforts that we do.
So that is also playing a big part.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. In fact, we have a standing meeting with Uganda every Friday. We started it last Friday, and we just via Zoom we talk. Yeah, they tell us this is what we are going through. Look out for this. Do this. This is how you can help us. So yes, yeah, we talk quite a bit with the other countries. Yeah, and support them morally. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
I like the bit of supporting them morally because it's needed.
Yeah.
Well, you know. Sometimes, or more often than not, we might not get everything right, right?
Yeah.
So maybe what would you say are some gaps that are yet to be filled, specifically when it comes to maintaining a high level of preparedness?
Okay. So as I mentioned earlier, a case can come anywhere, even in the community. So what we are doing it, but we have not optimized it, and we really want to optimize is get the information down to the community so that every Kenyan is aware of Ebola. And not only Ebola, all our other outbreak diseases. Yeah, we have diseases which are common in Kenya. Yeah, there are almost 19, 20, and they keep having outbreaks around them. So would like every Kenyan to be aware and to know what to do. So we are putting a lot of effort there. The other thing is in the screening along this transport corridor. Yes, we have started, we are doing our best, but we can do better. Yeah, we feel we can do better, and we are getting a lot of support from our partners on that, all our development partners, and of course the government, which has actually committed to funding these efforts, so that anyone who's coming in through our borders, we support them as they go around with their normal economic activities. If someone like a truck driver falls sick while they are transporting their goods, they need to find a place where they can seek healthcare immediately and good healthcare. So those are the things we are trying to work on. They need a place where they can get information, right? So those are the things we are trying to improve.
And you know, speaking on that as at the same time, you know, there have been conversations that yes, screenings are happening at our border points, yes, but mainly it's only happening to maybe the truck drivers, but there are those that are coming in on foot. You know, they're not using the trucks or the buses, but they are coming in one way or the other. Maybe a bicycle, a motorcycle. Would you say that that is lacking? Because there have been conversations around that, that those who are coming in maybe through bicycles or motorcycles or just on foot, then they're not getting screened or they're not being screened. So just how true is that, and what are you doing concerning that?
Okay, so let me say at the border point screening is happening, but I want to paint a picture of what it is like at a border point, and also understand what the disease is like. So Ebola, you will only be able to test or know someone has Ebola once they have the symptoms, not before. So you come in through the border doing your normal things. You know, border communities they don't know the border. You're the one who knows the border. Yeah, they're in school in Uganda, their families in Kenya. You know, it is a wonderful community that lives there. It is Kenya that knows that has a border, and Uganda knows that has a border. I'm just giving an example, right? So they are going through their normal day-to-day lives. So they are not sick, right? They are not sick. So screening there can be difficult because we pick up people who look sick, right? So we will miss them in case they're incubating the virus. But where will they develop the symptom? In their home, in their village. And that is why that community knowledge is very important. So screening is going on, but we are unlikely to pick up a case at the border. And if someone goes to the border, it is one day they are going through, right?
Yes.
If they're incubating it, they will get it maybe along the journey into the country, yeah, or in their home, right? Yeah. So that is why it's important to focus a lot on the community, yeah. But we still have to screen at the border because we can pick people who are likely to, you know, there you will ask, where exactly were you in DRC? And if they tell you they are the epicenter of the outbreak, then you take the information so you can follow up. Just in case they get sick.
So overall, practical measures are being put in place to ensure that Kenyans are secure.
As
and
much
I think
as
that is the
possible.
question that most Kenyans have. Are we really secure? And is the government and the Ministry of Health ensuring that we are safe as a people, you know, matters Ebola?
The resounding response to that is yes. We are safe as much as possible. And where there are gaps, that is what we are here to do, to address those gaps or challenges. And the government is doing a lot, even in providing resources to ensure that these activities we have planned to do will be done well. And I think enough resources so far, and we are quite grateful for that. I
want to get back on, you said you are big on ensuring that you're getting the information down to the communities because that is where it matters most, because that is where maybe you may experience someone who has a symptom, a family member or just a neighbor who has a symptom, and you know, if they are not aware of Ebola and the symptoms around it, then it may be able to spread. So now on getting that information down to that person, you know, in that area that may be high risk, maybe just, if you may just elaborate further on what exactly is being done. There's this which we're doing right now, which is public awareness as well, helping with public awareness. So maybe are there specific structures that have been put in place in these small communities to ensure that information is actually being passed?
So our plan is, I mentioned we began with very serious health worker training. And these health workers are also people we call the trainers of trainers. So once they get this information, they will go into their counties, their communities, and their facilities, and they interact quite a bit with our community health promoters. In Kenya, we have a big team called community health promoters, and these are the people who are talking every day with the community. So we usually train our community health promoters through their channels, and they are the ones who now pass that message onto the community. So that really is the structure that we'll be relying on and using. Initially, we have focused on the health worker side of things because we needed to make sure if a patient comes in, they'll be attended to. But now we are trying very hard to get that information down to our villages, as much as possible, and we'll use the community health promoters structure. It's a very well elaborated structure. They move around the villages and our estates, talking about all manner of diseases, and we'll just add Ebola to one of the things that they will be talking about. We also have risk communication experts who we are intending to ensure that they interact with media, radio, television, quite often to just pass that message. Of course, you know, influential people within the communities, our religious leaders, our influencers, anything that can get the message across, we are willing to do, and of course plan for and execute.
Still on the same, maybe just as a people, what practical steps can ordinary Kenyans, just we are taking responsibilities ourselves, what practical steps can we take in order to ensure that we are reducing the risk?
So being a virus, Ebola can basically, you can, you know, let me not say eliminate, but in your day-to-day work, just ensure that you keep yourself clean. Basic hand washing, yeah, or use of sanitizers, just like we did when we went through COVID. I think Kenyans understood how to keep themselves sanitized or clean as much as possible. Should you have been in contact with anyone with Ebola, yeah, or have traveled to Congo or Uganda, especially where the outbreak is to ensure that you don't spend too much time in a crowd because you don't know who you're interacting with. Yeah. If you're going for a burial, do not, touch a body, because if they did happen to pass away from Ebola, they can still transmit the virus, such like practices. And when it comes to handling meat, to avoid as much as possible handling bush meat. Yeah, the butchering and touching of that meat. Yeah, because you can get the virus through those kinds of practices. But to keep our general areas clean, sanitize always, wash your hands always. Yeah, that is the message I would pass across, because Ebola is transmitted through our body fluids, tears, saliva, sweat, any body fluid. That is how blood. That is how Ebola is transmitted. So also keeping our surfaces clean, yeah, and that's cleaning with alcohol or even soap and water. Yeah.
Do we have Ebola vaccines, and is that a conversation that is relevant in Kenya?
Okay, yes, that's a conversation that is relevant everywhere, because if you get the vaccine, then of course we can protect ourselves. So for this particular strain, the Bundibugyo strain, we do not have a vaccine and we do not have any medicine to address it directly. There are vaccines for other strains, but not for this one. But scientists all over the world, I think, are working towards a solution, yeah, as we speak. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Another question that is relevant rather, or has been also a question that has been asked, is just how prepared are our health facilities when it comes to matters isolation? Do we have facilities that have adequate isolation and ready for such an outbreak? And also, when it comes to even protective equipment, do we have enough of that in our facilities?
Yeah. So we've just concluded an assessment. We did an assessment the better part of last week and the week before that, going around the country and seeing if our facilities are up to standard in as far as being isolation facilities. And we found that some are. Yeah, others not quite, and some work needs to go into making them standard to be isolation facilities, particularly for Ebola. Yeah, I know many of them had been designated as isolation facilities for things like COVID, especially during COVID. Yeah, but for an Ebola isolation facility, it requires to be a certain way to reduce the risk of transmission. So that report has just been concluded, and there's a lot of work to do to make them ready. However, do we have facilities that are ready to take in a patient today? Yes, there are. Yeah, the facilities are there and the clinical teams have been trained. So what I'm saying is, if a patient, we get an Ebola patient today, there's a place they can go, they will be treated and they will be discharged and can go home. Yeah, so we do have isolation facilities that are ready to take up even up to 20 cases. Yeah, so yeah. Kenyans can be rest assured. Yeah.
And you know what, when we talk about this particular disease, I'm sure the county governments play a really huge role, specifically because most of them, are the points of entry. Just maybe when we look at the county governments, what is their immediate role in this?
The county governments are the ones that are playing the major role. Yeah, if you get sick in a county. It doesn't matter which county, even if it is Nairobi, and you will go into a Nairobi County facility or a Bungoma County facility. Our work is to ensure that the health workers who attend to you are trained and know what to do. So the county governments have been doing a lot of work as well by ensuring their their health workers are trained. Yeah, some of them I know are planning to purchase now the PPEs. Many have made their isolation facilities available. Yeah, in the quarantine facilities, and their ambulance services as well. So no, they are doing quite a bit, and we do have some PPEs in country. You had asked about our personal protective equipment, and we're also planning to purchase more so that we don't have any stockouts. Yeah. But as we speak, there are enough to address the first case for sure. Yeah, and they'll soon be coming in more rather. Yeah.
Okay. So as we come to as we finalize on this conversation, just all together, the current Ebola risk assessment. Do we have it? Do we not?
Oh, we did a risk assessment about 6-7 weeks ago. Yeah, and from that risk assessment, we were rated around 66%. We looked at it and we were told these are the things you need to work on. We have been working on those things. So I'm sure it is much more now, but we have not started to do it because the recommendation is to do it after 6 weeks. So now we are due to do another one, and so maybe you can call me or one of our colleagues another time to come give an update. But I'm sure now we are much better than where we were.
How is that done?
How it is done? We work with WHO, because they have the technical expertise on this, and there are certain questions that we answer. How many people have you trained? Do you have isolation facilities? Do you have ambulance facilities? Do you have PPEs? Have you instituted a coordination structure? Those kinds of questions. Those are the ones that we answer.
So you're yet to do the next one?
The second one. We are yet to do the second one and see now where we are after addressing some of the challenges that were brought up in the first one.
All right. What would you like to just speak directly to Kenyans about on this? As we finalize now?
So first, it is to assure Kenyans that the government is doing all it can to ensure that first, as much as possible, we do not get an Ebola case within the country. But in case we do, and it is possible because we are at high risk, that person will be treated well and our healthcare workers will be protected. So that it is to assure Kenyans about that. Secondly, it is to urge Kenyans to listen to trusted sources of information, and that is the Ministry of Health or the Kenya National Public Health Institute, or any of our leadership, our executive leadership, because once you protect yourself, then you are okay. So that is what I'd like to tell Kenyans.
All right. Thank you very much. And also just to remind our viewers the number that they can be able to maybe call or even get information on matters Ebola. If you can just repeat, the number is 719. You can be able to call it direct. It's toll free.
It's toll free.
All right. And you can also just dial *719#.
Yes.
Proper?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. *719#. In case you have you need more information on Ebola, you can be able to just dial that or call that number, and you will be able to get to understand more or get to be assisted in case there's a scare around where you are. And this is a conversation that is very important for us as a country. It is not far-fetched because our neighbors right next to us have it. So thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for just elaborating and giving us information on this. It was a pleasure having you.
Thank you, Vivian. And it was also a pleasure to be here and to talk to Kenyans. Thank you for the opportunity.
Absolutely. Now, my colleagues are in studio with me, Mike and Victor as well. I believe that you've been following this conversation, and it's a conversation that is relevant to us as Kenyans at the moment. Right, Mike?
Yeah, it's a very relevant conversation given that our neighbors are experiencing a surge in that in the outbreak of Ebola, and it's only good to be very ready for any eventuality. So It's a conversation that is well in time and making sure that Kenyans know what to do in case we have this an outbreak or even a reported case of such a contagious disease. We need to be ready, Victor.
Absolutely. And, you know, the government has been on top of the game.
Yeah.
Remember what has been happening even in Laikipia, trying to build a quarantine center and equip it fully. But so far, actually, the only thing that we can be proud of as a nation is that so far there is no reported case of Ebola in the country.
Absolutely.
And we all know the ripple effect, should we have one. But as it is, we are a happy lot. There is no scare. But they always say, prevention is better than angoa.
Yeah, it's better to be safe than sorry.
Better be safe than sorry.
Yeah, it's better to be safe than sorry.
Exactly. And exactly. So we all need to be alert. You don't have to put our guards down. And it's good that we have an expert in the studio.
Yeah,
all
and
right.
people in politics today, Victor, as always heated up. Yeah.
Absolutely. And my panelists, actually, we were trying to tackle issues that will be affecting us as we head to the election. Something close to us, the ethnic arithmetics that normally we tackle with and we normally consider. More so when it comes to the presidential election and the seat, it matters a lot. But then the panelists talked about, you know, it's high time that we put it aside. But will it really come right in time? I'm not so sure. I said Tanzania has more than 120 tribes and ethnic tribes. More than 120. Kenya, we are around 47, 48.
Yeah.
But you'll never hear Tanzania talk about, I come from this tribe, I come from that tribe. That was planted by their father, that is Julius Nyerere. And they talk about something called ujamaa, all right? Togetherness. But here, for us, I just hope that one day we'll wake up and say, no.
And I wonder how we got there, and also just maybe what are the specific things that we can be able to ensure that we're moving out of it. Because it's unfortunate to say that for us it's more like a culture thing, and there's nothing as hard than to revert or change culture. So I don't know maybe what exactly would get us to a point where, you know, we don't get to the election period and then we have now the my people, my person, our community thing happening.
All that began actually at the independence.
There's something that people need to understand. You being of a tribe that in which you belong, you did not choose to be there. God put you there. So why do we then have to use that to our disadvantage instead of celebrating our diversity? Yes, we have problems as a country, but we should not see each other from the prism of tribalism. Our diversity should be used to our advantage. We look at each other and see a brother and a sister, regardless of who is in politics, in leadership positions. When it comes to choosing matters of leadership and governance, we look at a competent person, not looking at where they come from, who they are. The aspect of Mtwetu is what I think has destroyed the outlook of our politics and how things pan out in most cases.
But I would say that as a country, to some point, we've been able to do away with it, because I feel like it only comes up, that tribal card only comes up when we are headed to an electioneering period.
We all know who pulled that card at the right time, right? Yeah, we all know who pulled that card. All right. So today being a big day, the World Cup is still here. And as KBC, we will give you all the matches that you need to. Argentina will be taking on Egypt, the Pharaohs, at 7 p.m. And then later on in the night, we'll have Switzerland versus Colombia. So this is my prediction, again.
You're changing it? You're changing the prediction, or it's the same prediction?
No.
I thought you changed your mind.
This is my prediction.
I thought the little birdie gave you a different...
No. My prediction is still the same. Switzerland is going to fall for Colombia. The South American have actually shown that if they can find a very good space, then they will upset Switzerland. I will give Colombia 2 and Switzerland 1. All right? And then the Pharaohs, if they play their card very well, they might score 1 goal. But Argentina, being the defending champions, Messi is going to go there with one mind, that he needs to add the number of goals, because already CR7 is out, the contention. Cristiano Ronaldo is out of the World Cup now. That is Portugal. So the only person remaining here is Messi. And Messi is going to push Argentina, being the defending champions, number one. Number two, he also going to go to that match, having in mind that he needs to add the number of goals. Haaland has 7, Messi has 7 goals, and then you also have Kylian Mbappe from France, 7 goals. 7, 7, 7. So if Messi manages to break that jinx tonight, then Argentina has got a lot to carry home tonight. And please, this is me. Watch out for Argentina, because being defending champions, they have got what it takes to defend that. If not to the finals, then they might just go up till the last whistle of the World Cup. That's my prediction. Argentina 2, Egypt 1 or 0, 2-0 or 2-1. Yes.
And I mean, with the World Cup this time round, we've seen a lot of twists that were not expected. So I know everyone is, you know, everyone's prediction kind of lies with Argentina winning this game, tonight's game. It's actually going to be shown on KBC at 7 p.m, so you should have your eyes on that. But what if Egypt actually does surprise us?
Does an upset? Well, it's not surprising, you know, game ni 90 minutes. Ndio wanasemanga. Game ni 90 minutes.
They could surprise us. And I don't know, I like Messi too, but I would like to see such kind of, you know, just such kind of a surprise happening, you know, whereby Egypt gets it.
Egypt
and
has
they
a
get
very
to
good,
go on.
They have a very excellent, by the way, organization and grinded. Remember when they went to the shootout with Australia, Australia, to reach the stage. So they have a very good defensive, but my problem is their backline is not so good. It leaks. And that is where Argentina is going to take advantage of. Remember, Messi is one slippery kind of a person.
Yes.
Messi is very slippery. So if they will be able to break the backline of Egypt, well, it is very okay and quite intact. But if they'll manage to break it, then I can see Argentina cracking that. And the moment, you know, one goal is scored in a match, you get disorganized.
Yes.
Another one will fall in, another one will be eliminated. So many things will be asked. So I have a feeling that the Pharaohs have a very huge task in tonight's match. If they happen to hold the Argentinians until the last whistle, probably they might go up to the extra time. But I don't think that the Argentinians would want to go that extra time. They'd want to finish it in the regular time of 90 or 6 minutes plus at the time.
As they say, mapema ndo best.
Mapema ndo best.
Mapema ndo always best. As we finalize on this catch-up, maybe, Mike, a bit on your conversation today.
Yeah, we were speaking about the World Kiswahili Day, which is today, the 7th of July, which was designated by UNESCO. And there are people who are making strides in making sure that Kiswahili is well known. One such case is the guest that I was interviewing, that is Masi Kihugi. She is an educator and a mentor. Also, she has an online platform where she teaches Kiswahili language, not only to young ones, but also even, she mentioned, foreigners, which means Kiswahili is taking a different shift in terms of growing its influence. And given that it's something that is being taught even in outside, especially in the West, in a country like America, I think Kiswahili's influence is growing. And given that over the continent we are having over 14 countries, and now with the introduction of Kiswahili language in schools in South Africa, we are going to see a rise in the number of people who use this language. And given that now that people are teaching it online, that influence is going to grow. That is how that conversation went.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. I'm looking at the traffic, if you know what I'm talking about and why I'm looking at the traffic. The traffic in the CBD is absolutely clear.
Yeah.
It's major roads in the CBD, it's very clear. Coming into town, Thika Road is flowing very well. It looks okay. That is Muranga Road. Come to Langata Road is also very fine. Ngong Road is very fine. Everything is just okay. And I think because of the scale of the Saba thing. But all we can ask you is that if you really have no purpose of going to the street, please just stay at home. And if you have to go there, you know what to do. Obey the law and nobody will interfere with your freedom as well.
Exactly.
All right. Can you do an outro in Swahili, Victor?
Yeah. Thank you. What did you say?
You do an outro in Swahili.
Outro in Swahili?
Yes.
Oh, asante sana kwa kuungana na sisi tangu mida saa 12:30 asubuhi ya leo, na kwa hivi sasa tumefika kikomo cha kikomo?
Yeah, ni kikomo. You are on the right track.
Okay. We've come to the end of Good Morning Kenya.
Tupatane kesho, majaliwa yake Mwenyezi Mungu.
Asante sana kwa kuitizama KBC Channel 1.
All right. Kwaheri.
My name is Julius Diego, 6th African champion in the men's javelin, also the African record holder. My experience at the World Cup is, I think the African teams have really tried, even though we have 2 teams still remaining in the tournament. But I think that the other 8 teams really showed, high standard, high level. Like a team like Kefat, which plays so well, DRC. They played well, but I say maybe Morocco will be a team to watch again, like the last World Cup, and I think it will be the team that will take Africa maybe to the finals this year. Let's wait and see. We wish them all the very best, and I still believe that Morocco can, cause a surprise again in this tournament. Remember also to watch World Cup on KBC TV.
Trying to get in the middle towards you-know-who again. Could still find them. Dug out towards Oscar Bob on the near side. Chance to shuffle his way through. Here's Odegaard. He's gone down. It's a free kick for Norway. 2 minutes to go. Yellow card. First of the game. It's Neymar.
Yeah, it's naughty by Neymar, and he's just left something on him. He's not just once or twice, and doesn't do his coach any favours. He's come on and had no impact in the game whatsoever. Norway, Odegaard, he's been...
Palestinian militant group Hamas announces the dissolution of the body that has governed the Gaza Strip for nearly 2 decades. The UN Human Rights Council passes a motion to condemn RSF atrocities in the besieged Sudanese city of El Obeid. And as President Nandi Ndaitwah begins her state visit, we'll examine the state of relations between Namibia and China. Hello and welcome to Africa Live. As always, great to have you with us. I'm Richard Ntal, live in Nairobi. And for those of you joining us from across the continent and around the globe, we thank you for joining us. And tonight, I'm alongside my colleague Uche, who has our business headlines. Over to you, Uche.
Thank you, Richard. And here is a look at what's coming up on Africa Live. Oil prices fall by more than 1% after global oil alliance OPEC Plus agrees to raise its output targets. And Mauritania expands cash support to vulnerable families. That's amid a cost of living crisis. Of course, all of that coming up within the program, but for now it is back to you, Uche.
Thank you so much, Uche. Once again, a very warm welcome to Africa Live. Let's begin with our top story. Funeral proceedings for Iran's late supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, continue in Tehran, with Iranian media reporting millions in attendance. The body of the former supreme leader will be taken throughout Iran's capital today before proceeding to Qom on July the 7th. Khamenei's successor, his son, Moshtaba Khamenei, has still not made a public appearance. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said that any Iranian leader who attempts to advance plans to destroy Israel will be thwarted. Katz had previously said Moshtaba was marked for death. Our Ehsan Kiavani has the very latest from Tehran.
2 days of mourning and funeral ceremonies in Tehran's Grand Musalla, a venue used for major religious ceremonies and prayers. Then on Monday, the last day of ceremonies in Tehran before the former supreme leader's body transferred to other cities for further funeral ceremonies. Initially, it was supposed that the coffins of the supreme leader and his family members were moved from the east of Tehran towards the west of Tehran, but then the officials changed their mind and then they immediately transferred the bodies to Azadi Square or Liberty Square in the west of Tehran. And now we see crowds of people, hundreds of thousands of people marching towards the west of Tehran to join the procession and to bid the final farewell to their supreme leader, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei. During the 3 days of ceremonies in Tehran, one slogan was heard more than any other. The dominant slogan we can hear among the people, the majority of people in Tehran, is revenge. As we heard such slogans in the Grand Musalla in the first 2 days of mournings. Today on Monday in the funeral procession, we see the same slogan chanted by the majority of people. Revenge for the blood of their late supreme leader, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei. The bodies spent their final hours in Tehran before going to other cities. Ehsan Kiavani, CGTN, Tehran.
In Tehran, crowds gathered in a show of support for Iran's leadership, with many expressing grief, loyalty, and anger towards the United States and Israel. Speaking at the event, several attendees called for revenge, praised Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei as a role model, and vowed to continue what they described as their struggle despite international pressure.
We came to seek revenge and for the complete eradication of America and Israel. America must definitely leave the region. We came to seek revenge.
He was a legend. He's the role model for all Muslims around the world. Personally for me, Mr. Khamenei is the most important role model in my life. He lived in our time and was excellent in every single aspect, from every point of view.
We want revenge for the blood of our leader. This is the duty of all the people. It is the duty of the entire nation. They must come out today. They must rise up.
I came for my leader to say, Trump, did you think we are not seeking blood justice? We will seek it, and we will stand firm until the very end.
Palestinian militant group Hamas has announced the dissolution of the body that has governed the Gaza Strip for nearly 2 decades, clearing the way for a technocratic committee to take over. Hamas's government media office says the Strip welcomes the swift entry of the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, created by the Board of Peace established by U.S. President Donald Trump. The move marks a significant political shift by Hamas, which has run Gaza since its fighters seized control from rival Palestinian movement Fatah in 2007. Since a ceasefire took effect in Gaza last October between Hamas and Israel, the group has repeatedly said it is prepared to step aside from day-to-day governance, but the issue of its disarmament remains unresolved. China's National Observatory has extended an orange alert for heavy rain and a blue alert for Typhoon Maisak. The typhoon made its second landfall into South China's Guangxi Shuang Autonomous Region over the weekend, bringing the torrential rains to parts of Nanning, Qinzhou, and Beihai. Water levels of 29 rivers in Guangxi are above warning levels. Authorities in Nanning have ramped up the city's flood response to the highest level. China's National Development and Reform Commission has urgently allocated 100 million yuan from the central budget for typhoon recovery in Guangxi. Some trains operating on the Guangzhou-Zhanjiang high-speed railway and other routes have been suspended. Well, in Venezuela, the death toll from last week's earthquakes has risen to more than 3,300, with at least 16,700 injured. More than 6,400 people have been rescued, while over 17,000 remain displaced. Meanwhile, what's expected to be China's first batch of quake relief supplies, 80 tons of aid in total, have now arrived in Venezuela. Venezuelan Foreign Minister Yvonne Gill and Chinese Ambassador to Venezuela, Lan Hu, received the supplies at Caracas Airport. Gill thanked the Chinese government and its leaders on behalf of the Venezuelan people, saying China had maintained close communication with the Venezuelan government since the earthquake struck. Sen Xijuan with more.
China sent the first batch of humanitarian aid to Caracas on Sunday morning on a charter flight. The shipment includes 20 generators, 8 water purification units, and 200 disinfection machines, 200 sets of solar power lighting equipment, more than 1,700 tents, and over 6,700 blankets. This is in addition to immediate cash support released to Venezuela by Beijing. From the list of requested items, we can see that the disaster-stricken areas are in need of tools to generate electricity, ensure safe use of water, and support resettlement of affected people. In a post on social media, Venezuela's acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, said she sincerely thanks President Xi Jinping for the humanitarian gesture. She also expressed gratitude to the Chinese government for its solidarity with and support for the Venezuelan people in the aftermath of the earthquake and for standing with Venezuela during this difficult time. Additional humanitarian relief supplies will be dispatched from Beijing in the coming days.
Wildfires in Europe have devastated more than 17,000 hectares of land across a number of Western European countries. Greek authorities have evacuated residents in Thessaloniki, the country's second largest city, as firefighters try to contain a fast-moving wildfire in the city's north. In southern France, a forest fire has ravaged more than 1,600 hectares and is still spreading. Officials have closed the third stage of the Tour de France to the public due to risks from the fire. In central Portugal's Vozela area, a wildfire has scorched at least 12,000 hectares of land. More than 1,200 firefighters, 400 vehicles, and 15 aircraft have been mobilized to contain the blaze. In Spain's Catalonia region, some 500 firefighters and emergency responders are battling to contain a wildfire that has destroyed 2,300 hectares of land. The blaze is headed towards Girona and the Gavarez Mountains range in northeastern Spain. Namibia's president has arrived in China for a 7-day state visit. It's Netembo Nandi Ndaitwah's first trip to the country since taking office early last year, and it begins in the southern city of Guangzhou. The visit coincides with the 36th anniversary of the bilateral diplomatic relations and is expected to boost cooperation across key priority areas. In 2018, the two countries elevated their friendship and relationship to a comprehensive strategic and cooperative partnership. China is Namibia's main trading partner. In 2025, bilateral trade reached $1.85 billion, up 36% year on year. China's foreign ministry said the visit will elevate their bilateral relations to a new high and contribute to the building of what it called an all-weather China-Africa community with a shared future for the new era. It added it hoped the visit would also support the Global South's pursuit of strength through unity. Many in Namibia hope their president's week-long visit to China can reap dividends at home.
China's got a very strong industrial sector, so that can also include more for Namibia, where they're trying to move with NDP 6. So that's literally just what we're looking at, what is coming from these talks, but we really expect good and fruitful for the 5 to 6 years for 2030 vision coming forth. So we're really seeing that China can assist Namibia in that sense. So yeah.
And my hope is that, from this entire engagement is that the engagement translate into tangible economic benefits, opportunities, all job creations and all, the benefits that we could possibly think of that Namibia truly needs.
Well, for more on this, we are now joined by Professor David Monnier, Director of the Center for Africa-China Studies at the University of Johannesburg and co-director of the Confucius Institute in South Africa. He joins us via Zoom from Johannesburg. Professor, thank you for joining us here on Africa Live. First and foremost, the Namibian president, Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, is on a state visit to China. How significant is this visit at this time?
This is quite significant for a number of reasons. I think firstly, it's her very first trip to China as a head of state, and it comes at a time when China and the African continent relation is strengthening following the 2024 Forum on China forum, and in which a number of agreements were made between Africans and Chinese, and therefore for Namibia specifically, I think there are quite a number of follow-ups as well as new opportunities in new areas in which the two countries will reaffirm their long strategic relationship.
All right, Professor, what are the biggest areas of cooperation between the two countries, and which sectors are expected to receive the most attention during the discussions?
Namibia is quite rich in minerals, and the relationship between China and Namibia, I think it has been growing quite significantly, as the previous speaker has mentioned, in terms of figures. But one is expecting more discussions around rare earth, strategic minerals in a number of areas, but the mining sector is the major. But then I think one would also expect in infrastructure and discussions in Namibia's attempts to go on to industrialize, as well as expectation from Namibia and across the African continent for technological transfer and a number of new sectors that are emerging in China, of which Namibia would want to take advantage, particularly on skills development, education. So quite a number of areas will be on the table.
Well, in light of what you said, Professor, what's your assessment of the relations between the two countries, and how does it fit into China's broader engagement with Africa?
Namibia and China have a long history going back to the liberation struggle, with firstly with the founder of SWAPO, the late President Nyoma. And I think you've seen with each decade the relationship developing far beyond politics into economic areas, and this in itself, it shows and demonstrates the strengthening of that relationship. Namibia is a stable country, and it is also taking advantage of its relationship with China within a broader Africa through the AU in terms of strengthening key areas that are important to Namibia, as well as beneficial to China itself.
All right, going forward, what steps can both countries take to advance their bilateral strategic partnership to an even higher level?
There are a number of areas. Technology, I think, is key. New areas, and I think it will be broadened into ensuring that Namibia benefits from a number of areas. There are new areas such as Namibia, as you are aware, it's also a desert country. China is making inroads in this area of ensuring that there's a conservation of forestry, planting of trees, and a number of key areas in which the Namibian economy would grow, taking advantage of breakthroughs. And the opening of China when it comes to agricultural products, a number of the tariffs, the new zero tariffs that China has made available to African countries, and Namibia one of those countries that will benefit quite significantly.
All right, Professor David Moniai, thank you so much for your insight and analysis. That's Professor David Moniai, Director of the Center for Africa-China Studies, University of Johannesburg. Thanks for that. Now on to the Sudan conflict, where the army has been fighting the paramilitary rapid support forces for well over 3 years now. In the latest development, the UN Human Rights Council has passed a motion condemning what it calls the intensifying atrocities in Al Obeid perpetrated by the RSF. The Monday motion passed by Britain and 14 other nations also entails the establishment of an inquiry into alleged RSF human rights abuses in the North Kordofan capital. Britain had previously warned of the potential of numerous killings by the paramilitary group in their efforts to take Al Obeid. This follows another warning by the UN Human Rights Chief, Volker Turk, last week, who said Al Obeid could turn into another humanitarian crisis like Al-Fasher. The conflict began in April 2023 as part of a power struggle between the army and the RSF. Tens of thousands of people have since been killed and millions displaced. South Africa's ambassador to the UN in Geneva says the conflict will continue until the factors sustaining it are rooted out.
Unless we deal decisively with the foreign interference of those who have an interest in fueling the conflict through the provision of political, financial and military support, including through the provision of drones and the deployment of guns for hire, we will be unable to effectively silence the guns. This in turn will undermine our ability to protect the people of Al Obeid and indeed Sudan. In this regard, we must hold all parties accountable. Those who aid and abet them in perpetrating their crimes are equally complicit. We would therefore have liked this aspect of the resolution to be stronger, since this lies at the very heart of the prolonged hostilities.
Given Sudan's cooperation with human rights mechanisms, this Council's approach should emphasize dialogue and cooperation, instead of the imposition of a mandate that does not enjoy the country's support, namely the fact-finding mission. My delegation therefore dissociates from the consensus on references to the fact-finding mission, particularly in OP 15.
And now to Nigeria and its ongoing security issues. At least 9 people have been killed and several others abducted in an attack by armed gunmen on a farming community in the northwestern Kaduna state. According to a security report seen by the AFP news agency, the attackers opened fire on farmers working in their fields before kidnapping several victims. Local leaders say the assault was a retaliation after farmers earlier killed a suspected bandit during an attempted robbery. This latest attack underscores the persistent insecurity facing farming communities in northern Nigeria, despite local peace agreements. Time now for a short break. We shall reset and return with more Africa Live. Here's what's ahead. Coming up, we examine the impact of expanding health partnerships between the U.S. and Africa. Welcome back to Africa Live. Thanks for staying with us. Kenya is the latest East African country to sign a health agreement with the U.S. under the Trump administration's new America First global health strategy. The partnership was briefly suspended by court over data sharing concerns, but the government later moved to provide the required assurances and legal clarifications. Kenya follows Rwanda and Uganda, as well as Tanzania, which approved it last week. As CGTN's Robert Nagila reports, it's Nairobi's second health cooperation agreement with Washington over the past decade.
At the signing ceremony of the Health Cooperation Agreement in Washington, attended by President William Ruto and U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio in December last year, the United States committed $1.6 billion over 5 years, while Kenya pledged to contribute $850 million.
We are not going to spend billions of dollars funding the NGO industrial complex while close and important partners like Kenya are either have no role to play or have very little influence over how healthcare money is being spent. Bottom line is, if you want to help a country, work with that country.
The agreement outlines several key commitments. Kenya will gradually assume responsibility for procuring health commodities currently financed by the United States over a 5-year period. The country will also absorb front health workers currently funded by the U.S. It will continue tracking and reporting of data for U.S.-supported HIV/AIDS, malaria, tuberculosis, and polio programs. Reimbursement of services provided by faith-based and private healthcare facilities will also be undertaken by Kenya.
The framework we signed today adds momentum to my administration's universal health coverage that is focused on supply of modern equipment to our hospitals, efficient and timely delivery of health commodities to our facilities, enhancement of our health workforce.
The agreement is expected to serve as a blueprint for similar partnerships across Africa, linking U.S. global health funding to Washington's economic and security priorities. Shortly after it was signed, Kenya's High Court suspended implementation of the agreement over data sharing concerns. The court has since lifted the suspension, allowing the pact to proceed. Another major health cooperation agreement signed between the two countries 9 years ago, on July 24, 2015, focused on biosecurity. It sought to strengthen disease surveillance, laboratory diagnosis, and reporting systems while improving preparedness against biological threats and infectious diseases. The agreement was extended on April 5, 2022. Critics say it now provides the legal basis for Washington's proposed Ebola quarantine facility in Kenya for U.S. citizens. In June, the government halted the project following a High Court order issued after deadly protests over the proposed facility. Robert Nagila, CGTN.
To better understand the U.S.-Kenya health deal, we spoke earlier to Alan Maleche, the executive director of the NGO. Kellen describes itself as a coalition of organizations and institutions in Kenya that work on health and human rights.
The Kenya-U.S. health deal is a reflection of how the U.S. is shifting in how it supports programs in Africa mostly, and it's moving more from donor-funded projects to direct partnerships with governments. And so for Kenya, it's providing an opportunity for Kenya to strengthen its health systems and continue to do programs such as HIV, TB, and malaria that were heavily funded through PEPFAR or USAID. And I think for me, the key issue is not whether Kenya and US should work together on health. They definitely should, or Kenya should work with any country. The real question for me is whether the partnership is fair, transparent, respects the Constitution, and protects the Kenyan interests. The agreement means that it's a move towards an attempt to have equal partnership between Kenya and the US, with both countries spelling out their roles and responsibilities. I believe it can only be a model for other African countries if it respects the local laws, as I'd mentioned, if it's transparent, and if there are benefits to both sides and not just benefits to one side. And so that's why people must follow closely what is contained in those agreements and what both governments are committing to. The concerns are very genuine and understandable because at the moment, health data is very sensitive information. And in the case of HIV, which is stigmatized, it is even much more sensitive. So the issue here is that people are concerned about what safeguards are in place to ensure that if data is going to be shared, it's done within the confines of the law. And at least in Kenya, there is a court case which is addressing this issue, and the court will be giving a judgment on the 19th of November 2026 to ensure that if there's any data to be shared or anything is to be carried out to this agreement, the court will be able to guide what are the parameters that need to be able to happen. But generally, I would say that good health partnerships between countries and organizations requires people to have public trust. And you can only get public trust when you're transparent about what you're doing and being very clear to the community, and also protecting the rights and information of people while you take the process forward.
And now over to the very latest on the Ebola epidemic in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. Health officials are intensifying efforts to contain the outbreak amid a rising number of infections. In a Sunday update, authorities said the number of cases has risen to 1,561, while the death toll has climbed above 500. As many as 240 others have recovered from the virus, and at least 600 are still in isolation. Meanwhile, in Guinea-Bissau, health authorities have detected an mpox case and have activated a national response mechanism calling for heightened public vigilance. The United Nations chief has warned about the potential of artificial intelligence, saying it's developing at a faster rate than anyone can keep up with. Antonio Guterres was speaking at the inaugural UN Global Dialogue on AI Governance in Geneva on Monday. He urged global leaders to harmonize rules to reduce potential risk, particularly to children. Delegates will consider a report by a UN-backed independent scientific panel of experts who will present their findings from the first global independent scientific assessment of AI.
Artificial intelligence is advancing at runaway speed. A technology that can reshape economies, transform the world of work, sway elections, and tilt the balance of security is being deployed faster than anyone, including the people building it, can keep up. An experiment is being run on our own societies without a plan and without consent. And that is not sustainable, and it is not acceptable. AI is already transforming our world. The question is whether we will shape this transformation together or let it shape us. Some might claim that governance is the enemy of innovation. But innovation needs guardrails. The technologies we trust most in aviation, in medicine, in nuclear energy and beyond earn that trust because we acted to hold their makers to account. If AI is to be powerful, it must be governed. If AI is to be trusted, those who build it must be accountable. If AI is to be global, it must be fair. And if AI is to serve the future, it must not consume the future.
Several countries in West Africa are reeling from floods which have left death and destruction in their wake. Côte d'Ivoire is the worst affected so far, with at least 59 people killed since May. Ghana has reported 13 deaths in the last few weeks, while 5 people have died in Togo. In Côte d'Ivoire, cocoa farmers say they're concerned about the impact of the rains and flooding on their produce. High moisture content in cocoa beans often leads to mold growth and pest infestations, which have the potential to destroy much of their harvest. CGTN's Wanja Mungai with the story.
Ivorian cocoa farmer Andon Gwebi wanders through his cocoa plantation in frustration. While rains are supposed to be a blessing to farmers, here in the Montezo region southeast of Côte d'Ivoire, they have become destructive to their cherished cash crop.
The heavy rain has badly damaged my field. The runoff and flooding caused the water level to rise to the height you can see here. This has destroyed the cocoa pods, and I have had to pull up some of them. Others will have to be pulled up as well because they are still being affected. Follow me and I will show you the damage caused by the rain. As you can see, the runoff has turned this area into a river and nobody dares to go through here for fear of being swept away. Let's move forward a little to see the extent of the damage. We don't know if the rain has stopped or if it will continue. My field covers 3 hectares and I am afraid that the harvest won't be good this year. Another concern is how we are going to get the money to send our children to school next academic year.
This rain damage is being felt by buyers and particularly cooperatives that aggregate the product to sell on behalf of farmers. Montezo Agricultural Cooperative Alliance is currently at a crisis as tens of thousands of beans pile up at the warehouse with no buyers.
In fact, our cooperative is powerless in the face of this situation. The bags of cocoa that the farmers deposited in our store 6 months ago are still unsold and remain here. Not even half of it has been sold. So unfortunately, we can't afford to help our cocoa farmers. We can only express our compassion. We pray to God that the rains stop. You know, the rains are a natural and climatic phenomenon to which we can do nothing. The situation is really complicated for us. We hope that a small quantity of our cocoa will be sold so that we can help them.
These climatic changes are compounded by poor infrastructure that limits timely arrival of the produce at factories. Many are worried that the global cocoa supply is now at risk.
The big problem is in the interior of the country. With heavy rains falling and bad roads, it is difficult to get cocoa out of production areas to transport it to processing sites. Another difficulty that arises is that during the rainy season, it is difficult to dry the cocoa beans. However, they need to be dried in order to do the roasting and cleaning work. And since the work is proving difficult, then cocoa prices are likely to rise.
Côte d'Ivoire prides itself as a leading global producer of cocoa, followed by Ghana. Together, they account for 60% of the world's cocoa output. A recent UN report revealed that dwindling forest cover and shifting weather patterns could affect the West Africa's cocoa giant producers over the next 3 decades. Those statistics threaten livelihoods of at least 2 million cocoa farmers like Gwebi, who depend on the cocoa industry to make a living. Wanja Mungai, CDTN.
And time now for our business segment. Uche is in the studio. Over to you, Uche.
Thank you, Richard. And coming up on Africa Live Biz. Oil prices fall by more than 1%, and that's after Global Oil Alliance, OPEC Plus, agrees to raise its output targets. And Mauritania expands cash support to vulnerable families. That's amid a cost of living crisis. Well, let us start off in the oil sector. OPEC Plus members have now announced new plans to boost oil production from next month. And that, of course, is as energy markets show tentative signs of recovering. This all comes amid a drop in prices, of course, due to the gradual reopening of the Strait of Hormuz for oil exports. Now, the group of oil-producing nations agreed during an online meeting to increase their quotas by 188,000 barrels per day. Its 5th consecutive increase announced by the OPEC Plus members in as many months. And that, of course, continues a gradual unwinding of production cuts announced back in 2023. Now, the member nations said they will meet again in early August to review the prevailing situation. Meanwhile, Brent crude oil prices have fallen back to pre-US-Iran war levels in recent days, after briefly topping that $126 per barrel level in April. Meanwhile, in Uganda, the country is getting ready to pump its first oil ever this year. In its latest economic update, the World Bank says that this move could reshape Uganda's economy, and it projects growth of about 6.6% this year. However, it also further warns that rising debt and too few quality jobs could prevent many Ugandans from sharing in those gains. The report also noted that debt servicing is now taking more than 30% of domestic revenues. The World Bank also says that Uganda has a chance to turn future oil wealth into broader economic opportunities. Whether that happens, it says, will depend on reforms that improve skills, strengthen institutions, and also help businesses to grow.
We already have a fiscal rule on how we are going to use oil revenues. That is, oil revenues, we can only put 0.8% of last year's budget equivalent amount into the budget. And the rest of the oil revenues are going to go into the oil revenue investment reserve.
And let's shift our focus to Morocco now. The Bank of Africa is strengthening its role as a financial and industrial gateway between the continent and China. Now, this all comes after the Moroccan banking group signed 2 strategic agreements in Beijing. They're aimed at supporting trade, investment, and industrial cooperation as Chinese companies look for wider access to African markets. Now, one agreement supports African participation in next year's China International Supply Chain Expo in Beijing. The second focuses on facilitating Chinese industrial and trade projects in Morocco and other African markets, where, of course, the Bank of Africa operates.
The latest Beijing agreement marks a turning point, underscoring Morocco's shift from simply attracting Chinese investment to becoming a strategic financial and logistics partner for Chinese expansion into African markets.
Let's stay in Northwest Africa, and Mauritania is rolling out a nationwide emergency support package to help cushion vulnerable families from its impact, or rather the impact of rising fuel prices. Now, that package combines cash transfers, food assistance, and also cheaper cooking gas. CGTN's Adnan Ashaushi tells us more.
Mauritania has launched a nationwide support package for more than 350,000 low-income families. The program combines cash transfers and food assistance as the government tries to shield vulnerable households from rising living costs following repeated fuel price increases.
Behind these figures are women, men, elderly individuals, children and families who are in need of support during this period.
Authorities say an intensive logistics network has been deployed to ensure aid reaches beneficiaries quickly, with distribution centers operating across the capital.
All the necessary human and logistical resources have been mobilized to ensure this operation runs smoothly. To support the effort, we have opened 23 distribution warehouses across Nouakchott districts.
Mauritania's national solidarity and the fight against exclusion, commonly known as Ta'azur, has also joined this large-scale operation. The government has cut household cooking gas prices by 20% to help ease pressure on family budgets.
We operate throughout Mauritania. There is no village, neighborhood or rural area that is not covered by this solidarity operation. This is something that was far from achievable just a few years ago.
For families struggling with higher living costs, the assistance is providing some breathing room. Beneficiaries say the cash support is helping them cover basic needs as food and energy expenses continue to rise.
This assistance has made a real difference. I registered and received government support quickly. It has been a great help for my family.
As global energy markets remain volatile, Mauritania is responding with a mix of social assistance and energy relief, seeking to protect vulnerable families while laying the groundwork for greater resilience in the years ahead. Adnan Shawishi, CGTN.
Well, let's head to Nigeria now. The country's push towards a digital economy took another step forward with the signing of the National Identity Management Commission Act 2026. Now, government officials say that legislation will help to give the national identification number a much bigger role in everyday economic activity, and also it will help form part of the country's broader plan to build a $1 trillion economy. Economists say the reform could improve investor confidence, financial inclusion as well, and access to credit. But questions still remain about implementation and digital readiness. For more on this story, here's CGTN's Deji Bademosi.
For decades, Nigeria has run a complex and fragmented national identity system. But the new law now changes everything. The National Identity Number, otherwise known as NIN or NIN, is now the central form of identification for every Nigerian.
This Identity Management Act is not about this generation alone. It's about the future, because nobody will want to do business without trust. And an identity system that is trustworthy is the foundation of any business. It's the foundation of any economic emancipation and development. It's the foundation of any border security.
The Act also introduces critical innovations that respond to the realities of today's digital world. It strengthens the protection of citizens' personal data, reinforces cybersecurity measures, provides the legal basis for a robust national public key infrastructure, and supports secure digital authentication, encryption, and digital signatures. These provisions will enhance trust in digital transactions and protect Nigerians in an increasingly connected economy.
The National Identity Number will now be a requirement to access various key services like opening or running a bank account, getting a passport, voter registration, buying or selling property, telecom services, pensions, insurance, tax payments, consumer credit, and several government services. Experts say it will strengthen confidence in financial transactions and support a more efficient business environment.
So to the extent that a better digital identity system will impact on different facets of the economy. Whether we are talking about business, we are talking about finance, we are talking about credit, we are talking about governance, security. All this put together will help to create an environment that will support better productivity, that will drive economic growth in a way that we'll be able to achieve the $1 trillion economy.
Having credit has become easy as a result of identity that is everywhere. Once in your NIN, your identity is already in their database, and with that they can track your address, they can track your email, they can track you. So with that, they find it much easier to actually, give out soft loans.
Nearly half of Nigeria's economic activity is estimated to take place in the informal sector, making it difficult for businesses to access financing and for the government to effectively deliver support programs. The new framework could improve visibility and expand participation in the financial system.
We are likely to see a lot more informal sector operators onboarded into the informal sector. That way it will be easier for the government to relate with them. It will be easier for the financial system, the financial sector, to be able to relate with them. It will be easier for the government to even support them. And it will also be much easier for them to even benefit a lot more from government programs and activities, because the information is available, the government can reach them easily, and therefore it's a win-win thing, both for the government and for those who are in business, particularly those who are in the informal sector.
The new digital identity is also expected to go a long way in checking cybercrime and aid e-commerce as well as investments.
When you operate in an environment where the risk of fraud is high, businesses tend to pull back because of the risk of fraud, and it affects investors' confidence. It diminishes the ability of people to invest. But if we have an environment because of improved data integrity, people will feel a lot more confident, to invest, because the risk of fraud will be much less. So that is how, this will be of value to business.
There's no question at all about the impact of the new digital identity law, but implementation holds the key. Many say if properly implemented, it can help ordinary Nigerians participate more fully
in the digital economy while making the country more attractive for serious investments. Deji Badimosi, CGTN, Lagos, Nigeria.
Well, that is all for now on Africa Live Biz, but still to come on Global Business Africa, we'll be exploring how Chinese solar energy companies are now transforming business operations in Nigeria's famous commercial capital, Kano. Of course, all of that coming up top of the hour. For now, it is back to Richard.
Thank you so much, Uche. And we're not done just yet. We've got your sports segment coming up. Here are the headlines. Coming up in sports, the World Cup is thrown into disrepute as Donald Trump says he called the FIFA president to have a red card successfully overturned. Welcome into Sport on Africa Live with me, Richard Nta. We'll begin with arguably the biggest story of the World Cup so far, and it's unsurprisingly, it's off the field. U.S. President Donald Trump had admitted he called FIFA President Gianni Infantino to have the red card given to the American striker Folarin Balogun reviewed. The 25-year-old was sent off during America's 2-0 win over Bosnia and Herzegovina on Wednesday for what many deemed to be an innocuous challenge. He was set to miss America's last 16 tie against Belgium later today, but FIFA's suspension of his punishment following Trump's call means he's free to play.
All I did, I asked for a review because I didn't think it was a foul. And, you know, again, I'm good at this stuff. I didn't think it was a foul. I thought it was two great athletes that crashed into each other and got entangled. That was not a guy punching somebody in the face or anything. And this referee, who is a little bit suspect, if you check his past. I don't want to say that because I don't like to create controversy, but very suspect. If you'd like, I'll provide you with the past. He made a call that nobody could believe. You know, even people on the other side, they say, oh, we got lucky.
The fallout from the decision continues, with much of the world voicing their concerns. Those of Belgium are perhaps the most pressing at the moment. They face the U.S. today in Seattle for a place in the quarterfinals. The country's foreign ministry has weighed in. Maxime Prévost said he believed the FIFA wasn't promoting fair play.
Listen, as a former football referee myself, I've always made sure that the rules were respected and that I took decisions that were fair as possible. And we have to acknowledge that, in this case, FIFA's decision raises a lot of questions. If a phone call is really the reason for this incomprehensible decision, it would be a blatant violation of the most basic rules of football and sport. That would be very serious. How could FIFA still credibly plead fair play? So I hope that our Red Devils team will, in the hours to come, be able to give the best possible answer on the pitch with a fine victory.
With just a few hours to kick off, Belgium say they are making little progress on their appeal to have Balogun sidelined for the last 16 tie. The Royal Belgian Football Association said FIFA rejected their letter seeking a copy of the decision, calling it an inadmissible appeal. Officials said they had still not received any decision or any explanation from FIFA regarding Balogun's eligibility. Meanwhile, Belgium's head coach summed up the feeling across much of the world about FIFA's decision.
I didn't realize that at FIFA headquarters, July 5th was equivalent to April 1st in Europe. That was news to me. I think we should refer to the statement issued by the Belgian Football Association, which isn't defending itself, nor is it defending the national team, but is defending football in general, the integrity and the ethics. And as far as I can recall, I think this is the first time in the history of World Cup that such a decision has been made. That's it.
Meanwhile, many Americans have welcomed the FIFA's decision on Balogun. Having scored 3 goals already, the 25-year-old is widely seen as being key to the team's success at the moment at the tournament. And the co-hosts are seeking to reach the quarterfinals at a World Cup for the first time since 2002. And the U.S. coach has been speaking about the controversial decision. Let's take a listen.
We cannot mix that.
That is a decision from the FIFA that, with the evidence that happened before. and that's it. If that happened, if you can find, it's not too many time ago, you can find some situation that happened the same that. And that, for me, is very good for football, is to celebrate. Because if some, in the next game, or the game that they are playing now, and some unfair thing happen, you have the possibility to go and to reverse the decision. Decision that came from the VAR, from situations that are slow motion, that never is the reality of what happened on the pitch.
England's head coach Thomas Tuchel says his side showed enormous mental strength to overcome Mexico at the intimidating Azteca Stadium on Sunday. The Three Lions face all kinds of disadvantages, including playing at altitude with 10 men in front of a passionate home crowd, but they came out winners to advance. The last 16 tie was delayed by 1 hour due to severe weather conditions in the area. When play finally got underway, Jude Bellingham scored twice in as many minutes to put England in firm control. Julian Quinones pulled one back for Mexico before the break. Jarrell Quansah was shown a straight red card early in the second half to hurt England's chances. However, Harry Kane quickly restored England's 2-goal advantage from the spot. Raul Jimenez pulling Mexico to within one again to set up a thrilling finish. But the Three Lions ultimately held on.
Emotions are very mixed. I'm just proud of the mentality and the attitude. Round of 32, round of 16 is the moment in tournament where you find a way to win. We did it with pure mentality, with heart, overcame every obstacle that was thrown at us. I'm so proud of the mentality and the will of this team. It's a very, very special night for us.
And England will play Norway in their quarterfinals after the Scandinavian side stunned Brazil in New Jersey. CGTN's Dan Williams now reports from Chicago.
A huge result for Norway, shocking Brazil 2-1 at the New York, New Jersey stadium, and 2 goals from Erling Haaland, ensuring that Norway are through to the quarterfinals of a World Cup for the first time in their history, beating out their previous best, reaching the last 16 back in 1998. Now, as I say, 2 goals from Erling Haaland. He, of course, is the prolific Man City striker who has scored both in the 79th and 90th minute. He's now scored 62 goals in 54 international matches, and that's his 7th goal at this World Cup, making him the joint top goal scorer. Now, also a mention to their goalkeeper, Auden Nieland, who made a string of incredible saves, including saving a first-half penalty. And also a mention to for Neymar, Brazil's forward who scored Brazil's consolation goal. He's also announced his international retirement. He, of course, is Brazil's all-time leading scorer, 80 goals in 129 matches. But it's Norway and their fans that continue to now row forward into the quarterfinals.
Cape Verde have returned home to a hero's welcome following a historic debut at the World Cup. The Blue Sharks started their campaign by holding Spain to a memorable scoreless draw. 2 further draws against Uruguay and Saudi Arabia was enough to see them advance to the knockout stages to face none other than the defending champions. Nobody gave them a chance, yet they defied us all to take Lionel Messi and Argentina to extra time. It wasn't to be, however, but they bowed out with bundles of credit. The stellar showing in North America was the product of a massive long-term project masterminded by head coach Bubista, who recruited players with Cape Verdean heritage from around the world. After arriving home, the team expressed gratitude to their supporters, including those from China.
Thank you for all of you to your support. Thank you, China.
We are very grateful to the Chinese people for supporting us throughout this journey. We gave it our very best.
Carlos Queiroz has stepped down as head coach of Ghana following their World Cup exit at the round of 32 stage. The 73-year-old, who only took charge of the Black Stars in April, led his side to a third-place finish in Group L before losing to Colombia. The former Manchester United coach was managing at his 5th consecutive World Cup. Queiroz was one of 2 managers to leave their post on Sunday, with Jordan also parting ways with Jamal Salami following their 4th-place finish in Group J. Ghana will now look to appoint a new head coach ahead of qualifiers for 2027 AFCON. And now a look ahead to today's action, and there's a massive one in Dallas as neighbors Spain and Portugal go head-to-head for a place in the quarterfinals. Both sides are among the favorites to win the tournament outright. Spain are the reigning European champions, yet Portugal claimed the UEFA Nations League since. However, one of them will be out of contention on Tuesday morning. Spain eased to a very comfortable 3-0 win over Austria in their round of 32 tie and were 2-up heading into the final quarter. Portugal had to come from behind against Croatia. Indeed, they needed a late goal and even later VAR intervention to advance 2-1 against the 2018 runners-up. In his 6th World Cup, Ronaldo is desperate for a winner's medal and to add further to his remarkable legacy. Well, that is it for this edition of Africa Live. Remember, you can send us your feedback to the contacts on the screen and follow us on digital media platforms. For the team, I'm Richard Nta saying thank you so much for watching. Up next is Global Biz with Uche. So stay tuned and stay here on CGTN.
In a world where news is ever-changing, staying informed is more important than ever.
Join us every week on News Check, your go-to show for the latest in current affairs, breaking news and in-depth analysis.
A warm welcome to KBC News Check. From politics to global events, we bring you content that matter to you.
We're not just speaking about the governance and how we want to see it, but want to actually participate.
Get your facts, hear from the experts, and really understand what is happening around you.
We need to change our system first. You have to do the impossible to make sure the message is home.
Stay ahead, stay informed, stay engaged.
Will these people, everybody agree?
Just listen to me.
Let's give him a chance to clear the air.
Catch News Check every Tuesday and Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Only on KBC Channel 1.
Norwegian goalkeeper of Sevilla. Sweat coming down already. Big early moment. Bruno Guimaraes. It's saved! Neelan saved it to keep it at 0-0.
Goalkeeper didn't go early, didn't wait for Guimaraes to commit himself and done really.
Good play. Shelderup has done well. Crossing. Haaland! Would you just know it? Erling Haaland puts Norway ahead. It's their longest road out of a group stage of a World Cup. They've twice previously reached the last 16, different formats. Oh, it's a back one. Oh my good Lord, it could have been the most astonishing own goal ever. What a save by Neelan.
Casemiro gets the shot. Here's the chance. The reason why it's brilliant is he couldn't have been expecting it. Oh, that is world class.
This is the match of his life. That must be the save of his life. That's the save of the World Cup. Haaland Haaland. Chance to win it. It's all over now. Brazil are gone. Brazil are dead. Brazil are buried. And one man has done it. Erling Haaland. The samba beat is silent. The Vikings are here. And they're sailing to the quarter-final. From the spot. It's Neymar. It's in. It may be no more than a parting shot. He'll stay still the man. But is he going to be in the quarter-final? There's seconds. Only seconds. France and Paraguay, the two nations awaiting in the quarter-final to see who comes through this one. Good position for this free kick. Akrika Hakimi, the Moroccan captain, is over it. Went the lateral route, clever ball into the area, what a goal! Brilliantly worked move! Asalina Nahe! Chance of a break here, they've got 4 forward. Brilliant chance, Brahim Diaz on the way. This could win it. Brahim Diaz poking it through. That'll do it. It's 2. Surely it's Morocco's day. Unahi does it again. Big last 16 game coming up for them. Bono coming out, claiming wonderfully, throwing away fast. And now on the charge again. Enough bodies up. He's on a hat-trick now, Unahi. Brilliant curl, magnificent header, did it cross the line. Rahimi so close to a third. And can't take anything for granted in this tournament. Brahim Diaz on the way, they've 3 up, chance to finish it, Rahimi! It's Morocco's day! The Atlas Lions are heading to the quarter-final of the World Cup. They've hit Canada for 3. Victory for Morocco by 3-0, and they were impressive. Jesse Marsh should be very proud of our Canada.
From an Argentinian perspective, they'll probably be frustrated they haven't been able to penetrate at all. Maybe now they can. Messi! The touch of the master to change the mood. Argentina go in front. Who else in Miami? Miami is Messi town after all. Just got to look at that pass. It's unbelievable. I think it's Martinez from the 2100 Ghana time. 22 Nigeria, 23 South Africa. Kenya. Chance! Goal! They've done it! Which would be provoked by the thunderbolt of Argentina messing this up. And then Vecinia's equal to it as Messi takes it. Definitely toward the corner. It's an excellent save. One of the most famous football matches in history. So please take a part in it tonight. Fine, bring them back down again. If it's about form, which it should be, they're in the top 20 for me. Oh! What a goal that is! What a goal that is! They've done it again! Sidney Lopez Cabral levels against Argentina! Is there nothing this team cannot achieve? Oh, the angle on that was just so... Long ago, this team seemed to have fulfilled every boy and girl's footballing fantasy, the dream of doing it on a stage like this. But this team, player for player,
This is where stories come alive. From local drama that hits close to home.
Huyu ni nani? Alinivamia kwa vijana wengine wawili. Toka nje. Hii nyumba yako. Yote ni porojo.
To international series everyone's talking about. Stories that pull you in. Characters you won't forget.
Stop complaining and just get out of here. Go now. Go.
We turn up the volume with music that moves, showcases rising stars and bring the beat straight to your living room. And when it's time to talk, we don't hold back.
How is everything going?
Real conversations, big personalities, the issues, the loves, the moment everyone's debating the next day. Every show, every night, different voices, one destination. This is television that feels alive, unpredictable, unmissable.
Ewala mtazamaji wa KBC Channel 1, kumbuka ni maadhimisho ya siku kuu ya Kiswahili duniani ikiwa ni masikidu, na hapa tupo mbashara kutoka shule ya The Kenya High, mahala ambapo sherehe za kuadhimisha siku kuu ya Kiswahili duniani zimeandaliwa. Ama kwa hakika sauti unazozisikia unazofuatilia nyuma yangu ni wanafunzi ambao wanaendelea kutoa burudani ya aina ya taarabu katika hali ya kwanza tu ya kuonesha burudani za siku ya leo. Kumbuka mtazamaji, ni siku kuu ambapo wadau mbalimbali katika ulimwengu mzima wanaadhimisha siku kuu ya Kiswahili, ikiwemo basi ni maonesho mbalimbali, burudani tofauti, na vile maonesho haya yanakuwa ni kilele cha siku ya Kiswahili duniani. Kumbuka ni maonesho ambayo yanafanyika katika mataifa mbalimbali. Kenya kuna maeneo ya Mombasa, tukiwa vile hapa Kenya High, ambapo tumeteua kwa minajili ya kuelimisha na kufundisha. Kumbuka maonesho haya ya Kiswahili yanadhaminiwa na shirika la uchapishaji la Maktaba, The Maktaba Publishers, ambao wametuwezesha kufika hapa kwa ushirikiano na KBC, wadau wote wa KBC, na vile kwa ushirikiano wa karibu sana na shule hii ya The Kenya High. Maonesho haya yatakuwa na burudani za aina yakiwemo mashairi, vile kuwa na maonesho ya kuigiza kidogo kutoka kwa waigizaji mbalimbali wa vitabu vya Kiswahili. Kutakuwa na uzinduzi rasmi wa vitabu kutoka kwa shirika la uchapishaji la Maktaba. Halikadhalika kutakuwa na maonesho ya vyakula mbalimbali vya Uswahilini. Kumbuka kuna kachori, kuna sambusa,
kuna chapati za madoa madoa, kuna wali wa nazi, samaki wa kupaka na viazi karai. Yani ni baadhi ya mambo ambayo ni ya Kiswahili. Katika sikukuu kama hii ya Kiswahili, mtazamaji nawe msikilizaji, kumbuka tunakutana na wadau na wasomi mbalimbali. Katika ratiba yangu hapa kuna maprofesa, kuna vile waandishi wa vitabu vinavyotumika katika shule za upili, hasa vitabu vya fasihi. Kunaye Profesa Clara Momanyi, kunaye Daktari Lilian Chacha kutoka Chuo Kikuu cha Nairobi, kunaye Daktari Mosol Kandagor kutoka Chuo Kikuu cha Moi, bila kusahau pia mgeni rasmi wa siku ambaye ni Labani Ayiro kutoka Chuo cha Daystar. Ikumbukwe fika kuwa katika sherehe hii tutakuwa tunakutana naye pia waziri wa elimu ndugu Migos Ogamba. Julius Migos Ogamba atakuwa anasherehesha siku hii, lakini usisahau kuwa tumekwisha lakiwa na kukaribishwa rasmi na mwalimu mkuu katika shule hii mtumishi, ambao kipenda ni Reverend Edith Koch. Kumbuka katika siku hii ya Kiswahili tunakumbushana mambo mengi tu, waandishi mbalimbali wa vitabu, matumizi ya lugha ya Kiswahili katika shule zetu na asasi mbalimbali na taasisi nyingi tu. Kumbuka tuko tu katika hali ya kukuonesha maonesho mbalimbali, lakini kumbuka hapa ni mwanzo tu, kilele ni baadaye. Jina langu ni Mathias Momanyi, nikikuletea matangazo haya moja kwa moja, ukipenda ni mubashara kutoka uwanja wa The Kenya High. Usiende mbali mtazamaji.
Bila mgambo ikilia, jua kuna jambo. Mbele yenu ni shule ya kibinafsi ya Royal Palace, tayari kuwakariria shairi lenye mada Kiswahili, taji la Afrika. Karibuni. Hodi, hodi, hodi.
Karibu, karibu.
Tumeleta nini?
Kiswahili cha fahari.
Tuimbe, tugani, tukitukuze Kiswahili. Leo taja kwa furaha, tukibeba salamu njema. Kiswahili ni mwangaza, kinang'aa kama nyota njema. Lugha yetu ya fahari, twahifadhi daima. Kiswahili, oe! Kilituleta pamoja bila kujali tofauti, kikatufundisha upendo, heshima na uzalendo, kikatufungulia milango ya elimu na maendeleo. Kiswahili, oe! Darasani twakijifunza, nyumbani twakizungumza, sokoni twakitumia, duniani twakitangaza, kila kona twakiimba kwa sauti za matumaini. Kiswahili, oe! Walimu mmetuongoza kwa maarifa na busara, wazazi mmetutia moyo tusichoke kamwe. Leo tunasema asante kwa kutupenda Kiswahili. Kiswahili, oe! Sanaa, nyimbo na mashairi, vyote vyapambwa nacho. Hadithi na methali hutufunza hekima tele. Urithi wa mababu wetu tuulinde milele. Kiswahili, oe! Tusiogope kukinena, tusione haya kamwe. Tukisome kwa bidii, tukiandike kwa ustadi. Kizazi chetu kitajivunia lugha hii adhimu. Kiswahili, oe! Twainua bendera yake kwa nyoyo zilizojaa fahari. Twahidi mbele ya wote kukiendeleza daima. Kiswahili ni utambulisho wetu, ni urithi wa Afrika. Kiswahili, oe, oe, oe! Shabash!
Kiswahili, oe, oe, oe! Sio? Kuna wanahabari wao. Wanahabari wapewe hivyo vipaza sauti. Wanahabari wapewe vipaza sauti. Tuone wanahabari wa kizazi kijacho.
Habari za wakati huu. Watazamaji wetu popote mlipo, karibuni katika Royal Palace Academy TV, kituo chenu cha kuaminika kinachowaletea habari kwa usahihi, uwazi na wakati. Karibuni katika toleo hili la habari za maendeleo ya taifa linalowaletea taarifa muhimu kuhusu maendeleo yanayoguza maisha ya wananchi kutoka pembe mbalimbali za nchi. Mimi ni Mwikali.
Nami ni Kimutai. Katika toleo la leo, tutakuletea taarifa kuhusu matumizi ya teknolojia katika kilimo, huduma za afya kupitia mpango wa SHA, maendeleo ya ujenzi ya makazi ya gharama nafuu, pamoja na umuhimu wa umoja, amani na maendeleo endelevu. Tuanze safari yetu mashambani ambako ubunifu na teknolojia inaendelea kubadili maisha ya wakulima.
Na sasa tunaungana moja kwa moja na mwandishi wetu Washington ambaye yuko katika shamba la kisasa linalotumia mbinu bunifu za kilimo. Washington, hali ikoje?
Asante sana Mwikali. Nipo katika shamba ambalo limekuwa mfano wa mafanikio kutokana na matumizi ya teknolojia ya kisasa. Wakulima hapa natumia umwagiliaji wa matone, mbegu bora na simu za mkononi kupata taarifa kuhusu hali ya hewa, bei za mazao na mbinu bora za kilimo. Nina mmoja wa wakulima hapa anayejulikana kama Tiffany. Kwako Tiffany.
Karibu sana. Tafadhali jitambulishe kwa watazamaji wa Royal Palace Academy TV.
Asante. Mimi naitwa Riziki, mkulima kutoka eneo hili.
Je, matumizi ya teknolojia yamebadilisha vipi maisha yako?
Yamebadilisha maisha yangu kwa kiwango kikubwa. Sasa najua wakati unaofaa kupanda, ninatumia maji kwa uangalifu na mavuno yangu yameongezeka sana. Familia yangu ina chakula cha kutosha na mazao yangu. Familia yangu ina chakula cha kutosha na mazao yanayobaki huuza sokoni, jambo ambalo limeongeza kipato chetu.
Una ujumbe gani kwa wakulima wengine?
Nawahimiza wakulima wote kukumbatia teknolojia, kupanda miti, kuhifadhi maji na kutunza mazingira. Kwa kufanya hivyo, tutaimarisha usalama wa chakula na kujenga maisha bora. Asante.
Asante. Kwako Bella.
Asante sana Tiffany. Hakika teknolojia imeendelea kuwa nguzo muhimu katika kukuza kilimo na kuchochea maendeleo ya taifa. Mimi kutoka hapa shambani, mimi ni Bella nikiripoti kwa niaba ya Royal Palace Academy TV na kurudishia ripoti studio.
Asante kwa taarifa hiyo Bella. Sasa tunaelekea katika sekta ya afya ambako mwandishi wetu Kimani yuko moja kwa moja. Kimani, tupe taarifa.
Asante sana Kimtai. Nipo katika kituo cha afya ambapo wananchi wanaendelea kuelimishwa kuhusu umuhimu wa kujiandikisha kwa mpangilio wa jamii wa afya wa jamii ambapo inajulikana kama SHA ili kupata huduma za afya kwa urahisi. Nina afisa wa afya hapa ambapo anajulikana kama Joy. Kwako Joy.
Karibu sana. Je, SHA ina manufaa gani kwa wananchi?
Asante. SHA huwasaidia wananchi kupata matibabu, vipimo na dawa kwa urahisi. Aidha, huimarisha afya ya familia na huongeza ustawi wa jamii kwa ujumla.
Karibu Linda. Je, SHA ni ushauri gani unaowapa wananchi?
Ninawahimiza wananchi kujisajili mapema, kuchangia kuna kuwahi kutafuta huduma za afya wanapozihitaji. Huduma za afya bora ndio msingi wa maendeleo.
Karibu sana. Kwako Kimani.
Asante sana Joy. Kwa hakika, jamii lenye afya ndio msingi wa taifa lenye nguvu na maendeleo. Kutoka hapa kituoni, mimi ni Turam Kimani, nikiripoti kwa niaba ya Royal Palace Academy TV. Ninakurudishia matangazo studio.
Tunakatiza matangazo haya kwa taarifa muhimu iliyotufikia hivi punde.
Taarifa zinaonyesha kuwa miradi ya ujenzi wa makazi ya gharama nafuu inaendelea katika maeneo mbalimbali nchini. Miradi hiyo inalenga kuongeza upatikanaji wa makazi bora, kutoa nafasi za ajira na kuboresha ustawi wa wananchi. Kwako Kimani.
Makazi bora yanachangia kwa afya njema, usalama familia na maendeleo ya taifa. Kwako Joy.
Kwa nini makazi bora yana umuhimu mkubwa?
Makazi bora huongeza usalama, huchangia kwa afya za wananchi na huboresha maisha za familia.
Kwako Natalie. Tunapoelekea katika shughuli mbalimbali za kitaifa, wananchi wanahimizwa kuendelea kudumisha amani, mshikamano na kuheshimiana.
Tofauti za maoni ni sehemu ya jamii. Hata hivyo, zinapaswa kutatuliwa kwa mazungumzo, kuheshimu sheria na kulinda haki za kila mmoja.
Iwapo kutakuwa na mikusanyiko au maandamano yanayoruhusiwa kisheria, yafanyike kwa amani, kwa kuheshimu mali ya umma na usalama wa wananchi wote. Ujumbe maalum wa maendeleo endelevu. Tupande miti, tulinde mazingira, tuhifadhi maji, tuunge mkono kilimo, tutumie teknolojia kwa manufaa ya jamii na tuwajibike katika kulinda rasilimali za taifa letu.
Tukishirikiana kwa moyo mmoja, tutajenga Kenya yenye amani, afya bora, elimu bora, chakula cha kutosha, makazi bora na maendeleo endelevu kwa wote.
Hapo ndipo tunahitimisha toleo hili la habari za maendeleo yenye amani, afya bora, elimu bora, chakula cha kutosha, makazi bora na maendeleo endelevu kwa wote.
Tukishirikiana tunawashukuru kwa kuwa nasi. Endeleeni kutufuatilia kwa Tunawashukuru kwa kuwa nasi. Endeleeni kutufuatilia kwa taarifa sahihi zenye kujenga jamii na kuhamasisha maendeleo.
Mimi ni Mwikali kutoka Royal Palace Academy TV.
Mimi ni Kimutai. Maendeleo ni jukumu letu sote. Asanteni kwa kutazama. Tutaonana tena katika toleo lijalo. Mungu awabariki na Mungu aibariki Kenya.
Radio Taifa tunayoienzi sote. Ni sauti ya Mkenya.
Makofi kwa wanahabari ya uchipkizi. Mwalimu Tomkins wanasema kwamba vipaji vinaanza kulelewa mapema.
Vipo,
alafu unavipalilia.
Na Kiswahili kinalipa.
Na Kiswahili kinalipa.
Kinalipa.
Manake ulimwengu mzima unang'ang'ania Kiswahili sasa hivi.
Profesa hapo hivyo Mark Kendakor atakwambia kwamba Kiswahili kinalipa.
Kiswahili kinalipa, sio?
Kenya High dakika 2 kisha tutaweza kumwalika mnenaji wa kwanza, lakini tunaarifiwa kwamba hasa wasichana wa Kenya High wala ambao hawajajiunga na wengine kwenye kumbi kufanya shughuli mbalimbali, mnaombwa kwa heshima na adhima muende kule. Mnasubiriwa kule tafadhali. Wasichana wala ambao walikuwa wameteuliwa wanastahili kushiriki katika mashindano mbalimbali, muende kwenye kumbi tofauti.
Ikumbukwe fika matangazo haya yapo mbashara katika KBC Channel 1 na vile katika KBC Radio Taifa na vituo shirika. Kumbuka matembezi yoyote, hatua zozote unazopiga mbele ya jukwaa zinarekodiwa.
Alafu kauli mbiu ya mwaka huu ni kwamba Kiswahili kwa amani, mshikamano na diplomasia ya kiuchumi ya kimataifa.
Alafu yule uliyemtaja Profesa Kandagor, kumbuka pia ni mfawidhi. Atakuwa anachukua usukani wakati ambapo tutakuwa tunawaalika wasomi katika jukwaa. Kwa hivyo Profesa Kandagor, jipange, manake najua wewe ni mfawidhi mzuri sana.
Anafanya kazi nzuri sana
kuntu zaidi katika jukwaa.
Chuo kikuu cha Moi kule.
Chuo kikuu cha Moi, naam. George?
Yes.
Mabinti kazi kwenu.
Karibu.
Na mtazame kamera.
Waamuzi wa staha na nyote mlobarizi, ni sisi mabanati wa Kenya High. Tunakisifu Kiswahili, twende nalo. Kwanza kongole pokea watunzi wa Kiswahili, kwa kuwa mmetambua lugha ni muhimu hoja, jamii mmeifaa. Kwa hivyo tuko pamoja, Kiswahili chaongoza ndani ya Kanani. Watoto ombi twaleta, Kiswahili kitukuzwe. Wanirai mwana mama, eti shengi nitumie. Za nini hizo drama, lugha safi kuchafua? Kiswahili chaongoza ndani ya Kanani. Wanashangaa wahenga walimu waambaje, wanijibu eti fiti. Vijana na mabanati, kipi Kiswahili hiki? Kiswahili chaongoza ndani ya Kanani. Mwito ni kwa wananchi, la taifa tukuzeni. Tamashani tumefika, la wahenga kumbusheni. Swahili tuendelezeni, Afrika na duniani. Kiswahili chaongoza ndani ya Kanani. Tumemaliza.
Wow. Tuwapigie makofi mazito tafadhali. Inapendeza wakati chipkizi ama wanafunzi wanavyogani shairi la kuweza kuenzi Kiswahili na kuweza kitambua Kiswahili. Sio Mathias Momanyi?
George, umesikia hiyo? Ndani.
Yaani ndani.
Kwa kina nani? Kwa mafanani.
Inapendeza.
Kama chakula cha nyama ya nyongeza.
Ndio. Kabisa Momanyi.
Asante.
Kwa sasa Momanyi,
kuna yule kutoka China. Umemsahau mwanafunzi wako?
Mwanafunzi wetu kutoka China.
Anaitwa Flower Yingxin. Flower Yingxin, uko wapi? Uje hapa uwape ushairi wa Kenya wajue hata Uchina Kiswahili kinauzwa. Flower Yingxin, Bi Chege, mlete Flower. Nasikia anawaniwa kweli kweli.
Anawaniwa?
Alikuwa anawasilisha katika chombo kingine.
Ndio.
Alikuwa anawajua pia redio. Amepata nguvu, ulikuwa umempatia mwa Kenya.
Lakini Momanyi, utapata kwamba pia Mchina anapambana sana kukijua Kiswahili.
Na si tu Kiswahili.
Ndio.
Mchina akigundua mna bidhaa na muvitumii, hizi bidhaa atazitumia, aboreshe na kupiku.
Lakini atafanya vipi ndiye aweze kuvichukua hivyo bidhaa?
Hizi bidhaa Mchina maarifa yake ni mamoja tu.
Ndio.
Kwanza anahakikisha kuwa anatazama iwapo inafaidi mwanadamu ama nchi.
Ndio.
Ama inafaidi jumla tu.
Naam.
Umajumui tu mahali ambapo mpo. Akigundua kama kwa mfano ni kitabu, kama ni kamusi, ataenda iboreshe, atie vidaizo fulani na baadhi ya vikorombwezo, kisha akija ana upekee fulani. Kwa hivyo Mchina utafuta upekee.
Lakini Momanyi, kuna kitu ambacho kama nitakuwa nataka kitu fulani kutoka kwako,
naam,
lazima niwe na njia kuwasiliana nawe.
Kweli?
Kwa hivyo Mchina akajua kwamba mimi kuwasiliana na Mwafrika,
naam,
ama kuzungumza na yule Mwafrika Mashariki,
kweli,
ama kuingia Afrika kote,
naam,
lazima nizungumze Kiswahili.
Lazima.
Na utapata kwamba kuna Wachina wanazungumza Kiswahili kuwashinda wa Kenya, hata wa Tanzania.
Hujakosea.
Na wanaandika mpaka vitabu, ni waandishi, wachapishaji wa vitabu.
Na siri utagundua katika mawasilisho ya maprofesa hapa.
Naam.
Kumbuka, kabla jenda mbali, lazima tutambulishe wana maktaba na kundi lao, wajitambulishe, watu wajue maktaba ni kina nani, kama kunao waje chap wana maktaba, na vile KBC wataweza kujitambulisha, tujue bidhaa hizi ambazo tunazungumzia. Mbali na Kiswahili, tuna watangazaji wa zamani KBC wa kitambo kama vile Mambo Mbotela, ambapo ni hayati na atakumbuka kwa lugha sanifu.
Akina Jaco hiyo Sylvester
kwa utangazaji wa
Ali Salimanga
vya Kiswahili. Naam.
Ndio.
Alafu
na marehemu Peter Kimeu. Na Momanyi, kwa sasa kwa sababu mwataja maktaba, ningependa nimuite Bwana John Odundo, ambaye ni meneja uchapishaji shirika la maktaba, Mart Educational Publishers. Bwana John Odundo, tafadhali popote ulipo, itakuwa ni bora uweze kuchukua jukwaa.
John Odundo.
Asante sana Bwana John Odundo.
Ndiye atakuwa anatambulisha kikosi chake. Na hivyo basi, wana maktaba, mnaomba mfike kwenye jukwaa mkitambulishwa, iweze kujulikana kwamba udhamini una nguvu gani. Cherono nafaa kuwa ukumbini, utakuwa unatambulishwa. Mkurugenzi Paul Chikombe ataweza pia kufika baadaye. Bwana Odundo.
Asanteni.
Tazama kamera ile upande wa kushoto.
Asanteni sote, mabibi na mabwana, maafisa wa viwango tofauti ambao bila shaka wameweza kutambua kwamba siku ya leo ni siku muhimu na kuweza kukongamana katika shule hii ya kifahari ni hatua muhimu mno kuweza kuleta hari kwa siku ya leo na pia kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Kwa jina ni John Odundo. Nikitafsiri moja kwa moja kutoka Kiingereza niliweza kuelezwa kwamba usemi majina yangu, unasema jina langu. Kwa hivyo jina langu John Odundo. Nina kila furaha kuweza kusema kwamba mimi ni afisa wa uchapishaji, publishing manager katika shirika hili la Maktaba Mat. Maktaba Mat imeweza kupiga hatua hii kwa ajili ya kuweza kutambua kwamba taifa sharti iwe na hali yake, its own culture. Na basi hali yetu kama taifa la Kenya ni lugha. Tunajua nafasi yetu katika eneo la Afrika Mashariki, na tunatambua kwamba Kiswahili ndio lugha jumulishi. Tukitoka kwa lugha ya mama, Kiswahili bila shaka utufikia moja kwa moja. Maana katika maeneo yetu hata ya kuishi, utapata eneo la kabila moja peke yake. Bila shaka jirani atakuwa ni wale wengine na wale wengine, na lugha itakuwa ni chombo muhimu ya kuweza kutujumuisha. Hivyo basi Kiswahili huwa ni lugha ya kwanza. Tukitoka tu kwa nyumba, tukifika kwa jirani basi ni Kiswahili. Mmekunywa chai kwenu? Ndio. Mbona tusinywe yetu? Nimeshiba. Basi Kiswahili kitakuwa kinatumika. Kabla niendelee, litakuwa ni jambo bora wenzangu tunaoshirikiana nao katika uchapishaji waweze kujitambulisha, ili bila shaka waweze kujipatia nafasi ya kuketi nitakapokuwa nikiendelea na hotuba fupi. Tafadhali.
Hamjambo. Hamjambo. Nashukuru sana kwa nafasi hii nyingine. Nitangulie kusema tena kwamba naitwa Paul Nganga Mutua. Mimi ni mwandishi anayeinukia. Hadithi yangu inayojulikana zaidi inaitwa Harubu ya Maisha katika Mapambazuko ya Machweo na hadithi nyingine. Kando na uandishi, mimi pia ni mhariri wa Kiingereza na Kiswahili, na ndio maana nipo katika Maktaba Mat Educational Publishers pamoja na wahariri wenzangu ambao sasa nawaalika wajitambulishe pia.
Hamjambo. Hamjambo. Wanafunzi, nikisema tukienzi Kiswahili mnasema fahari ya Afrika. Tukienzi Kiswahili? Tukienzi Kiswahili? Basi najulikana kama Purity Cherono, msimamizi wa idara ya Kiswahili katika shirika la uchapishaji la Maktaba Mat Educational Publishers. Asanteni.
Hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. Kwa majina ni George Magero. Langu ni kuwakaribisha katika Maktaba Mat, vitabu vilivyochambuliwa kwa ufasaha. Na ukitaka kupita mtihani, karibu Maktaba Mat upate vitabu ambavyo vitakusaidia kwa kasi sana. Asanteni.
Hamjambo. Kwa majina naitwa Christine Mawia Musembi, katika Maktaba Educational Publishers. Mimi ni mwandishi na mhariri kwa somo la hisabati ama kuita mathematics.
Asanteni. Mmeweza kuwaona na kuweza kuwasikia moja kwa moja. Kila moja na kazi yake, na bila shaka tunafanya kazi jumulishi. Maktaba Mati na sera moja, na sera yake ni kuweza kutumia ueledi wa kipekee mno katika kazi zote. Vitabu ambavyo tuko navyo pale ni vitabu ambavyo vimeweza kuhaririwa kwa ueledi wa kipekee. Huwa nikitazama KBC, mimi umpenda soka kabisa pia Momanyi katika vipindi vyao. Nikiwatazama basi huwa naona ni kana kwamba wametimiza ndoto yangu ambayo sikuweza kuitimiza nilipokuwa mwanafunzi. Nilikuwa nikitaka niwe mwandishi wa habari, lakini nikiwatazama huwa nawaona kama wale waliokamilika mno katika kazi hiyo. Muendelee vivyo hivyo. Maktaba Mati na hakikishia wasomaji na wanafunzi kwamba kila mara mtakuwa mnapata the right value for your money. If you spend your shilling kuweza kununua kazi ya Maktaba Mati, kitabu cha Maktaba Mati, basi bila shaka nitakuwa nikikutazama kwa macho yangu mawili bila kufumba na kufumbua. I will be looking at you straight in the eye without batting an eyelid, simply because I shall have known that indeed the kind of standards we shall have put into the work will measure to what you desired. La mwisho nikitoka jukwani ni kwamba tuweze kujumuika zaidi tukienda mbele. Naona wasomi wakuu ambao nawatambua pengine hawatanitambua zaidi, kina Professor Clara Momanyi. Professor Clara Momanyi, kazi yako imeweza kusomwa kwa upana na urefu. Nilipokuwa nikihudumu katika chuo kikuu cha Katoliki where I taught linguistics, Professor Clara Momanyi, nakumbuka ukiwa chair Department of Language, Literature and Communication. I was in linguistics. I know I was a young man. You may not have taken a great deal of interest to know such very young lecturers. Thank you so much. Nikiona Professor Mark Kendagor. Professor Mark Kendagor, your contribution katika lugha ya Kiswahili bila shaka ni ngoma ambayo imesikika kwa umbali. Nikimtazama tena Daktari Lilian Chacha, chuo kikuu cha Nairobi, nilikosomea pale linguistics. I still have a great deal of respect in a very tremendous way to you and your colleagues over there. Kwa hivyo kuwepo kwenu hapa ni baraka kubwa, ni heshima kubwa, ni taadhima ya kipekee, na bila shaka inakamilisha matakwa ya siku ya leo. Culture is everything. Hali ya maisha ni kila kitu. Tafadhali basi tuweze kuikuza lugha yetu Kiswahili, na kama lugha ambayo ni lugha jumulishi katika eneo hili tuweze kuitukuza. Asanteni sana. Jina ni John Odundo. Mimi ni manager mchapishaji, pia mwandishi. I've been analyzing lots of works, Silent Song and Other Stories, analysis, a Silent Song and Other Stories. They are there, pocket-sized books for candidates. We will probably get time together and go through stories if you so wish. I've done a lot of work to that regard, English paper 3. And I'm sure we shall share. Asanteni sana, Mola awabariki na tuweze kupiga hatua pamoja. Thank you.
Asante. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Asante sana. Kuna kipaza sauti tulikuwa nacho, sijui kama kuna wanafunzi walisalia nacho. Tafadhali kama mko nacho.
Kingine ni nacho pia kikitafutwa.
Ndio. Mnaweza mkatuletea. Na kwa wakati huu nataka nitambue uwepo wa Daktari Assumpta Matei, msomi ambaye pia ni mtafiti, mwalimu na mwandishi wa fani ya fasihi simulizi na chozi la heri. atakuwa anakuja kutuzungumzia ama kusema nasi. Na wakati huo pia tuko na Daktari Lilian Chacha ambaye ni mwandishi na mhadhiri Chuo Kikuu cha Nairobi. Vile vile tuko na Profesa Mark Mosol Kendagor ambaye pia ni mhadhiri Chuo Kikuu cha Moi na mwandishi wa Akili Pevu gredi ya 10. Wapi makofi yao tafadhali?
Kiswahili safi. Mnasema safi. Kiswahili safi. Endelea.
Na kufikia hapa kwa sasa nataka niweze kumualika Profesa Clara Momanyi, PhD EBS, ambaye ni mwenyekiti baraza la Chuo Kikuu cha Kenyatta, mhadhiri na mwandishi wa riwaya ya Nguu za Jadi na Mapambazuko ya Machweo. Akija hapa juu ama kwenye jukwaa, atazungumza kuhusiana fasihi kama chombo cha amani na maridhiano, jinsi riwaya, tamthilia, ushairi na hadithi zinavyoelimisha utatuzi na migogoro, uvumilivu na kuishi kwa amani. Najua kwamba akisimama, pengine ukimwangalia umbo lake huwezi ukajua kama ni yeye ndiye aliandika hivyo vitabu. Manaka aliandika ni makubwa kuuzidi mwili wake. Karibu Profesa Clara Momanyi. Makofi kwake tafadhali.
Ongezea ni
anastahili makofi mazito.
Ni mpambanaji tena mtetezi wa haki za mwanamke. Umwelewe vizuri sana. Ni mtetezi wa haki za mwanamke. Huwezi kumdhulumu mwanamke Profesa Clara kuacha. Huwezi kumdhulumu mwanamke.
Huyu ni mtetezi wa mtoto wa kike.
Mtetezi wa mtoto wa kike sana. Alafu ni mlumbi hodari. Alafu ndiye dadangu mkubwa.
Karibu.
Hamjambo. Wageni waalikwa mliofika hapa siku hii ya leo, siku adhimu ya kusherehekea Kiswahili ulimwenguni. Wanafunzi wapenzi wa shule hii ya Kenya Hai pamoja na shule zote zile ambazo zimealikwa iwapo ziko hapa. Niseme nafurahi sana siku hii ya leo kuwa pamoja nanyi. Nisherehekee pamoja na nyinyi katika siku hii muhimu ambayo kwa kweli hatutaweza kuisahau katika maisha yetu. Ni siku ambayo tumedhaminiwa na Umoja wa Mataifa, shirika la UNICEF, mwaka 2021, ili kwamba Kiswahili ambayo ni lugha mojawapo katika bara la Afrika inayozungumzwa na idadi kubwa ya watu ulimwenguni iweze kupewa nafasi katika medani za kimataifa. Lugha ya Kiswahili kwa ufupi, kabla sijazungumzia mada ambayo nimeambiwa nizungumzie, ni kwamba Kiswahili ni lugha mojawapo kati ya lugha 10 za ulimwengu ambazo zinazungumzwa na idadi kubwa sana ya watu. Na katika hizo lugha 10 unaweza kufikiria kwamba ni lugha chache, ni lugha nyingi. Ukiangalia ulimwengu kuna maelfu na malaki ya lugha zinazozungumzwa. Lakini kati ya hayo Kiswahili kiko katika miongoni mwa lugha 10 zinazozungumzwa ulimwenguni, na kwamba idadi kubwa ya wazungumzaji wa Kiswahili kwa hivi sasa ninavyozungumza imefikia takriban zaidi ya milioni 200 kote ulimwenguni. Ndio maana ikawekwa miongoni mwa lugha 10 zinazozungumzwa kwa mapana zaidi ulimwenguni. Tukija katika mambo ya ufunzaji na ujifunzaji wa Kiswahili, Kiswahili kwa wale ambao mnasoma zaidi mbali na vitabu vya fasihi, ni lugha mojawapo ambayo inafunzwa na nchi nyingi, si tu barani Afrika lakini kwa ulimwengu wote kwa jumla. ukienda katika vyuo vikuu katika nchi za Marekani, nchi za Uingereza, nchi za Japani, Uchina, utakuta kwamba Kiswahili kinafunzwa na wengi wamebobea hata kufikia viwango vya PhD katika Kiswahili. Na nilipokuwa nikija hapa nikitembea kukaribishwa, nilisikia baadhi ya wanafunzi wakiniita mangwasha. Mangwasha ni nani wanafunzi? Mangwasha, nafikiri wale ambao wananifahamu ndio waliniita mangwasha. Lakini kama umesoma Nguvu za Jadi vizuri, tabia yangu, msimamo wangu, matendo yangu kidogo ni tofauti na mangwasha. Si mimi nilijiandika, bali nimetunga tu nikampa yule mama jina la Mangwasha ili tuangalie nafasi ambayo amechukua katika ile riwaya. Lakini nafurahia jina hilo, mmeniita Mangwasha nami nimelikubali. Shukran sana. Naam, niseme kwamba fasihi kama tunavyojua ni zao la jamii. Hakuna jamii ambayo haina fasihi yake, kwani ndiyo inayobeba utamaduni, desturi, mila, taratibu za maisha na kila kitu. Lugha, utamaduni husafiria ndani ya lugha. Hilo ni jambo ambalo tunahitaji kuelewa. Na kwa sababu utamaduni wetu unaweza kusafirishwa ndani ya Kiswahili, basi tukienzi na kukikuza hiki Kiswahili ili kiweze kusafirisha utamaduni wetu, utamaduni wa Wakenya na watu wa Afrika Mashariki. Na niseme pia kwamba fasihi ya Kiswahili ina historia ndefu mno andishi. Naposema andishi ni yale maandishi ambayo yameandikwa kuhusu fasihi ya Kiswahili. Kwa sababu Kiswahili kilikuwa na bahati ya kuandikiwa tangu zamani. Karne ya 13 kilikuwa kinatumiwa kuandikiwa, lakini katika lahaja zile za upwa wa pwani ya Afrika. Na fasihi andishi, wengi wanasema kwamba ilianza kuandikwa katika karne ya 18. Lakini utafiti uliofanywa na baadhi ya wasomi katika uwanja huu wanasema kwamba fasihi ya Kiswahili ilianza kuandikwa katika karne ya 17, 1660s. Wakitunga masimulizi, wakitunga mashairi katika lahaja zao, lakini kwa kutumia hati za Kiarabu. Baadaye hati hizo zikatafsiriwa na kukazuka sasa fasihi ya Kiswahili ambayo imesomwa tangu azali hadi leo tunaisoma katika shule. Naam, fasihi kwa ujumla husaidia kujenga madaraja ya amani na mshikamano, hasa kupitia kwa matumizi ya wahusika wa kifasihi ambao husawiriwa kama viambata vya ujenzi wa madaraja ya umoja na mshikamano, hasa wanapokuwa vielelezo vya kuigwa na watu katika jamii. Wanafunzi wangu, mnaposoma fasihi, hamsomi fasihi tu ili kupita mitihani. Mnasoma fasihi ili muweze kukuza hulka za maisha yenu. Mnaangalia wale wahusika waliomo mle ndani, ni wakina nani ambao unaweza kuwaiga, ni kina nani ambao unaweza kudharau na kubeza tabia potofu. Mle ndani katika vitabu hivi ambavyo mmeteuliwa, mnaweza kujipima na kuweza kujitathmini kuhusu nafasi yako katika maisha, hasa hapa nchini Kenya. Kwa hivyo msichukulie fasihi kama somo, ni somo tu la kufanywa na kupita mitihani, bali inakujenga wewe uwe mwananchi anayethaminiwa na ambaye anaweza kuishi vyema na kutangamana na watu. Nafikiri mkiambua wale ambao mmesoma vitabu vya fasihi ya Kiswahili, muorodheshe tabia zile ambazo ungependa kuziiga na tabia zile ambazo hungependa kuziiga, basi unaweza kuorodhesha na kutoa hata mifano ya zile tabia na sifa ambazo unazipenda ziwe nawe katika maisha yako. Kwa hivyo kuna umuhimu, na tunaposisitiza masomo ya sayansi, sayansi kavu tu. Ndiyo, utafanya sayansi, utapita mitihani, lakini iwapo hujabobea zaidi katika masomo ya insia, humanities, huwezi kufaulu vyema katika kuishi na kutangamana na watu. Kwa hivyo fasihi inakusaidia uishi na kutangamana vizuri na watu. Lugha unayofunzwa inakusaidia pia na inachangia katika utangamano, umoja na uthabiti wa jamii. Naam, kuna fasihi nyingi ulimwenguni zinazosawiri ujenzi wa amani na maridhiano. Ni nyingi mno, ila nitakita katika fasihi ya Kiswahili, kwani ni chombo muhimu kinachotumiwa sio tu shuleni bali pia kwa jamii nzima katika mirengo tofauti tofauti. Nimeambiwa nizungumzie juu ya amani, maridhiano katika fasihi, ama nafasi ya fasihi katika kuleta vitu hivi. Na nimeshagusia pale mwanzo kwamba ni vyema unaposoma fasihi usiisome tu ukapita mtihani ukaisahau, bali pia usome ukijua kwamba itakujenga katika maisha yako ya baadaye. Amani huanza na mtu binafsi. Lazima tufahamu hilo. Tunaposema tujenge amani, ile amani lazima ianze na mtu binafsi. Ikiwa wewe moyo wako umeghafilika, huwezi kujenga amani katika taifa ama katika jamii yako. Kitu kinachokugasi nafsi husababisha dukuduku na fadhaa moyoni, hukunyima amani, huleta vurugu moyoni, kikakunyima raha hata ya kufurahia maisha. Kwa hivyo kinaweza pia kutowesha amani rohoni kwako wewe binafsi. Huu ndio wakati kwa kweli unapohitaji utulivu wa nafsi, ukatulia kusikiza wimbo mtamu unaotiririka kwenye redio, ama kusikiliza mashairi yakitongolewa na waghani wa mashairi, ukasikiliza jinsi mahadhi ya hayo mashairi kama tulivyosomewa hapa yanavyodondosha ile mistari na kumwaya ule ujumbe ambao tumeusikia hapa. Hayo yanaleta ule utulivu wa moyo. Nitatoa mfano tu kwa wale wanafunzi wanaohakikiwa katika nguu za jadi. Mhusika Lonare anajitahidi kujenga maridhiano katika jamii yake. Amewekwa pale kimakusudi ili kuleta amani katika jamii yake, jamii ya Matuo, na kuleta utulivu wa nafsi ya kila mtu. Aidha, katika hadithi ya mapambazuko ya machweo, tunaona jinsi watoto wanavyosulubiwa katika kazi za sulubu, wanavyochoshwa na wale matajiri wanaotumia nguvu zao ili kujitajirisha. Wale watoto wana nafsi zilizohasiriwa na watu wazima, na ni mpaka pale ambapo wanapookolewa ndipo ambapo amani na utulivu wao unaweza kuthibitiwa na kudhibitiwa, wakawa watu kama watu wengine. Katika riwaya ya Kidagaa Kimemwozea, wale ambao mmesoma riwaya ya Kidagaa Kimemwozea, unaona jinsi ile familia inakosa utulivu. Nazungumzia kuhusu mtu binafsi na familia kukosa amani. Katika familia ya Mwalimu Majisifu, anapowafungia wanawe walemavu ili watu wasiwaone wakawadharau, na mkewe Dora asijue la kufanya. Dora ananyimwa amani ya kibinafsi, watoto wale wananyimwa amani ya kibinafsi, hata huyo Mwalimu Majisifu hana amani. Je, tukikuza aina hii ya watu, amani itapatikana vipi katika jamii pana? Ndio nikasema hapa kwamba amani huanza na mtu binafsi, jamii yake, jamaa yake, na pale anapoishi. Naam, tuelewe pia kwamba fasihi ina mchango wake muhimu katika kurefusha maisha pia. Unapotazama filamu au kusoma kitabu kikakuchekesha, kikakufurahisha, kikakusisimua, fahamu kwamba kicheko pia ni dawa maridhawa ya kuutuliza moyo na kujenga amani. Kicheko ni dawa, tunaambiwa na wanasaikolojia. Ni tiba ya kisaikolojia inayompa mtu matumaini na kujaza amani katika moyo wake. Niseme jambo lingine pia, kwamba tukirejelea nchini Kenya, historia inatuonesha kwamba tangu nyakati za utawala wa Waarabu katika karne zilizopita, hasa kwenye karne ya 19, washairi wengi wa upo wa Kenya walitunga tungo za kuwahimiza watu kwenda vitani kupigana na Waarabu walioteka miji yao. Hapa tunazungumzia jinsi washairi mbalimbali wa Waswahili katika upo wa Kenya walivyotunga tungo za kuhimiza watu waliofifia mioyo, wakakosa matumaini, manake wanatawaliwa na milki zisizo zao, milki za kigeni. Watunzi hawa walitumia ushairi kuhimiza watu, kina Muyaka bin Haji, kina Bwana Mataka na wengine. Kule kutunga mashairi na kuwapa watu himizo kunajenga nafsi za amani katika mioyo yao. Tukija katika baada ya uhuru, ambapo pia tunaona washairi wa Kiswahili wanatunga mashairi kuhimiza watu waungane pamoja, wawe na amani. Jambo hili la kuungana na kushirikiana la maridhiano halikuanza katika karne ya 21, lilianza kitambo. Kwa mfano, baada ya uhuru watu walikuja kutambua kwamba ule uhuru tuliopata wa kisiasa ulikuwa ni ndoto tu, maana uhuru wa kiuchumi bado tunauhitaji. Watu wakaanza kunyanyasika, watu wakaanza kuhangaika, lakini washairi, baadhi ya washairi wa Kiswahili walijitokeza na kuwapa watu matumaini. Na hapa namtaja mshairi wa Kiswahili Abdulatif Abdalla, ambaye alitunga mashairi ya kuhamasisha watu na kuambia wawe na subira, manake siku yao inakuja. Huku kuwapa watu matumaini ndilo muhimu zaidi katika kujenga amani ya nchi. Naam, jambo lingine ni kwamba watoto ni kundi la watu katika jamii ya ulimwengu ambalo linadhulumiwa zaidi, hasa katika nchi ambazo zina vita, zinapigana vita. Na hapa nazungumzia kuhusu shirika la UNICEF ambalo lilianzisha mradi uitwao Poems for Peace mnamo mwaka 2020. Poems for Peace ni mashairi yaliyotungwa na watoto katika nchi zinazopigana mapigano ya vita usiku na mchana. Watu wanakimbizwa, wanalala msituni, watoto ndio wanaoteseka zaidi. Kwa hivyo shirika hili likaja na huu mradi ili kwamba watoto wale waliowekwa katika kambi za vita waweze kueleza hisia zao. Na kule kueleza hisia zao ni kwamba wanashiriki katika kujua kuna dhulma inayoendelea. Wao watoto kama sehemu ya jamii wanafikiria nini katika mioyo yao. Kwa hivyo mashairi yaliyotungwa wakati huo na watoto hawa kati ya miaka 8 na 24 yaliibua hisia kali sana ulimwenguni, kwa sababu hapa ndipo wanadamu walipojua kwamba watoto pia wana ulimwengu wao, na ukiingilia ulimwengu wao unawatesa na unajenga kizazi kilichopotoka katika maisha yao. Kwa hivyo mashairi haya yalipohakikiwa yalionekana kwamba yanajenga ujumbe wa amani na maridhiano. Wanawapa watu fursa ya kujitathmini na kujua kwamba hali zao hazitarekebishika mpaka pale wanapokoma kupigana. Mifano ya nchi hizi ni kama vile Haiti, Nigeria, Sudan ambako kuna vita, Ukraine na Myanmar ambapo pia kuna vita. Mashairi haya yote katika zile nchi zote za ulimwengu zinazozozana na kunyima watu amani, hapo ndipo walipata hazina ya mashairi ya wanafunzi na watoto wadogo ambayo yaliwafunza mengi sana. Wengine wakaanza kujifikirisha na kujua kwamba wanawadhulumu watoto ambao ni kizazi cha baadaye. Naam, tumezungumzia machache kuhusu amani na maridhiano. Tukija katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, tunahimizwa tuwe na maridhiano, tuwe na amani. Na wanafunzi, wacha niwaambie wale ambao mko katika kidato cha 3 na cha 4, mna bahati kubwa sana. Manake zama zetu sisi tulipewa vitabu vya fasihi tusome. Hatukujua ni waandishi ni kina nani, wala hatukujali waandishi ni kina nani, bali tulisoma ili tupite mitihani. Lakini mbali na kupita mitihani, tulifundishwa kwamba tusiwe na ubaguzi miongoni mwetu. Na tukifundishwa hivyo, tunaoneshwa mifano katika vile vitabu kwamba ubaguzi unatenga watu, ubaguzi unaleta chuki, ubaguzi unaleta dhulma na kadhalika. Na vivyo hivyo katika karne hii, katika miongo hii ya 20, mnaposoma vitabu hivi vya fasihi, tafadhalini zingatieni kwamba vitabu hivyo haviko tu pale kama kusomwa tu kama somo la kawaida. La, vinawajenga katika maisha yenu na faida mtaiona baadaye. Naam, sina muda mrefu, naambiwa nimepewa dakika 30, lakini wacha nitoe mapendekezo ambayo nafikiria kwamba tukiyazingatia tunaweza kupiga hatua. Kwanza kabisa, nimeona mashairi yakisomwa hapa, mengine ni ya mapenzi, mengine sijui ni ya nini. Sawa, hatuishi kama wanadamu wasio na hisia. Lakini vivyo hivyo kizazi cha sasa ambacho ni chenu nyinyi, kitumie fasihi za aina mbalimbali, ikiwa ni tamthilia, ikiwa ni mashairi, ikiwa ni hadithi fupi, ikiwa ni novela, ikiwa ni riwaya, kama nyenzo za kutumiwa na wasomaji. Mnahimizwa kwamba nyinyi, kama mlivyoambiwa hapa awali, mnaweza kuwa pia waandishi. Tumeona washairi hapa chipukizi. Mnaweza pia kuwa waandishi, na mnapoandika msisahau kwamba kuna ule ulimwengu mwingine ambapo mnahitaji kuishi kwa amani, maridhiano, kujenga uchumi wenu, kujenga hulka zenu. Kwa hivyo, ikiwa utabobea katika utungaji wa vitabu vya fasihi baadaye, zingatia kwamba usiandike kuhusu mapenzi peke yake, bali uandike kuhusu migogoro iliyo katika jamii na jinsi ambavyo fasihi yako itachangia katika kuimaliza ama katika kuikomoa katika jamii. Kiswahili, wanafunzi na wageni waalikwa, mfahamu kwamba ni rasilimali muhimu sana. Nafikiri taifa la Kenya halijajua kwamba Kiswahili kama lugha ni rasilimali ambayo inahitaji kutunzwa, kukuzwa na kusafirishwa ng'ambo. Nasema hivyo kwa sababu gani? Hii rasilimali haikuanza Marekani, haikuanza Uarabuni. Hii rasilimali ilianza katika nchi ya Kenya, katika upwa kaskazi ya upwa wa Kenya. Na Wakenya, tafadhalini msidanganywe kwamba Kiswahili kilianza Tanzania. Kiswahili kina wa Tanzania, hakina wa Kenya. Ukisoma katika tafiti nyingi utaona kwamba Kiswahili ni Kibantu na kilianzishwa katika upwa wa Afrika wa Kenya. Kikasambaa katika visiwa, kikasambaa katika miji mbalimbali, kikafika Mrima Tanzania, kikapelekwa na wanabiashara, kikakuzwa, kikaingia Zanzibar. Zanzibar wakakitumia kusafirisha bidhaa na utawala wao, na kikakuwa hivyo. Lakini jambo ambalo Wakenya walisahau ni kwamba hiki Kiswahili kilichojenga ile biashara ya zamani ndicho ambacho kitatung'oa katika silisila za wakoloni, na kilifanya hivyo miaka ya 50 na 60 karne iliyopita. Kiswahili kilitumiwa katika mapambano ya kuleta uhuru nchini. Kama Wakenya hawangejua Kiswahili, basi labda uhuru haungepatikana katika mwaka 1963, kwa sababu kila jamii Kenya ilijua kuzungumza Kiswahili. Wakaungana, wakaleta umoja, kwa sababu wengi walijua Kiswahili, na ujumbe ulifika kwa kasi zaidi kwa sababu jamii nyingi za Kenya zilijua Kiswahili. Kwa hivyo walipigania wakitumia chombo cha Kiswahili kama kujenga umoja wao na kumkabili mkoloni. Tukapata uhuru, tulipopata uhuru Kiswahili kikawekwa kando. Kikachukuliwa Kiingereza, na yule ambaye hakujua Kiingereza akaambiwa kwamba hakusoma. Tufahamu kwamba Kiswahili kina rasilimali kubwa sana katika kukiuza katika masoko ya kimataifa. Kuna nyanja mbalimbali ambazo wewe mwanafunzi ambaye unabobea katika Kiswahili, hasa wale wa CBE, ujue kwamba Kiswahili ukichukue kama bidhaa ya kuweza kutumia, kutafsiri, kufasiri, kuandika na kutoa huduma nyingi sana katika Kiswahili. Hapo ndipo ambapo utajua kwamba Kiswahili ni rasilimali ambayo hapa Kenya hatuithamini na tunahitaji kuithamini. Mwisho kabisa, maadhimisho ya sherehe za shule kama vile siku ya wazazi, utoaji wa tuzo na kadhalika, naomba na natoa rai hapa kwamba Kiswahili kitumiwe pamoja na Kiingereza kwa pamoja katika kutoa hotuba, katika kutoa mihadhara, hata wanapotoa zawadi. Kiswahili na Kiingereza zitumike kwa pamoja. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu katika katiba, nafikiri itakuwa ni katiba katika ibara ya 7, lugha zote mbili ni lugha za taifa. Lugha ya Kiswahili ni lugha ya taifa na lugha zote mbili ni lugha rasmi. Kwa hivyo usiegemee kutumia Kiingereza zaidi ukasahau kwamba Kiswahili ni lugha rasmi. Kuna wazazi ambao huja katika sherehe hizi ambazo Kiingereza kinawakwaza. Je, wataketi kukusikiliza wewe mwalimu ukiongea Kiingereza tangu asubuhi hadi jioni na hawajui kile kilichozungumzwa pale ni kitu gani? Ni vyema kwamba lugha zote mbili zikatumiwa kwa pamoja, ili wazazi pia, hasa wale ambao Kiswahili Kiingereza kinawakwaza, waweze pia kujua yale yalionipeleka pale katika shule ya mwanangu nilifaidi vipi kwa sababu ya lugha inayotumiwa pale. Kuna machimbo mengi ya fasihi zetu asilia katika jamii zetu. Baadhi ya simulizi hizi huenda zikapotea kutokana na kutoweza kuhifadhiwa kwa njia zinazofaa. Ipo haja basi ya kuneemesha Kiswahili kwa kukihifadhia fasihi hizi, ili lugha iweze kukumbatia fasihi zetu asilia. Kiswahili ni kifaa kinachoweza kuhifadhi tamaduni zetu, mila zetu, historia zetu, fasihi zetu, kwa kuhifadhi baadhi ya vitu hivi katika jamii zetu. Kenya ina jamii nyingi zaidi ya 50. Kwa hivyo machimbo yale ya fasihi simulizi, ngano, hadithi, vitendawili na kadhalika, tunaweza kupanua mawanda ya fasihi simulizi kwa kuingiza machimbo haya ya fasihi simulizi katika Kiswahili, ili wanafunzi na watu kwa ujumla waweze kubahatika kuwa na kujua utamaduni wao, utangamano mzuri na kadhalika. Kwa hivyo ningependa kusema kwamba wale wanaodhamiria kuchukua somo la Kiswahili hasa katika CBE wajue kwamba Kiswahili kina mawanda mapana, Kiswahili kinaweza kuwafaidi, Kiswahili kinaweza kuwajenga, na Kiswahili kinaweza kuleta ule utangamano tunaojua na yale maridhiano popote pale migaraganzo ya watu inapotokea. Kiswahili ni chombo ambacho kinaweza kuleta amani na utangamano mzuri katika jamii yetu. Kwa hivyo, kwa hayo machache ningependa nikome hapo, nikijua kwamba labda tumechukua mawili matatu ili atufai baadaye. Shukran sana.
Asante. Kabla ya profesa kuondoka jukwani, ningependa niulize kama kuna mwanafunzi yeyote yuko na swali. Swali aweze kumwelekezea profesa. Kuna mwanafunzi yeyote yuko na swali? Unauliza swali na kupatia zawadi pia. Kuna swali lolote? Kuna mwanafunzi pale.
Nakumbuka pia ni mwandishi wa riwaya maarufu ya gani?
Nguvu za Jadi na Mapambazuko ya Machweo.
Jina langu ni Gracie Wanjiro na ningependa kukuuliza katika riwaya yako ya Nguza Jadi,
kumbuka unaitazama KBC Channel 1 na tunazidi kukupasha, kukuletea taarifa hizi moja kwa moja, ikiwa ni siku kuu ya Kiswahili duniani, maadhimisho siku kuu Kiswahili duniani, ukipenda Masikidu. Hapa ninaye mtoto hapa, mwanafunzi kutoka shule ya kimataifa. Hebu ajitambulishe kwanza, jina lako?
Jina langu ni Iksigao.
Ni hao.
Ni hao.
Haya, hebu unapenda Kiswahili? Haya, tupatie shairi.
Jina langu ni Iksigao. Ninasoma shule ya Brayburn. Moyo wangu waburudika. Hiki chema ninakipenda, mambo mapya chenifunza. Tendaoni ninapokwenda, maarifa chenituza. Kazi zote mimi natenda, utafiti chanieleza. Moyo wangu haki waburudika, teknolojia nikosaje? Simu ngambo ninaipiga, mawasiliano njia haraka. Kitaka uzana kwa faida, kuna masoko bila kusaka. Video, picha, nazitazama, nahisi, moyo wenye raha. Moyo wangu haki, waburudika, teknolojia nikosaje? Hadithi tamu nasimuliwa, mambo ya kale inaonyeshwa, muziki laini ninaimbishwa, chumbani mwangu na sijafunzwa. Ujuzi tele ninapokezwa, wa kuandaa mapishi murwa. Moyo wangu haki, waburudika, teknolojia nikosaje? Asanteni.
Basi raha iliyoje mpenzi mtazamaji unaposikiliza Dora Manya, mwanahabari mwenzangu kutoka KBC Radio Taifa. Unasemaje kuhusu binti huyu?
Malenga huyu naweza kusema afanya vizuri sana. Hata mimi sidhani naweza kumfikia katika mambo ya ushairi, lakini kile ambacho nimependa ni kwamba yeye ni mwanafunzi kutokea nchi ya nje, lakini anajifunza Kiswahili. Tofauti na mimi, labda na wewe mtazamaji, ambao kidogo tunahisi kwamba Kiswahili ni kigumu na hata hatutaki kukienzi. Kwa hivyo ni changamoto kubwa kwamba tuchukulie Kiswahili kwa maanani, maana iwapo wale wa kutoka nje watakuja kujifunza, sembuse sisi.
Hii inamaanisha watazamaji kwamba maadhimisho ya siku kuu ya Kiswahili KBC wa ushirikiano na vituo vingine, kumbuka ni kwa udhamini wa Maktaba Mart Publishers ambao wametuletea maadhimisho haya tukiwa katika shule ya upili ya wasichana ya The Kenya High. Hivi kwamba huyu binti unapomsikiliza anapotongoa Kiswahili, inatuonesha fika kuwa Kiswahili hiki tusipokilinda kitatekwa nyara, watakichukua wageni. Kwa hivyo hatuna budi kujitahidi na kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba tunaadhimisha maadhimisho haya kila mwaka, ikiwa ni tarehe 7 mwaka 2026. Mwaka ujao pia tutakuwa kwingine, lakini tujifunze kuwa utamaduni wetu, lugha yetu ndio nguvu yetu. Ikumbuke fika kuwa maadhimisho haya yanakutanisha wadau kutoka sehemu mbalimbali, maonesho mbalimbali. Tukiangalia fika mpenzi mtazamaji kwamba kauli mbiu ya mwaka huu ni Kiswahili kwa amani, mshikamano na diplomasia ya kiuchumi kwa kimataifa. Asante sana kwa wote. Hivyo basi imekuwa ni fahari kubwa kutazama mashairi kutoka kwa wanafunzi mbalimbali, maonesho ya Kiswahili, vyakula vya Kiswahili, likiwemo pia sehemu ambapo tunakutana na wageni. Tumekuwa naye Flower Yinki. Umesema jina lako nani? Umesema jina lako?
Jina langu ni Iksigao.
Iksigao. Haya basi, kwa mwenzangu, basi kwa niaba ya mwenzangu Dora Manya ambaye ni mwanahabari na mtangazaji katika kituo cha Radio Taifa, sina budi kusema ni shukrani jazila kwa wadau wetu na walezi wetu. Asante sana. Kumbuka ni sanaa ya Kiswahili na ramani ya Kiswahili. Kwa huo ushirikiano basi tumepata fursa kubwa zaidi kuadhimisha kwa pamoja siku kuu hii ya Kiswahili duniani. Kwa juhudi hizo zetu basi inamaanisha kuwa KBC Channel 1 na vituo vyote katika udau na ushikamano huo, tuna jitihada za kukuza Kiswahili, maarifa basi ya Kiswahili tunayapa nguvu. Ndio basi tunasema siku zote tukae pamoja, siku zote taifa letu likae kwa amani. Lugha yetu Kiswahili ni fahari na silaha ya Afrika. Kutoka kwangu hapa KBC Channel 1, sina budi kusema ni shukrani jazila. Jina langu ni Mathias Momanyi, nikiwa mtangazaji wako KBC Channel 1, mwanahabari KBC Radio Taifa. Kwako studio.
Nikisoma kitabu nilikuwa natarajia kuwapata kama Mtemi Lesulia angekuwa chini bado katika uongozi, lakini chini ya Lonare, ili tuone akipewa funzo jingine, si kutolewa katika
I'm very happy that KBC is making it possible for Kenyans to watch World Cup. I'm still hedging my bets on the teams that are there. Don't ask me which one for now. Let's leave that one for another day.
Trying to get in the middle towards you-know-who again. Could still find them. Dug out towards Oscar Bob on the near side. Chance to shuffle his way through. Here's Odegaard, he's gone down, it's a free kick for Norway. 2 minutes to go, yellow card, first of the game. It's Neymar.
Yeah, it's naughty by Neymar, and he's just left something on him. He's not just once or twice, he doesn't do his coach any favours. He's come on and had no impact in the game whatsoever. Norway, Odegaard, he's been...
And now Uruguay meet Cape Verde, the team which captured hearts all around the world by denying Spain an opening day victory. Both of these two nations have since seen Spain steal a march on the rest. That's the backdrop as they march out here.
The national anthem of Cabo Verde.
What a reception again today for Cape Verde. Their achievement in holding